After getting the certificate, the paranoid uncle kisses me 99 times a day. Xin Xin was originally the only little princess of the Qin family, but as soon as her grandfather passed away, her father brought home an older sister. Her sister was always antagonizing her, and her father was extremely biased, even going so far as to abandon her like garbage in a cemetery on a rainy day. Just when Xin Xin thought she was going to be homeless, she met a gloomy uncle. Through the uncle's coaxing and trickery, they got their marriage certificate. After marriage, the uncle revealed his true nature. He was an obsessive, clingy person. Every day he showered her with kisses, hugs, and lifts, wanting to pamper Xin Xin like a little princess. Uncle, thank you for giving Xin Xin a home. Chapter 1, Get Out. Slap. The large palm of Qin Dad harshly struck Xin Xin's face. It hurt. It hurt so much. Her ears were ringing, the sound buzzing loudly in her head. Qin Haizhong's mouth moved, but Xin Xin couldn't hear what he was saying. All she could read from his contorted, angry face were feelings of dissatisfaction, disgust, and hatred. Xin Xin opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But the moment she opened her mouth, a strong taste of blood filled her mouth. Her gums were swollen, and the corner of her mouth was bleeding. Xin Xin, do you think you have wings now? How many times have I told you not to fight with your sister for things? Why won't you listen? You've had everything you wanted in the Qin family for 19 years, while your sister suffered outside for 22 years before she came back. Can't you just let her have something? Qin Haizhong stood in front of Xin Xin, with the tearful Qin Xiaoli at his side. Qin Xiaoli tightly clutched Qin Haizhong's arm, wiping her tears as she pretended to speak with concern. Dad, don't hit my sister anymore. If she likes it, just let her have it. I'm fine with it. As long as my sister can accept me, I'm willing to give her everything. Qin Haizhong's anger flared up even more when he heard this. He pointed his finger at Xin Xin's forehead. Look at your sister, and then look at you. If you were just half as considerate as your sister, I wouldn't be this angry. Every time Qin Haizhong poked her, Xin Xin staggered back a step. She was finally forced against the cold wall, helplessly enduring the pain. Xin Xin's skin, as smooth and fair as milk, had turned red from the poking. But compared to the deep slap mark on her left cheek, it was nothing. Dad. She didn't fight with her sister over the shoes. She came home from school, and the nanny said that her dad had bought her new shoes as a birthday gift this year. She only put them on then. But as soon as she put the shoes on, and before she could even stand up and check if they fit, Qin Xiaoli came running down from upstairs, crying and making a scene, begging her not to take them. Then, her father came home from work and, without asking anything, slapped her across the face. No. Then what s on your feet? Xin Xin's denial made Qin Haizhong even more furious. Do you know today is your sister's birthday? How can you even try to take her birthday gift? You're so unreasonable. Enough. Since you can't stand your sister, then don't consider yourself the second young lady of the Qin family. Go to your grandfather's house. After saying that, Qin Haizhong waved his hand. Old Chen, take her away immediately. Dad. I don't want to go. The tears that Xin Xin had been holding back finally poured out. She grabbed Qin Haizhong's suit sleeve tightly. Don't kick me out. Qin Haizhong ruthlessly shook off her hand. Get out. I don't have a selfish and petty daughter like you. Despite her desperate plea, Xin Xin was still forced into the car by the driver, Old Chen. She was still in her school uniform. She didn't even have time to grab her backpack. Uncle Chen, why is it that after Grandpa passed away, everyone stopped liking me? When Grandpa was alive, she was the only little princess of the Qin family. Why, after Grandpa's death, did her father bring home an older sister? Why didn't her sister like her? Why did her father become so distant and hateful towards her? The driver, Old Chen, glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his expression darkening as he remained silent. Xin Xin leaned against the cold car window, watching the Qin family villa getting smaller and smaller, her eyes turning redder. But Xin Xin no longer had the strength to cry. The slap made her dizzy. She leaned against the car window and soon drifted into a light sleep. She didn't even know where the car was going. The car continued to drive, and the road grew more and more desolate. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and distant thunder rumbled. Dark clouds hung heavily in the sky, and a storm seemed imminent. Old Chen glanced at the sleeping Qin Xin in the rearview mirror, feeling guilty and uncomfortable as he gripped the steering wheel. In his heart, he silently thought, "I'm sorry, miss. I didn't have a choice. If there's anyone to blame, it's your half-sister." The car stopped at the Qing Mountain Cemetery on the outskirts. Qin Xin's grandfather's house wasn't in the cemetery. But if old Chen left Qin Xin here, he'd be paid a substantial reward once he returned. Qin Xin, still asleep, was ruthlessly tossed out of the car by old Chen. The back of her head slammed hard into the ground. Her delicate palms scraped against the rough cement, and pain shot through her. The pain woke Qin Xin from her sleep. Before she could understand what had happened, an umbrella was thrown into her arms. Then, she heard old Chen's weary voice, "Miss, I'm sorry." Before she could respond, he quickly drove away. A thunderclap snapped Qin Xin fully awake. Don't leave me. Uncle Chen, don't leave me." Qin Xin struggled to stand up from the ground, stumbling as she chased after the car. But how could she catch up to a car? The sky, once dark with thunder, was now pouring with rain. The cold spring rain hit Qin Xin's body. Her loose school uniform clung to her body, revealing her slender frame. She missed a step and fell heavily to the ground. Her delicate face, soaked by the rain, was indistinguishable from tears. The pain in her body made Qin Xin truly realize, what had just happened. She had been abandoned. She had been kicked out of her home by her father, and left in this desolate cemetery by old Chen. She no longer had a home. Chapter 2, Qin Xin smells sweet. At the bus stop near the cemetery, a man around 28 or 29, wearing a black trench coat, sat on the bench under the bus sign. If there had been anyone nearby at that moment, they would have immediately recognized the man as the powerful figure of a city Zhuangming, the leader of the Zhuang group, a name everyone in the upper circles of society respected, and all had to address him as Master Zhuang. Zhuangming was 3 parts drunk, leaning lazily against the bus stop sign with a bottle of half-finished liquor beside him. The roof of the bus stop was narrow and couldn't block much rain. As soon as the wind blew, raindrops fell on his shoulder. But Zhuangming didn't move, whether from being drunk or just not caring. It wasn't until someone stood in front of him, blocking the wind and rain, that Zhuangming lazily lifted his eyes. It was a young girl holding a transparent umbrella. She seemed to be about 1.6 meters tall, small and delicate like an underage girl. Her eyes were timid, and the red handprint on her young face was starkly obvious. Perhaps it was Zhuangming's cold, intimidating gaze that made Qin Xin shrink back a little, but she still tilted the umbrella towards him, biting her pale lips and trembling as she spoke. "Uncle, you'll catch a cold if you stay in the rain." Sure enough, she was just a little kid, her voice soft and almost childlike. "Mind your own business." Zhuangming withdrew his gaze, uninterested in dealing with a child. Faced with his indifference, Qin Xin felt a little nervous. But compared to the cold and gloomy man in front of her, Qin Xin was more afraid of the thunder and lightning raging in the sky behind her. She shrank her neck and cautiously sat down next to Zhuangming. It was a relief. Although he was cold as ice, he didn't tell her to leave. Maybe it was out of gratitude, but Qin Xin sniffled and moved the umbrella closer to him, trying to keep the rain off Zhuangming's shoulder. Heh. Zhuangming found the child's kindness somewhat amusing. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long drag. The bitter, spicy smoke swirled around in his lungs, and only then did he feel his drunkenness begin to subside. Turning his head, he blew the smoke to the side, not wanting to suffocate the little kid sitting next to him. "Uncle, smoking is bad for your health." Hearing Qin Xin's trembling advice, Zhuangming let out a low grunt but didn't put the cigarette out. The rain continued to pour, and the sky showed no sign of letting up. In fact, it seemed to be getting heavier. Qin Xin's umbrella was small, and they were sitting too far apart for it to cover them both. She shivered and moved a little closer to him. Their arms brushed together. One was cold and hard, the other warm and delicate. Zhuangming didn't move, letting the child get closer. Still holding the cigarette, he squinted through the smoke, glancing at Qin Xin's red, swollen face. He said lightly, "Underage." Qin Xin answered obediently, "I'm 19. I'll be 20 tomorrow." 19. Zhuangming glanced down at Qin Xin's flat chest. He really hadn't expected that. When the cigarette was finished, he flicked the butt into a puddle by the roadside. The red tip sizzled and was quickly extinguished by the rain. Qin Xin's arm, holding the umbrella, started to ache. She shook it slightly to ease the tension. Zhuangming took the umbrella from her. Qin Xin forced a smile and said, "Thank you, uncle. You're really nice." "Nice?" Zhuangming let out a cold chuckle, but didn't he say anything in response. If anyone else had heard the little kid say that, they would have laughed out loud. Those who knew him had described him as violent, merciless, but never as nice. This little kid was the only one. Qin Xin, drenched in rain, felt her clothes sticking to her body, chilled to the bone. She quietly sat for a while, and the cold from her soaked clothes made her curl up involuntarily. Her teeth were chattering. Qin Xin's gaze drifted to the half-bottle of liquor beside Zhuangming. Suddenly, her mind flashed with the image of her dad and sister sitting at the dinner table, drinking and chatting. She didn't drink alcohol, so every time they had meals, her dad and sister would complain that she was being a buzzkill. She had heard that alcohol could warm the body. She wondered if she asked, would the uncle let her take a sip? Qin Xin sniffed, nervously glancing at Zhuangming's side profile. The uncle looked so fierce. Sensing her gaze, Zhuangming said lightly, "Do you want to drink?" "See. Can I?" "Help yourself." Zhuangming leaned back, indicating that if she wanted the alcohol, she could reach for it herself. Qin Xin hesitated for a moment but gathered the courage to lean forward to grab the bottle. But Zhuangming was too tall, and despite her efforts, she couldn't reach it. Pouting, she stubbornly kept trying. Qin Xin leaned in, nearly falling into Zhuangming's lap to get the bottle. Her proximity caught Zhuangming off guard for a moment. This little kid. Has she even stopped breastfeeding? How could she still smell so sweet and milky, even at 19? Chapter 3, picked up a pitiful little creature. Zhuangming squinted his eyes and reached out, grabbing the back collar of Qin Xin's school uniform. He pulled her away as though he were lifting a kitten. Once Qin Xin was settled, he handed her the bottle of liquor. "Here, little kid." Qin Xin smiled, bashfully obedient and sweet. She took the bottle and said in a soft voice, "Thank you, uncle." She unscrewed the cap and took a small sip. As soon as the liquor hit her tongue, she coughed violently, still not having swallowed, the spiciness overwhelming her. Her little tongue stuck out as she fanned her hand in the air, muttering, "So spicy, so spicy." Her pink tongue looked unexpectedly cute. "Turns out you're just a little kid, can't even drink properly." Zhuangming's cold expression softened slightly at the sight of Qin Xin's innocent behavior. Qin Xin, hearing this, thought of the times at the dinner table when her dad and sister had complained that she was a buzzkill because she couldn't drink. Her eyes reddened, and with a stubborn tone, she said, "I can drink, I really can." With that, she raised the bottle and took another big gulp. This time, Qin Xin managed not to cough, but her tender face still scrunched up from the burning sensation. As her face contorted, it pulled at the swollen bruise on her cheek and the cut on the corner of her mouth. It hurt so much. "All right, little kid, go back to drinking milk." Zhuangming took the bottle back and took a sip himself. He was tired of this liquor, but this time, the flavor had a faint, sweet fragrance. He turned his head and stared at Qin Xin's soft, pink lips for a few seconds. His gaze darkened. Qin Xin pouted, cautiously tugging at the edge of Zhuangming's trench coat. "Uncle, I want to drink more, I'm really an adult now." The little girl beside him was so obedient. Her pouty, spoiled look somehow lifted Zhuangming's mood, which had been irritable. He raised an eyebrow and handed her the bottle. The two strangers, 9 years apart, ended up sitting under the same umbrella, sharing sips of alcohol. Before long, Qin Xin, who had never drunk before, was completely drunk. Her body swayed weakly a few times. Her head tilted, and she ended up resting it on Zhuangming's broad shoulder, half of her body snuggling into his embrace. The soft little girl suddenly pressed into his arms. Zhuangming froze for a moment, then chuckled lowly. He reached out and, with a possessive motion, pulled the girl who smelled faintly of milk into his arms. The feeling of being held gave Qin Xin a profound sense of security. Instinctively, she snuggled closer in his embrace, half drunken and murmuring, "Uncle, are you out here in the rain drinking because you have no home either?" Zhuangming's gaze deepened, and his expression became even more neutral. "Sort of." What a coincidence." Qin Xin giggled. "Xin Xin was kicked out by Dad because I made my sister unhappy." "Uncle, why are you out here?" Someone as nice as you, wouldn't your father ever want to abandon you? Zhuang Ming didn't respond. Qin Xin continued talking to herself. I've been trying to make my sister like me, but no matter what I do, she's never happy. What my sister likes, I can't touch. What I like, my sister wants, and I have to give it to her. Dad's mad at me every day. They don't want me anymore, they left me at the cemetery. As she spoke, Qin Xin started crying. The emotions she had bottled up for so long finally burst out with the help of the alcohol. Big tears fell from her eyes, hitting the back of Zhuang Ming's hand, scalding hot. Uncle, what should I do? They don't want me anymore, I have no home. The little girl in his arms was fragile, like a delicate porcelain doll. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her eyes and nose were both red from crying. Zhuang Ming's mind heated up, and an impulse to keep this pitiful little thing by his side sprang to life. You want a home? I'll give you one. He thought it, and then said it out loud. Really? Qin Xin's eyes were a little unfocused, but her expression was that of a little rabbit trying hard to listen, obedient and cute. Zhuang Ming smiled. He raised his hand and gently ruffled Qin Xin's soft hair. Yeah, as long as you listen. I'm very obedient and listen well, uncle, you're really nice, Qin Xin pouted, wrapping her arms around Zhuang Ming's neck and silently crying. As she cried, she slowly fell into a deep sleep on Zhuang Ming's shoulder. Not long after, a luxury car, understated yet elegant, stopped in front of them. A bodyguard in a black suit opened the umbrella and got out of the car. Boss, what's this? Picked up a little rabbit. The bodyguard glanced at the girl in Zhuang Ming's arms, his expression frozen for a moment. So, the reason their boss wasn't interested in women was because he preferred little girls who were not yet of age. No wonder he never looked at the seductive women people tried to send his way. Chapter 4, Mr. You Are So Handsome. The car slowly made its way toward the city center. The rain, which had been falling all day, gradually stopped. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the gloominess faded. Inside the car, in the back seat, drunk Qin Xin looked adorably innocent. She covered her flushed cheeks with both hands, the heat from the alcohol making her face feel warm. She stared at Zhuang Ming with wide, watery eyes. Little kid, what are you looking at? Zhuang Ming lowered his gaze to Qin Xin's glistening lips. Qin Xin hugged Zhuang Ming's arm, swaying from side to side as she spoke. Uncle, you're so handsome. I've never seen anyone as handsome as you in my whole life. The little girl's eyes were hazy but bright, almost as if confirming that the compliment she blurted out wasn't a lie. Zhuang Ming curled his lips into a smile, wrapping his arm around Qin Xin's waist to prevent her from swaying too much. With Zhuang Ming holding her, it felt as though she was trapped in his embrace. Qin Xin pouted in dissatisfaction, but her dizziness left her too weak to resist. She gave in and comfortably relaxed her body, resting her heavy head on Zhuang Ming's shoulder and snuggling against him like a spoiled child. Her soft little face brushed against Zhuang Ming's side profile. Zhuang Ming noticed that the little girl in his arms had furrowed her brows. It's so prickly, itchy. It was Zhuang Ming's stubble, grown from staying up late, that was poking Qin Xin's delicate face. Qin Xin pouted in displeasure, burying her little face into the crook of Zhuang Ming's neck. At this close distance, Zhuang Ming could smell the rich scent of milk from her. It wasn't pure cow's milk but vanilla milk. The scent made Zhuang Ming momentarily wonder if the little girl in his arms tasted sweet. Though he wasn't fond of sweets, at that moment, he had the strange urge to taste her. Looking at Qin Xin's slightly pursed lips from discomfort, Zhuang Ming's gaze darkened. But before he could speak, a sudden screeching sound of brakes interrupted him. The car lurched forward, and both Zhuang Ming and Qin Xin were abruptly thrown forward, only to be slammed back into their seats by the seatbelts. The sudden jerk made Qin Xin gag. Zhuang Ming's face turned black, and his icy glare shot towards the bodyguard at the driver's seat. The bodyguard, trembling in fear, meekly replied, "Boss, it's Miss Liu." Liu Qingxi was Zhuang Ming's nominal fiancée. When her car blocked the road ahead, there was no other way but to brake hard. Hearing that it was Liu Qingxi, Zhuang Ming's mood, which had been fine, immediately soured. He turned his head and glanced at Qin Xin. "Little guy, I give you a home, and you help me solve my problems. It's fair, huh?" Uncle, what are you talking about? I feel so bad. Qin Xin hugged Zhuang Ming's arm and couldn't hear what he was saying at all. A few moments ago, she had been tipsy, and now the sudden motion made her stomach churn. In a luxury nanny car ahead, the manager tightly grabbed Liu Qingxi's arm, exasperated. "Miss, what are you doing on the street? If the paparazzi catch this, you'll be all over the headlines." Headlines? I love that. Liu Qingxi, a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, debuted at 18. With her elegant and noble image, she quickly became one of the most popular actresses. Over the past decade, she rose from a small-time artist to the queen of the industry. Her family background was also impressive, and her fans affectionately called her the true heiress, the true princess. The Liu family and the Zhuang family had long-standing ties, and when Zhuang Ming and Liu Qingxi were children, their parents had made an informal marriage arrangement. However, some events from over a decade ago had caused Zhuang Ming to grow distant from the elders of his family, making him disregard the engagement. Now that Liu Qingxi had encountered Zhuang Ming's south car on the road, she wasn't about to let such a good opportunity slip by. She flicked her hair, shrugged off her manager's hand, and got out of the car. She walked to Zhuang Ming's car, flashing her signature gentle smile, and knocked on the window. The window slowly rolled down. Liu Qingxi's heart raced as she saw Zhuang Ming's cold, indifferent phoenix eyes, his sharp nose, and his thin lips. Zhuang Ming's expression remained unreadable, and he didn't even bother to glance at Liu Qingxi. He merely said, "What is it?" "It's like this, Ming. My car broke down, and you." "Or uncle, her voice is so annoying." Xin Xin, lying across Zhuang Ming's lap, covered her ears in irritation and shook her head. "I don't want to listen, Auntie's voice is so annoying." This woman's voice was so similar to her stepmother's. She hated it. Qin Xin's complaint immediately made Liu Qingxi's face go pale. Her gaze shifted to Zhuang Ming's lap and, to her shock, she noticed that there was another person in the car. And it was a girl. Zhuang Ming's hand was even intimately resting on her waist. "Ming, you." Liu Qingxi was about to speak when Qin Xin interrupted again. Unable to hold it in any longer, Qin Xin, already feeling sick from the alcohol, heard the irritating voice and couldn't keep her stomach down. Her stomach acid surged. Instinctively, her body, under the control of her brain, moved past Zhuang Ming and leaned out the window to throw up. Liu Qingxi tried to dodge, but it was too late. The vomit splattered all over her high-end dress. Zhuang Ming, seeing this, subtly curled his lips and handed Qin Xin a bottle of water after opening it. Qin Xin dumbly took the bottle, sipping it before carelessly tossing it out the window. Water splashed on Liu Qingxi's foot. After vomiting, Qin Xin felt much better, and in her drunken stupor, she curled back into Zhuang Ming's arms, resting against him. Ming, Liu Qingxi couldn't finish her sentence. One hand tugged at her dress while the other pointed at Qin Xin, shaking in fury. Zhuang Ming lazily patted Qin Xin's head and looked up at Liu Qingxi. He smiled faintly and said, "Miss Liu, you obstructed my little friend from throwing up. Although the road was blocked because of you, I'll compensate for your dirty dress. And by the way, my last name is Zhuang. Ming is not for you to call." Chapter 5, Qin Xin's background. The luxury car, understated yet opulent, slowly drove away, leaving Liu Qingxi standing at the side of the road, gritting her teeth in frustration. Damn it! When did Zhuang Ming start having women around him? No. Zhuang Ming is hers. She, Liu Qingxi, is the future mistress of the Zhuang family. Liu Qingxi disdainfully glanced at her dirty dress, furious, and hurriedly got into the car to change. In a comfortable large bed, Qin Xin lay soundly asleep, wrapped in the covers. On the balcony. With a faint click, the darkness of the night was pierced by the flicker of a lighter. Zhuang Ming held a cigarette between his lips, taking a deep drag. He lazily leaned against the balcony railing, gazing at the bed through the smoke rising from his exhalation. He had actually ended up bringing home a little girl. For the first time, Zhuang Ming felt something resembling kindness. After finishing the cigarette, he casually flicked the butt onto the floor. Cheng Liang stepped on it with the tip of his shoe, crushing it until it went out. He stood there for a moment, letting the cool night breeze blow over him before heading back inside, closing the balcony door behind him. The sound of the door closing seemed to startle Qin Xin. She let out a soft murmur, furrowing her brows in a sleepy pout, and then turned over, continuing her deep sleep. The innocent, endearing posture made a faint smile tug at the normally indifferent Zhuang Ming's lips. He walked over to the bed, studying Qin Xin. Her face was small. Zhuang Ming even thought his hand might be larger than her entire face. With her eyes closed, Qin Xin looked incredibly peaceful and well-behaved. Lying in bed, under the covers, she seemed so tiny, almost like a young, harmless animal. Her appearance stirred an almost irresistible urge in people to tease her. Her delicate, exquisite little face still held the lingering flush of alcohol, and as Zhuang Ming bent down, he inhaled her scent, a sweet, milky fragrance, mixed with a faint smell of alcohol. He reached out and gently ran his fingers across her soft, pink lips. His voice was low as he muttered, "Little one, from today on, you belong to me, Zhuang Ming." Zhuang Ming never regretted the decisions he made. Once he said he would give Qin Xin a home, there was no turning back. Even though he was a bit tipsy at the time, the girl lying in his bed now didn't repulse him. On the contrary, he found her scent, her soft voice, and those clear, innocent eyes endearing. Qin Xin seemed to sense someone nearby. Instinctively, she rubbed her cheek against the palm of his hand. In her sleep, she murmured nervously, "I'm really good." Which man could resist a little girl's dependent, adorable cooing? Zhuang Ming couldn't. Good girl, Zhuang Ming replied, his voice unusually gentle, as he tenderly caressed Qin Xin's smooth face with his fingertip. Sensing the tenderness, Qin Xin relaxed. Her furrowed brows slowly smoothed out, and she drifted back into a deeper sleep. Downstairs in the living room. "Boss, I found everything." The bodyguard, dressed in a black suit, respectfully handed Zhuang Ming an iPad. The screen displayed all the detailed information about Qin Xin from childhood to the present. Qin Xin's grandfather, Qin Anban, was a notable figure in City A. He had built the Qin group from the ground up, leading it to go public and rise into the upper middle class after decades of hard work. According to the information, Qin Xin was the only granddaughter of Qin Anban. However, after Qin Anban passed away half a year ago, Qin Xin's father, Qin Haizhong, had brought back a mother and daughter, Qin Xin's stepmother and half-sister. The bodyguard spoke up, "Boss, Miss Qin's maternal family is the Shui family. How could Qin Haizhong dare to kick the granddaughter of Shui Wanli out of the house?" Not surprising, Zhuang Ming casually tossed the iPad onto the coffee table. 21 years ago, Shui Qian's marriage to Qin Haizhong had caused quite a stir in City A. If Zhuang Ming was a prominent figure in the business world, the Shui family was a political powerhouse. Even Zhuang Ming had to show some respect to them. Shui Wanli, the patriarch of the Shui family, had a distinguished military career, and his children were all accomplished. At least one was always a mayor. Shui Wanli had many sons, but only one daughter, Qin Xin's mother, Shui Qian. Shui Qian had been raised as a true noblewoman, adored and pampered by everyone. But, 21 years ago, in order to marry Qin Haizhong, she severed ties with the Shui family. Qin Haizhong had thought marrying into the Shui family would bring him great benefits, but instead, the Shui family really cut ties with him. Even when Shui Qian died after giving birth to Qin Xin, the Shui family didn't even come to mourn. Qin Xin was raised by her grandfather, Qin Anban. As long as Qin Anban was alive, no one dared to treat Qin Xin poorly. However, after Qin Anban's death, everything changed. Qin Haizhong brought back his longtime lover and her child, and Qin Xin went from being the sole young miss of the family to the second young miss. Now, she was even being kicked out of the house. Zhuang Ming remembered the first time he saw Qin Xin. She had been standing in the rain with a thin school uniform, holding an umbrella, despite being drenched herself. She tilted the umbrella toward him, kindly warning him to avoid the rain so he wouldn't catch a cold. Such a kind and gentle little girl. If the Qin family didn't want her, Zhuang Ming would take her. Zhuang Ming spoke in a low voice, "Tomorrow, I want Qin Xin's household registration book." "Yes, boss," the bodyguard replied. Chapter 6, Mr. is so gentle. The morning sun shone through the sheer curtains and onto the bed. The small girl was nestled in the man's arms, still wearing the school uniform from yesterday, while the man was bare-chested, his muscular arms wrapped tightly around her waist. Qin Xin woke up, groggily trying to turn over, only to find she couldn't move. She opened her eyes and froze. Uncle. Why was she in bed with this man? What had happened last night? Panic flashed in her doe-like eyes as she raised her hand to carefully push Zhuang Ming's shoulder, but he only held her tighter. "Little one, don't move around." At that moment, Qin Xin was tightly held by Zhuang Ming. His warm breath brushed against her delicate ear as he spoke, making her instinctively shrink her neck. It felt hot, itchy, and a little overwhelming. Qin Xin was about to cry in frustration. She had never really been in contact with men before, and now she had woken up in this situation. She was scared. "Uncle, can you let go of me?" Qin Xin's hands were on Zhuang Ming's chest, trying to push him away, but her voice, tinged with an almost childlike cry, woke him up fully. He opened his eyes and looked at Qin Xin's watery, panicked gaze. "Don't you remember what happened last night?" What had happened last night? Qin Xin was desperately trying to recall. She vaguely remembered that she had been drinking with Uncle under a bus stop, trying to shelter from the rain, and then, she seemed to have gotten drunk. She had clung to him, talking about so many things. She had told him she had nowhere to go, and Uncle had promised her that he would give her a home. After that, she couldn't remember much. Zhuang Ming let go of her, sitting up. The blanket slipped off his body, revealing his strong, muscular frame. On his chest and abdomen, there were clear marks left by nails. I. Qin Xin stared at them, her mind going blank. Zhuang Ming spoke casually. "You said last night that you would take responsibility for me. Have you forgotten?" I don't remember clearly." Qin Xin's eyes started to turn red. She scrambled to get out of bed, looking up at Zhuang Ming with some fear. "Uncle, did I do something to you?" Zhuang Ming's gaze darkened, the corners of his lips curling slightly. It seemed like the little one really did get drunk and lose control. "You woke up crying in the middle of the night, holding on to me, asking me over and over if I really intended to give you a home. You wouldn't believe me no matter what I said. You insisted on having me stamp it on my body." The first part of what he said was true, the second part was a lie. The marks on his body were actually from Qin Xin tossing and turning in her sleep and scratching him in her nightmares. But Qin Xin couldn't remember any of that. She hesitantly looked at him, seeing his calm demeanor, and blushed, slowly believing what he had said. "Uncle, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" She was truly a pure little lamb. Waking up in a man's arms, the first thing she did wasn't to wonder if she had lost her innocence, but instead, she believed his words and even apologized. Zhuang Ming felt a playful urge stir in him as he looked at this innocent little lamb. He leaned back against the bed, beckoning Qin Xin with a finger. "It hurts. It really hurts. Baby, if you help me blow on it, it won't hurt anymore." "Baby?" Qin Xin's breath hitched, her long lashes trembling. This didn't feel right. Boys and girls shouldn't be so close to each other. But those marks on Uncle's body, were they from her? Uncle had been so nice to her. When she was drunk, he had brought her home and even promised her a home. So, she should be really, really good to him. Qin Xin took a deep breath, summoning all her courage to place her hands on the bed and lean closer to Zhuang Ming. After spending the night together, Qin Xin's clothes were already disheveled, and the loose collar of her uniform slipped down as she leaned in. Zhuang Ming glanced up and saw her slender neck and collarbones exposed, with a glimpse of her chest. So, the little one wasn't completely without development, but her clothes were just so loose that it made her seem undeveloped. Warm air brushed against his chest, and Zhuang Ming's breath faltered. At that moment, the hormones of the morning, fresh and powerful, were triggered completely. Qin Xin lifted her head. "Uncle, does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Qin Xin was completely unaware of how tempting she was, but Zhuang Ming couldn't resist. A 29-year-old man, in the energetic morning, being teased by such a sweet and cute girl, it was torture. Qin Xin pouted and blew on the wound on his chest, still able to hold back. But if she blew on the wounds on his abs, he feared she would be frightened by the pure little girl. The temptation was there, but he couldn't rush it. After washing up, Qin Xin was led downstairs by Zhuang Ming and seated at the dining table. An elderly woman with silver hair stood by. "Young master, Miss Xin, breakfast is ready." Zhuang Ming nodded. Aunt Chen, you should eat breakfast too." Aunt Chen smiled and nodded, offering Qin Xin a warm smile before retreating to the kitchen. "Sit." Zhuang Ming pulled out a chair for Qin Xin. Qin Xin obediently sat down, feeling a bit awkward as she glanced at him. Zhuang Ming sat next to her and placed a bowl of steaming millet porridge in front of her. "Eat breakfast first. We'll talk later, okay?" "Thank you, uncle." Qin Xin was really hungry, and without caring about her shyness, she took a spoonful and ate it. The warm porridge filled her stomach, and only then did she feel truly alive. A soft chuckle came from beside her. Qin Xin turned her head, her face flushing with embarrassment. Did I eat badly? No, it's very cute. You look like a little hamster, with your cheeks all puffed out as you eat. Qin Xin smiled shyly, sweetly. After hesitating for a moment, she scooped a spoonful of porridge and offered it to Zhuang Ming. It's very sweet. Uncle, you should try it too. As soon as the words left her mouth, Qin Xin suddenly realized something was off. This felt too intimate. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, her slender wrist was held gently by Zhuang Ming. He took the spoonful of porridge from her hand and ate it. Very sweet. After releasing her wrist, Qin Xin quickly withdrew her hand, lowering her head like an ostrich, her white face blushing deeply, looking as if she had just put on blush. Her heart raced wildly in her chest. Uncle is so gentle. It was completely different from the uncle from last night. Last night, the man had been gloomy, almost frightening, his eyes cold like the ice of January, sending chills down her spine. But today, he had shaved off the stubble on his chin, and his narrow, beautiful eyes now seemed to hold a natural smile, making him look especially handsome. Chapter 7, Get the Marriage Certificate. Qin Xin has a small appetite, and she is full after eating a bowl of millet porridge. She sat on the stool with a wrinkled face, holding her stomach with her hands, feeling a little helpless. Uncle, can I go to the bathroom first? Well, turn left after leaving the restaurant. Qin Xin immediately got up and walked to the bathroom. Perhaps she was really anxious, so she bent over and walked on tiptoe, like a swaying little penguin, very cute. In the bathroom, Qin Xin washed her hands after she finished. Looked up at the mirror, her expression paused. The side of her face in the mirror was so swollen. After she sobered up, Zhuang Ming was always by her side, so Qin Xin had no time to think about what happened yesterday. Now seeing herself like this in the mirror, Qin Haozhong's angry expression and Qin Shirley's provocative and false face flashed in her mind. There is a small courtyard outside the bathroom. When Qin Xin squatted in the corner of the bathroom and sobbed quietly, the smell of burning paper interrupted Qin Xin's sadness. Across the wall, Grandma Chen seemed to be burning paper money, and she was talking to herself in a crying voice. Madam, it has been more than 10 years. You should have a new life in the other world, right? The day before yesterday, you died. The young master stood in front of your tombstone for a whole night. He must have said a lot to you, right? But the young master has a strong personality and never complains. He must have told you that he is living a good life. Alas, what's good about it? I will be 30 years old next year, and there is no one around me who understands my feelings. In the world, only you and I really care about the young master. But don't worry, madam, the young master is finally not alone. The young master brought back a very cute girl. There will be someone to accompany the young master in the future. The young master finally has a home. When Qin Xin returned to the living room from the bathroom, Zhuang Ming had already eaten. He was sitting on the sofa, holding an iPad to read the latest business news. Seeing Qin Xin, Zhuang Ming put down the iPad and waved to Qin Xin. Qin Xin lowered her head and walked towards Zhuang Ming obediently. Zhuang Ming reached out and pulled Qin Xin into his arms, letting Qin Xin sit on his lap. Picked up the ice pack on the side and naturally applied it to Qin Xin's red and swollen cheeks. The cool feeling relieved the hot and swollen cheeks. The feeling of someone caring for her made Qin Xin's tears, which had just calmed down, surge up again. Her nose felt sour and a hot tear fell on the back of Zhuang Ming's hand. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Zhuang Ming moved more gently. Qin Xin sniffed and shook her head vigorously. Uncle, why are you so good to me? The little girl in his arms had a red nose and a wronged expression on her face. Zhuang Ming laughed in a deep voice and couldn't help but reach out and pinch Qin Xin's nose, because Xin Xin is very cute. The little girl looked petite and lovely, which unconsciously aroused his desire to protect her. Zhuang Ming continued, don't cry, or you won't look good in the photo. Books. Photo. Qin Xin wiped her tears. What photo? 2-inch photo for a marriage certificate. Thinking that there will be a soft and tender little white rabbit waiting for him at home after get off work, Zhuang Ming couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Get married? Qin Xin suddenly thought of what Grandma Chen said in the bathroom. Uncle's mother passed away, and uncle has lived alone for so many years. She has no home. Although uncle has a house, he has no family who loves him and accompanies him. Qin Xin hesitated for a long time before looking at Zhuang Ming with clear and somewhat worried eyes. Uncle, will you abandon me in the future? Like my father, because my sister doesn't like her, he doesn't want her. No, will Xin Xin abandon me? Qin Xin shook her head immediately, and her soft hair swayed like algae because of the shaking, which was very beautiful and lovely. Uncle, you are so good to me, I will definitely treat you well. Uncle took her in and gave her a home, so she must love him well and give him the warmth of his family. So good. Zhuang Ming couldn't help it and gently kissed Qin Xin on the cheek. The warm touch on the cheek made Qin Xin suddenly react. She actually sat on the uncle's lap intimately. The uncle also kissed her. The low-key and luxurious car slowly drove from the Civil Affairs Bureau to Huajin Art College. Qin Xin sat in the car, looking at the red book in her hand, very stunned. A small velvet box was handed to Qin Xin. Happy birthday, my little friend. Today is Qin Xin's 20th birthday. Qin Xin's eyes were red, and she turned to look at Zhuang Ming. Thank you, uncle. It's time to change your words. Zhuang Ming opened the velvet box, took out the necklace inside, and reached out to help Qin Xin put it on. The rhinestones on the necklace were cold. When she put it on Qin Xin's neck, she shrank her neck. Perhaps because she was in a good mood, the sadness between Qin Xin's eyebrows faded a little, and she regained the youthful brightness that a girl should have. Just as Zhuang Ming was about to pull his hand away, Qin Xin held it with both hands. Two soft and warm little hands wrapped Zhuang Ming's big hands. Somewhat shy and timid. Mr. Zhuang, thank you for giving me a home. Zhuang Ming laughed in a deep voice, pulled Qin Xin into his arms, and rubbed his fingertips on Qin Xin's lips. Thank you, Mrs. Zhuang, for giving me a home. Qin Xin's face turned red instantly, and she turned away shyly, not daring to look Zhuang Ming in the eye. But it was easy for Zhuang Ming to hook her chin and turn her face back. I gave Xin Xin a birthday gift. Shouldn't Xin Xin give me a wedding gift? Qin Xin's heartbeat was disordered, and her whole body was dyed with a light pink, which was very attractive. Very shy, but Qin Xin closed her eyes, climbed up Zhuang Ming's shoulders with trembling hands, and kissed Zhuang Ming quickly. Zhuang Ming froze. The warmth of the lips was fleeting, and Zhuang Ming was not satisfied at all. However, now is not the time to tear Qin Xin apart and swallow her. For now, I will spare you, little guy. Send me a message after school in the evening, and I will pick you up, okay? Qin Xin buried her face in Zhuang Ming's arms shyly and nodded vigorously. Zhuang Ming smiled and rubbed the back of Qin Xin's head with his big hand. Chapter 8 Senior Shui. More than 10 minutes later. The car stopped at the gate of Huajin Art College. The car door opened, and Qin Xin ran into the college with a red face. Huajin Art College is the highest institution of learning in City A, and has trained countless outstanding actors, dancers, and painters. The college is divided into 3 subjects. The first is performance, the second is painting, and the third is dance. Performance is divided into 4 categories: voice, stage, form, and performance. Dance is divided into various types, such as folk dance and modern dance, and Huajin Art College focuses on ice dance figure skating. Qin Xin is a figure skating student. With her exquisite appearance and small and perfect figure, her classmates in the dance department call her the princess on ice. How unpopular Qin Xin is at home, how popular she is in the dance department. The cute and well-behaved Qin Xin is the favorite of the dance department. Qin Xin put on her ice skates, and as soon as she got on the ice rink, she was like a fluttering butterfly, skating nimbly towards her classmates on the ice rink. Xin Xin. As soon as Qin Xin came, all the classmates surrounded her. Happy birthday, Xin Xin. Happy birthday, little princess. Qin Xin smiled with her lips pursed, and her shallow dimples were very intoxicating. Qin Xin lifted her skirt, bent over and turned around. Thank you everyone. Every day on the ice is the happiest time for Qin Xin. Qin Xin likes every classmate, likes the cold temperature of the ice rink, likes the sound of ice skates stepping on the ice, and likes the wind brought by speed. Every time she is unhappy, she will feel relaxed when she puts on ice skates. Wang Zitong is Qin Xin's best friend. She smiled and took Qin Xin's hand. Xin Xin, you didn't come this morning, but you missed the opportunity to see Senior Shui up close. The Senior Shui mentioned by Wang Zitong is Shui Xingqiu, a senior in the figure skating department, and also the main athlete of the national figure skating team, the pride of Huajin. And Shui Xingqiu is also called the prince on ice by the media. Hearing that Shui Xingqiu is coming, Qin Xin immediately turned around and looked around. Seeing Qin Xin's nervous look, the classmates immediately started to make a noise. Wow, tilder Xin Xin can't wait to meet her idol. Har har har, the only man who can make our Xin Xin so nervous is Senior Shui. Don't worry, the coach will be here soon and you will see your idol. Qin Xin pouted shyly. What? Don't talk nonsense. It's not what you think. Wang Zitong laughed. Don't explain. Explanation is covering up, and covering up is the truth. While Qin Xin and the others were playing around, the coach went to the ice rink from the entrance. Next to the serious coach, there was a tall man, the Prince of Ice, Shui Xingqiu. Seeing the coach, the students quickly stood in a row. The coach looked around with a long face, his eyes stopped on Qin Xin's slightly red cheeks, and frowned. Xin Xin, what's wrong with your face? Qin Xin touched it, and didn't want to complain. She smiled and shook her head. My wisdom teeth have grown, it's a little swollen. The coach then looked away and put his hands behind his back. He spoke seriously. I believe you have all heard that our Huajin and the neighboring Liani Art Academy are going to hold a friendly match. The match will start in a month, and it will be broadcast live on TV. Although it is just a friendly match, Huajin, as a benchmark academy of art academies, must not lose this match. In order to strengthen your training, the school specially invited this year's figure skating champion Shui Xingqiu to be your assistant coach. Starting tomorrow, you will undergo a 30-day devil training. After the coach finished speaking, he looked at Shui Xingqiu. Xingqiu, you say a few words. Shui Xingqiu nodded and smiled gently. Coach Li is still as serious as before. I think I was suffering under Coach Li 2 years ago. Shui Xingqiu moved his feet and slid forward for a while. The sight swept across the students. When he saw Qin Xin, his sight stayed for a few seconds, and the smile in his eyes became stronger. He continued, but as your senior, I have to tell you that it is impossible to become an ice athlete without hardship. In the next month, please give me more advice. I look kind, but I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes. People who don't work hard won't even have a chance to play here. Coach Li asked coldly, did you hear that? I heard it. Coach Li nodded. Okay, go off the ice and go to the training room to do a few sets of physical warm-up exercises first. After Coach Li said this, all the students quickly skated to the exit. Wang Zitong followed Qin Xin and whispered, Xin Xin, do you know that there is a new female skater who transferred to Liani Academy? I heard she is very good. Qin Xin lowered her eyes. I know, it's my sister. What the hell? Qin Xiaoli. Then you are going to compete with her. That's it, will she cry and beg you to give her up again? Qin Xin stopped and clenched her hands at her side into fists. Zitong, I don't want to give up this game. She has been giving up for half a year. After Qin Xiaoli moved to the Qin family, she gave up her identity as the eldest lady, the princess room that her grandfather built for her, and everything Qin Xiaoli liked. Qin Xin thought that as long as she was generous and well-behaved, her sister and stepmother would accept her. But it was not the case. Her obedience was rewarded with homelessness. If it weren't for the uncle, she might still be wandering around the cemetery, without even the money to take the bus back to the city. Besides, when she got the marriage certificate in the morning, the uncle's bodyguard gave her her suitcase. Inside were several sets of clothes she often wore at home, as well as her mobile phone, ID card, and the household registration book that was divided. Such a large household registration book, but only her name was on it. The bodyguard uncle said that when he went to Qin's house, he saw the servant throwing the suitcase next to the trash can before he entered the house. Thinking of the grievances she had suffered in the past 6 months, Qin Xin's eyes were a little hot. Qin Xin, who had always been well-behaved, had the desire to resist for the first time. Qin Xin's words made Wang Zitong open her mouth in disbelief. What did you say? You said you won't let Qin Xiaoli go. Well, no, never again. Qin Xin lowered her eyes and suppressed her emotions. Zitong, my father kicked me out of the house. I'm not her sister anymore. I don't want to give in. Fuck. Kicked out of the house. What a shameless father. What a shitty father. Wang Zitong's mouth swelled up with anger, and she anxiously grabbed Qin Xin's hand. I've wanted to persuade you not to be so obedient for a long time, but now there is no point in saying this. It is not too late to wake up now. In this game, you will beat her in front of the national audience. Make her angry to death. Book reader. Qin Xin looked at Wang Zitong's pouting mouth. Her heart was warm, and she reached out to poke her puffy face. Zitong, you look like a pufferfish. I am not angry. Why are you angry? I am your best friend. I am angry for you. Wang Zitong snorted, really angry for Qin Xin, and even secretly thought about whether to find a few people to block Qin Xiaoli in the alley at night and teach her a lesson. Chapter 9 for Brothers. When Qin Xin and Wang Zitong changed into their sneakers, other students had already arrived at the training room. Xin Xin, my stomach hurts. Wait for me, I'm going to the bathroom. Wang Zitong covered his stomach and rushed to the bathroom. Training room. Coach Li frowned. Wang Zitong is always the slowest, and he even takes Qin Xin with him. Xue Xingqiu looked at the time. I'll go out and take a look. Yeah. Xue Xingqiu walked out of the training room and walked towards the ice rink. He saw Qin Xin in the corridor halfway. Qin Xin was squatting on the ground tying her shoelaces. It was obvious that she didn't know how to do it, and the shoelaces were getting looser and looser. A pair of white and slender hands pulled Qin Xin's hands away and focused on helping Qin Xin tie her shoelaces. Qin Xin looked up. Xin, brother Xingqiu. Yes. Xue Xingqiu responded and helped Qin Xin tie a bow. It's time to learn how to tie shoelaces. Athletes' feet are the most precious. Don't fall and hurt them. Yes, I know. Qin Xin didn't know how to tie shoelaces because the shoes she wore before were princess shoes carefully prepared by her grandfather, which were buttoned. But Qin Xiaoli also liked princess shoes, and didn't like others to wear the same style, so she bought white shoes. Every time the shoelaces were loose, it took a long time to fix them. After tying his shoelaces, Xue Xingqiu pulled Qin Xin up. What's wrong with your face? Qin Xin shook her head. It's really okay. Xue Xingqiu narrowed his eyes and didn't ask much, but he said, just because your grandpa doesn't recognize you doesn't mean your two uncles and cousins don't recognize you. Don't bear it if you are wronged. If you really can't, go find your second cousin. Do you understand? I know. Qin Xin responded softly. Thank you, brother Xingqiu. Qin Xin has two uncles. The eldest uncle is the head of a certain army, and the second uncle is the mayor of City A. Both uncles have two sons, so Qin Xin has four cousins. The eldest cousin is Xue Qinxian, 28 years old this year, and is the most popular top-tier Grand Slam actor in the entertainment industry. The second cousin is Xue Qinjue, 26 years old this year, and is a super powerful criminal policeman. The third cousin is Xue Xingqiu, 23 years old this year, and is a national first-level men's single-figure skater. The fourth cousin is Xue Xingzhou, 21 years old this year. He went abroad to study and seemed to be studying computer science. However, Qin Xin didn't contact them much because her grandfather Xue Wanli didn't like Qin Xin. Every time she secretly contacted her uncle and cousin, she would cause her uncle and cousin to be punished by her grandfather. There was only a WeChat group, where her uncle and cousin were all in the group, just the 7 of them. They didn't chat much at ordinary times, but they would send red envelopes to Qin Xin during festivals. Xin Xin. Assistant coach. Wang Zitong ran over with her stomach covered. Sorry, I ate too much this morning and had diarrhea. Xue Xingqiu nodded. Hurry up and go in for training. Both sports and dancing are boring and tedious. After doing a few sets of physical training, I stretched my muscles and bent my legs, and then went on the ice to practice technical movements again and again. In figure skating, dance sense and beauty are important, but difficult technical movements are also important. Professional competitions are scored by technical movements. Qin Xin is very talented in figure skating. Although she is petite, she has a good body proportion, long and straight legs, and she looks very beautiful in any pose, like a butterfly growing in the world of ice and snow. After a day of training, Qin Xin's training clothes were soaked. After coming down from the ice rink, she took off her thick cotton clothes and went to the collective bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, she had time to touch her phone. When she turned on the phone, she saw a missed call from Zhuang Ming on the top of WeChat. Wang Zitong was still getting dressed. When she saw Qin Xin's eyes smiling into a moon, she immediately came over curiously. Mr. Zhuang? Who is it? Qin Xin pursed her lips and smiled. I won't tell you. I'm leaving first. I'm going home, pinshuku.org. The uncle had arrived at the gate of the college half an hour ago. She had to get out quickly. Go home? Didn't your dad kick you out of the house? Wang Zitong shouted anxiously, but failed to stop Qin Xin, watching her jump out. Qin Xin answered while running, I have a new home. Don't worry. Qin Xin trotted to the entrance of the college, replying to messages with her phone in her hand. Qin Xin, sorry uncle, I just saw it, I'm rushing to the school gate tilde. Zhuang Ming's WeChat call came. Answer it. Uncle tilde, I'll be there soon. Hearing Qin Xin's panting, Zhuang Ming's eyes darkened, he chuckled, and said lightly, well, no need to run, no hurry. Zhuang Ming's voice was particularly deep and low frequency. It was obviously a phone call, but it sounded like a whisper next to the ear. Qin Xin's cheeks were hot, and for some reason, her heartbeat was a little out of control again. Obediously slowed down her pace, and a few minutes later, she finally saw Zhuang Ming at the school gate. Zhuang Ming leaned against the car expressionlessly, his straight long legs crossed, his left hand resting on the front of the car and tapping it carelessly, and a cigarette was pinched between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Zhuang Ming was wearing a navy blue suit, and he untied his tie after work. The 2 buttons on his collar were unbuttoned, making him look less serious and more lazy. It was a formal suit, but when he wore it, it looked like a high-end dress worn by a celebrity on the red carpet. Many female classmates around him couldn't help but stay and take a few more glances, and some even wanted to approach him to chat. But Zhuang Ming's cold eyes made passers-by hold their breath involuntarily, as if they had suddenly entered the frozen season of January snow. The aura was crushed by the epic level, and no one dared to approach him to chat, and even dared not to stop, just doing what they had to do. He flicked the ash, held the cigarette in his mouth, and squinted at the school gate. Seeing the familiar petite figure, Zhuang Ming's cold breath softened. Pinching off the cigarette, he smiled and greeted Qin Xin. Big. Zhuang Ming interrupted, What's your name? There were many people coming and going at the entrance of the college, and there were many people talking. If Qin Xin called him uncle and got in his car, there might be rumors that were not good for Qin Xin. Qin Xin smiled with dimples, Mr. Zhuang, I've been waiting for a long time. Zhuang Ming rubbed Qin Xin's head. If Xin Xin is too shy to call her husband, there's no need to call her Mr. so awkwardly, right? Call her by name. Qin Xin's face was hot, and she opened her mouth but didn't dare to call him. Zhuang Ming didn't force it, there was still a lot of time, so there was no rush. Getting in the car, he took Qin Xin to a restaurant for dinner. When they got home after eating, it was already dark. Today is the first day of the wedding, and tonight is the wedding night. Chapter 10 Is Xin Xin scared? After returning home from dinner outside, Zhuang Ming went into the study to work. Grandma Chen took Qin Xin to familiarize herself with the villa inside and out. Zhuang Ming's villa was not big, probably because he and Grandma Chen were the only 2 people living there, so there were only 3 floors in total. The first floor was the living room, kitchen and Grandma Chen's bedroom. The second floor was the master bedroom and a spacious indoor fitness area, and the third floor was Zhuang Ming's study and a loft full of wine. So much wine. Qin Xin was stunned. Hearing this, Grandma Chen sighed softly. Yes, after their wife passed away, the young master began to be addicted to alcohol. It's hard to fall asleep without drinking at night. Drinking is harmful to the body. Qin Xin pursed her lips, and her delicate eyebrows wrinkled. After going down the second floor, Grandma Chen pushed Qin Xin's suitcase into Zhuang Ming's room. Xin Xin, go wash up first, I'll help you clean up. No matter how innocent Qin Xin was, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange at this moment. Qin Xin watched Grandma Chen hang her clothes in Zhuang Ming's closet with her own eyes, and she was stunned. Is she going to sleep with the uncle? Qin Xin reached out and touched the necklace on her neck, her heart pounding as if it was going to jump out of her chest. She seemed not opposed to sleeping in the same room with the uncle. However, not hating him didn't mean that Qin Xin could muster up the courage to go further. Xin Xin? Why are you daydreaming? Grandma Chen's voice interrupted Qin Xin's distraction. Pinshuku.org. No, nothing. Qin Xin reached out to cover her hot face. Grandma Chen saw this and understood instantly. The old hand took Qin Xin's delicate hand. Xin Xin, don't be afraid. All women will have this experience. Although the young master looks cold, he will feel sorry for you. What? Qin Xin lowered her head in shame, and her voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz. Grandma Chen, can I sleep with you? Grandma Chen was stunned, then smiled kindly. Xin Xin, Grandma has lived alone all her life, and no one has ever slept beside her. I'm sorry. Okay. Qin Xin's shy face was about to be buried in her chest. Finally, Qin Xin was pushed into the bathroom by Grandma Chen. Helpless, she could only wash up first. Qin Xin is 20 years old, not a simple little girl who doesn't understand the world. Although she has never been in love and has never had any contact with the opposite sex, she has read a lot of TV dramas and novels. Today, she and the uncle got the marriage certificate. They are a real family, husband and wife, and it is natural to sleep together. When she came out of the shower, Grandma Chen was no longer in the room. Zhuang Ming's originally empty closet became full after hanging Qin Xin's clothes. Qin Xin wore pajamas, long sleeves and long pants, and buttoned her top tightly to the first button, even covering her delicate and lovely collarbone. Took a deep breath and lay down on the bed. Qin Xin planned to go to bed now. The uncle wouldn't wake her up if she fell asleep, right? But, could she really sleep? Zhuang Ming came downstairs at almost midnight, and saw the faint light coming through the crack of the door, and a smile appeared on his tired face. Opened the door and entered the room. The room was very quiet, with only a warm bedside lamp on. The bed sheet bulged up, because Qin Xin covered her head and slept. Did Qin Xin fall asleep? No. She couldn't fall asleep at all. From the moment she lay down on the bed, her heartbeat kept accelerating, and her heart rate now was even higher than when she was doing physical training. Qin Xin was in a complicated mood at the moment, shy, flustered, and a little uneasy and hesitant. Hearing the noise, Qin Xin didn't dare to move in the quilt at all, and pricked up her ears to listen. Zhuang Ming seemed to have entered the bathroom. A few minutes later, the sound of water from the shower was heard. 20 minutes later, the sound of water stopped. Qin Xin's heartbeat was faster. I don't know if it was because the quilt covered her head, but her breathing was a little unsmooth, and her face was flushed. Hesitantly, she gently lifted a corner of the quilt. Zhuang Ming had just come out of the bathroom, with water droplets hanging on his body, and only a bath towel wrapped around his lower body. Feeling the sight behind him, Zhuang Ming paused for a while. Hooked his lips, but didn't turn back to scare the thin-skinned little guy. Walked to the closet and opened it. Seeing the full closet, Zhuang Ming felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if it was not the closet that was filled, but the home and the heart. Zhuang Ming looked at her silently for a few seconds, then picked up his nightgown and put it on. When he walked to the bed, Qin Xin had already retracted her head. Zhuang Ming lay on the bed and pulled the quilt, but it didn't move. He smiled and reached out to pat Qin Xin through the quilt. Don't be afraid. Qin Xin took several deep breaths in the quilt before she mustered up the courage to expose her head. Uncle, can you not do those things? Zhuang Ming didn't respond, but pulled the quilt over her and hugged the petite Qin Xin. Qin Xin, who was 160 centimeters tall, was like a child in front of Zhuang Ming, who was 187 centimeters tall. He was hugged in his arms and fit perfectly. Qin Xin blushed, but was too embarrassed to push Zhuang Ming away. Zhuang Ming patted Qin Xin's back comfortingly and asked softly, Xin Xin, are you afraid, or don't want to? Qin Xin's heart was beating wildly and she was very shy. She didn't even dare to look Zhuang Ming in the eye, so she could only bury her face in Zhuang Ming's arms, holding Zhuang Ming's nightgown tightly with both hands. The side face, earlobes and slender neck exposed to the air were all stained with a faint shy fan. Qin Xin spoke softly in Zhuang Ming's arms. I used to hate the touch of the opposite sex. I was not happy when male classmates were close to me, but I don't seem to hate uncles. Yes, Qin Xin didn't hate Zhuang Ming's touch. If someone else held her in his arms, Qin Xin might have cried in anger, but when it was Zhuang Ming who held her, she became so strange. She would be shy, her heartbeat would speed up, and her body would be hot. Qin Xin's answer satisfied Zhuang Ming very much. Which man could refuse a little girl to express your specialness to her in such a soft voice? Chapter 11 Don't laugh at me. Zhuang Ming laughed in a deep voice. When he laughed, his chest shook slightly, making Qin Xin's face even hotter. She sniffed awkwardly, came out of Zhuang Ming's arms, pouted and glared. Uncle! Don't laugh at me. God knows how cute Qin Xin is now. Pajamas printed with strawberries, blushing face because of shyness, angry and shy eyes, and pink and moist pouty lips. Zhuang Ming did not think he was a saint. At this moment, he had already had the reaction that a normal man should have. Pinching Qin Xin's nose, his voice was a little hoarse. I am very happy. I am happy that I, an old uncle, am special in Xin Xin's heart. At the age of 29, he is not considered an old uncle. Teens are immature, while young people in their 20s are sunny and energetic. But men who are nearly 30 years old are more mature and steady. Every move reveals their experience in life. Zhuang Ming's superior facial features are not inferior to those of the top stars in the entertainment industry. Zhuang Ming also has a temperament that other men don't have, which is the strength and ruthlessness of a superior. Like a beast or an emperor, he makes everyone unconsciously submit and timid. However, since Qin Xin called him uncle so many times, Zhuang Ming couldn't help but tease himself a few times. After all, he is indeed older than the child in his arms. Qin Xin snorted softly when she heard Zhuang Ming laughing because she was happy, not because she was laughing at her timidity. Like a kitten acting coquettishly, Zhuang Ming felt itchy in his heart. Zhuang Ming knew that Qin Xin was shy and couldn't let go. He didn't ask for more. He just hugged Qin Xin tightly, hugged her slender waist, and said in a deep voice, "We are legal couple. If you don't let your husband eat meat, you have to drink some soup, huh?" Qin Xin's face became even hotter. "Drink, what soup?" Xin Xin took the initiative to kiss me. Qin Xin's eyelashes trembled when she heard it. But without hesitation, she quickly kissed Zhuang Ming on the face. Before Zhuang Ming could react, Qin Xin buried her face tightly on Zhuang Ming's shoulder like an ostrich. "Okay. Uncle is going to sleep." Qin Xin's hand holding Zhuang Ming was a little trembling, and her voice even had a crying tone because of extreme shyness. Crying further stimulated the animal desire hidden in Zhuang Ming's body. Zhuang Ming has never been a gentle person. He who can climb to such a high position and be called Master Zhuang by the entire A-city upper class must have extremely cruel means. I had no interest in women before. I only felt that the perfume smell was pungent and their lustful eyes were disgusting, so Zhuang Ming never approached women. It was so uncomfortable to be awakened by Qin Xin's desire that had been dormant for so many years. But Qin Xin in his arms was already trembling with shame. Zhuang Ming had endless tenderness in front of Qin Xin. For some reason, he just couldn't bear to say a harsh word to the little girl in his arms, nor did he want to force her. Touch Qin Xin's head and seek the last benefit for himself. A good night kiss every day from now on, okay, Mrs. Zhuang? Qin Xin responded, trembling in Zhuang Ming's arms. The next day was dawn. Qin Xin opened her eyes in a daze, and her mouth was blocked. Zhuang Ming retreated with a shallow kiss. "Good morning, Xin Xin." Qin Xin's brain was instantly clear, and she immediately covered her face and responded softly, "Good morning, Uncle too. Get up and wash." After going downstairs and having breakfast, Qin Xin got into the bodyguard uncle's car. Zhuang Ming's work time was earlier than Qin Xin's time to go to their college, so he arranged a driver for Qin Xin to pick her up. After 2 cultural classes at the college, they gathered at the training ground. Xue Xingqiu was not here today because there was a city-level league today and Xue Xingqiu went to dance the opening dance. Coach Li still had that cold face, with his hands behind his back, and said very seriously, "Do you want to train today, or do you want to go to the scene to watch the game?" "Watch the game." All the students responded in unison. Coach Li snorted, "You know how to choose. You can watch the game, but can you do extra training tomorrow?" "You can do it." Coach Li clapped his hands. "Then why are you still standing? Change into Huajin's school uniform and gather at the school gate." As soon as Coach Li said this, more than 20 students rushed into the locker room. Wang Zitong and Qin Xin squeezed into a room and changed together. "You can watch your idol dance live. Are you happy?" Wang Zitong was very excited, even more excited than Qin Xin. Qin Xin pulled the white socks to the knees and put on small white shoes. "You are happy." She didn't see brother Xiuqiu skating. She liked to skate with her. She also went out to play with 4 cousins when she was 13. Then he applied for Huajin's skid. At the school gate, Coach Li organized everyone to get on a bus, and then went to the gym. Holding Wang Zitong's arm with a smile, "Sister Zitong is so amazing." "That's not." Wang Zitong lifted his chin proudly, and it took a matter of course. The people of Liani Academy also saw them. Liani's coach, who was particularly tactless, brought his group of students to say hello. Among Liani's classmates, Qin Shirley was particularly eye-catching. Qin Shirley was tall, and her clothes were different from those of the students around her. Everyone wore school uniforms, but she wore a princess dress bought for her by Qin Haozhong. The hem of her skirt was fluffy, and she didn't fit in with everyone else. It seemed that the students around her had become her foils, and she was the moon among the stars. Chapter 12. Qin Shirley was frustrated. Qin Shirley obviously saw Qin Xin, and smiled at Xin Xin with a particularly provocative look. This smile was the shamelessness of the invader and the complacency of the winner. Wang Zitong couldn't help but spit at Qin Xiaoli. A big hen, wearing clothes and thinking she is a peacock. How shameless. Wang Zitong was dissatisfied and pulled Xin Xin's hand, and said in Xin Xin's ear, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of her. Who doesn't know how to fight back when being bullied?" Xin Xin also held Wang Zitong's hand tightly. "I'm not afraid." She was willing to give in to Qin Xiaoli before, just because she wanted her father to look at her more and care about her more. After her grandfather passed away, she lacked love too much. She was a little stupid to think that as long as Qin Xiaoli and her stepmother liked her, her father would treat her better. But Qin Xiaoli and her stepmother would not like her, and her father would not recognize her as his daughter. Coach Li was talking to Lianese coach. At this time, there were also staff members leading everyone into the venue. The two colleges sat next to each other, with a total of 40 seats. Without the coach, the students were in chaos. Scrambled to choose the best viewing seat. Qin Xin and Wang Zitong sat in the corner, thinking they could avoid Qin Xiaoli. As a result, Qin Xiaoli came towards them in high heels. Qin Xiaoli looked at a male classmate in front of Qin Xin and smiled brightly. "Classmate, can I change seats with you? I want to sit with my sister." The male classmate was from Huajin and was also Qin Xin's classmate. Hearing Qin Xiaoli's question, he looked back at Qin Xin and Wang Zitong. Wang Zitong immediately glared at the male classmate, and Qin Xin pursed her lips unhappily. The male classmate immediately understood and crossed his arms. "Who are you? Why haven't I heard that our Xin Xin has a sister? Besides, don't fucking smile at me. If my girlfriend sees it, be careful that she will tear your face apart." Qin Xiaoli's face turned black. She thought that she had a beautiful face, so she thought that all men would like her and give in to her. Her smile made all the men in Liani give in to her, but she didn't expect that this trick didn't work. Qin Xiaoli looked at Qin Xin with a threatening look in her eyes. "Xin Xin, explain to your classmates that I am your sister." Qin Xin held Wang Zitong's hand tightly, as if she was seeking courage. Looked up and looked at Qin Xiaoli. Instead of responding directly to Qin Xiaoli, she asked a question. "Did my father agree to move my household registration out and throw my luggage into the trash can? m.pinship.org. Aren't you asking knowingly? If my father doesn't agree, who would want to touch your junk?" After getting the exact answer, Qin Xin was really disappointed. The last faint light in her heart went out. Her eyes were red, but she was stubborn and refused to cry. She tried to smile and said, "Then what kind of sister are you to me?" This was the first time Qin Xin did it to Qin Xiaoli. She was scared, but she felt very happy. She felt so happy that her nose was no longer sore, she didn't want to cry, and she even wanted to applaud herself. "You?" Qin Xiaoli did not expect that Qin Xin, who had always been weak, would suddenly resist her. She frowned, but soon raised her chin proudly. "I wanted to ask your father to let you go home, but since you said so, I won't bother. By the way, when you go home at night, remember to say hello to that ugly uncle. Just say I thank him for raising my sister for me." Qin Xiaoli's words completely angered Wang Zitong, who was beside Qin Xin. Wang Zitong stood up and slapped Qin Xiaoli hard. "You are such a fucking mean person. Xin Xin has a good temper, but it doesn't mean I have a good temper. You dare to hit me." Qin Xiaoli was so angry that she raised her hand to hit back. Wang Zitong raised her face. "Hit me. Hit me. My father is just the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. He won't do anything to your family. Hit me." Qin Xiaoli's arrogance dropped instantly. He turned around and vented his anger on Qin Xin. Just as he was about to hit Qin Xin, he was grabbed by the wrist by the boy. "What the hell is wrong with you? You bullied our little princess of Huajin in front of us. You treat us as if we don't exist." As soon as the boy said this, all the male and female classmates around him stood up. "That's right, they treat us as if we don't exist. Don't be afraid, Xin Xin. If she dares to touch you, we will cut her." All the classmates stood up. The scene was a bit chaotic, which alarmed the two coaches in the distance. The two coaches immediately walked out with cold faces. Coach Li said fiercely, "Why are you going back? The opening ceremony is about to begin. What are you doing? Sit down." Wang Zitong said, "Coach, this guy bullied Xin Xin." Coach Li looked at Qin Xiaoli coldly when he heard this. Qin Xiaoli felt a chill on her back and looked at her coach for help. "Apologize, Xiaoli. Qin Xiaoli's coach smiled, but his eyes were irresistible. Qin Xiaoli was dissatisfied, but she could only say, "I'm sorry." After saying that, she shook off the boy's hand and walked towards Lian's seat. Coach Li then said, "Old Qin, take care of your people." "Oh, I know." The national anthem sounded in the gymnasium. The huge venue suddenly became solemn, and everyone sat down obediently. Facing the national anthem, no one dared to disrespect. It was not until the national anthem ended and the commentator began to read the opening speech that Wang Zitong and several classmates next to him squeezed over. "Xin Xin, was that person your sister?" "Xin Xin, who is that ugly uncle she just mentioned?" Qin Xin pursed her lips. "She is my half-sister, and the uncle she mentioned is the driver of my new home, not what you think." "Oh." Wang Zitong hugged Qin Xin, "Don't we know who you are? We are not like those people in the neighboring college, with distorted ideas and values." "That's right, Xin Xin, we believe in you, we will always stand by you." Huajin's classmates are particularly united and loving, and have a strong team spirit. Qin Xin was moved, wiped her tears, and smiled sincerely. Her dimples were like wine, especially intoxicating. Qin Xin raised her hand and made a heart gesture on her head. "I love you so much." The classmates around her immediately responded with a heart gesture. "We are all family." Coach Li, who was expressionless in the front row, heard the movement behind him and did not turn around, but his cold expression was tinged with a smile. He raised his right hand and made a heart shape with his thumb and index finger. Coach Li's cute contrast made the students burst into laughter. The unpleasantness just now instantly dissipated in laughter. Chapter 13: Eating with the Brothers. The city-level league is not a big competition, and it is mainly participated by figure skating clubs in various cities. Although it is a club, it can represent the city in the competition, and its strength should not be underestimated. The competition is divided into adult and youth groups. There are 3 categories: single ice dance, double ice dance, and team dance. This kind of large-scale competition usually lasts for a week. But today Coach Li brought them here mainly to watch Xue Xingqiu's opening dance. Xue Xingqiu is a world champion trained by Huajin, the face of Huajin, and the pride of Huajin. Let the students feel the heroic appearance and glory of the champion on the field, which will make them more yearning for strength. Let us invite the world champion Xue Xingqiu. Bring us the opening dance, Mo Ballroom. At the commentator's command, the lights of the venue went out instantly. 3 seconds later, the faint warm yellow light came on, making the whole venue seem to be bathed in the desolate sunset. A spotlight fell on Xue Xingqiu, who was handsome and bright in the moonlight on the ice rink. White ice skates, professional dance pants and slim shirt showed off his perfect body curves. Wang Zitong and Qin Xin held each other's hands, nervously and expectantly holding each other tightly. The music sounded. Xue Xingqiu slid on the ice rink, which was a professional social dance step. The song Mo Dance Hall tells a sad love story. It was a small northern city in the 1980s with heavy snow. Mo. In the city of Mo, a girl died in a big fire. The woman loved dancing when she was alive, and she and her partner often learned dancing in an old warehouse. After the woman died in the fire, her partner did not remarry. He was alone, guarding a city, and slowly getting old. The old man who lived alone converted the old warehouse that witnessed their countless dances into a dance hall to commemorate his deceased wife. The song Mo Ballroom is sad, tragic, lonely, but beautiful. On the ice rink, the spotlight chased Xue Xingqiu. The commentator was explaining his difficult moves, but the audience could not hear any other narration or commentary except the music. It was so immersive. 3,000 miles away, I met you by chance. In the garden, a skirt danced. Under the lights, the morning light fell. In the Mo Ballroom in 1980. When the lyric sang this line, Xue Xingqiu, who was spinning, slowed down. His back slowly bent, and every turn seemed to age a year, as if he had gone from a young man to an old man. If you have time, will you come and see me? See how the snow ages. How my eyes melt. If you see me, please turn around and be surprised. I am afraid that my tears and my white hair are like shameful jokes. The second half of the song sings the loneliness and longing of the old man. Xue Xingqiu no longer does any difficult movements. Instead, he is like a beginner in dance, holding the illusory air and fantasizing about his deceased wife. Like when they first embraced and learned to dance, they staggered and sweetly danced the most basic dance steps. Until the spotlight went out and the venue was restored to light, everyone could not calm down the immersive sadness and beauty for a long time. www.issue.g. So moved. Wang Zitong is not an emotional person, but at this moment, she cried so hard that her makeup was all smudged. Qin Xin was also moved by Xue Xingqiu's dance, but Qin Xin felt more shocked. At this moment, my nose was sour, and my heart was beating wildly at an unprecedented speed. Zitong, I must become an excellent ice dancer. She also wanted to be like Brother Xingqiu, on the ice rink, with smooth steps and moving dance moves, to tell the stories she wanted to express. Me too. Wang Zitong sniffed, I will never skip classes again, and I will never drag you to be late together. Xue Xingqiu on the field had already separated from the character in the dance and restored the gentleness and elegance of a young man. He smiled and thanked the audience from all directions. Xue Xingqiu left the stage, and the competition officially began. Other people's works were also beautiful, but they were far less amazing than Xue Xingqiu's opening dance. This was the difference between the world champion and others. Everyone was still watching the competition. Qin Xin's phone rang. It was Xue Xingqiu who sent her a message, asking her to find him at Channel 9. Zitong, I'm going out for a while. Wang Zitong didn't think much about it. Qin Xiaoli, who was far away, had been paying attention to Qin Xin. When she saw Qin Xin leaving, she thought for a moment and stood up to follow him quietly. Channel number 9. Xue Xingqiu had already changed out of his dance costume and was wearing a clean white shirt, looking very gentle. When he saw Qin Xin, his eyes curved. Third brother. You're so awesome. When Qin Xin was excited, she always forgot to call Xue Xingqiu by name. Xue Xingqiu didn't care. Compared to Qin Xin's polite way of calling him Brother Xingqiu, the name of third brother was closer and more like a family. He stretched out his hand and pinched Qin Xin's round face, saying, Today is just the preliminary round, there's nothing to see. Ask Coach Li for a leave and go to dinner with the brothers. But, Qin Xin pouted, but if Grandpa finds out, you'll be beaten again. The Xue family has an ancestral ruler that's as long as an arm. Every time Qin Xin met with his uncles and cousins in private, if Grandpa found out, they would be beaten with the ruler. It was because the second aunt felt sorry for the second uncle and Xue Xingqiu that she secretly told Qin Xin. Xue Xingqiu knew that Qin Xin would refuse, so he sighed and pretended to be very sad. Okay, if Xin Xin doesn't want to, it's fine. Anyway, your second brother is turning 26, not 80. Qin Xin is well behaved, soft and kind. She likes to consider others from other people's perspectives. She is worried that they will be beaten, so she has refused her brothers since she was a child. But it doesn't matter. Qin Xin has a shortcoming, which is that she can't bear to see important people sad. So as long as she pretends to be unhappy, she can make Qin Xin, the innocent little white rabbit, fall into the trap. Sure enough, Qin Xin hesitated, second brother's birthday. I forgot. Qin Xin actually forgot that her birthday and that of her second cousin Xue Qinju are only one day apart. Yesterday was her birthday, and today is her second brother's birthday. But it's not Qin Xin's fault. Qin Xin has experienced too many things in the past 2 days. Then wait for me, third brother. I'll go back to get my phone and ask for leave from Coach Li. Okay. Qin Xin trotted back to the theater's viewing area. As soon as Qin Xin disappeared, Xue Xingqiu looked at a skirt that was exposed at the corner. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he was no longer the gentle brother in front of Qin Xin. Chapter 14. Zhuangming opened an unlimited amount of family payment for Qin Xin. Qin Xiaoli, who was at the corner, clutched her skirt tightly, her eyes full of naked jealousy. Jealous that Qin Xin's grandfather clearly didn't recognize Qin Xin as his granddaughter, but Qin Xin's cousins could still treat her so well. Everyone in the Xue family is a child of destiny. Why is Qin Xin so lucky? Why does Qin Xin get all the good things in the world? Jealousy made Qin Xiaoli's face twisted. If there was no Qin Xin, she and her mother would not be raised outside and not be seen in the light. If there was no Qin Xin, that old man would not have disowned her, and would not have left all the shares in the inheritance to Qin Xin. S.org. So, Qin Xin robbed her wealth, and she should get back the happiness of these years. She would never allow Qin Xin to live better than her. She would be better than Qin Xin in every way. Qin Xiaoli took a deep breath for a long time, then patted her face, smiled, and walked out, as if she just passed by. The moment Qin Xiaoli came out, Xue Xingqiu's eyes flashed with a trace of sarcasm. Hooking the corners of his mouth, he restrained his eyes and returned to the appearance of a gentle boy. Qin Xiaoli saw Xue Xingqiu and covered her mouth in surprise. Brother Xingqiu. Xue Xingqiu leaned against the wall of the corridor, expressionless, and said lightly, "Who are you?" "I am Xin Xin's sister. Xin Xin should have mentioned me to you, right?" Xue Xingqiu knew Qin Xiaoli, but not from Qin Xin. Qin Xin never complained, she was tough, she liked to handle things by herself, and she always reported good news but not bad news. The reason why she knew Qin Xiaoli was because she noticed that Qin Xin had been smiling less and losing weight since half a year ago, so she checked Qin Xin's recent affairs. Then she found out that Qin Haozhong, the bastard, had someone else outside before marrying Xue Qian. As soon as Qin Anbang died, he couldn't wait to bring the wild chicken home, making Qin Xin suffer all kinds of grievances. They wanted to intervene, but the old man of the Xue family didn't allow it. They could only pretend not to know Qin Xin's grievances, secretly take Qin Xin to eat some good food, and chat with her more. Qin Xiaoli saw that Xue Xingqiu was a little cold, but she didn't care. She rolled her eyes and spoke. "Brother Xingqiu, I really can't persuade Xin Xin. Since I met you, I will go beyond the rules and ask you to help me." "Oh? What help?" "Alas, it's Xin Xin." She got angry with her father and insisted on running away from home. She also wanted to sever ties with her family and cried and forced her father to move her household registration out. With every word Qin Xiaoli said, Xue Xingqiu's expression became colder. "Xin Xin hates me in her heart. She hates me for taking away her father's love, so she doesn't listen to my advice at all. And the day before yesterday and yesterday. What happened the day before yesterday and yesterday?" Xue Xingqiu pinched his knuckles with his thumb, making a crisp, click sound. "The day before yesterday, a driver came to help Xin Xin take her luggage and household registration book. I thought it was your Xue family who took Xin Xin away, so I didn't try to keep her. But yesterday, I saw the driver send Xin Xin to school with my own eyes. When school was over in the afternoon, the driver came to pick her up again. Xin Xin was hugged by a mysterious man in public. They behaved very intimately. So, what do you want to say?" Xue Xingqiu curled his lips. "You want to say that Xin Xin was kept by someone else in order to break off relations with the Qin family?" Qin Xiaoli froze, feeling like she was seen through. She tried to smile, "Isn't it? I also hope that my guess is wrong." Xue Xingqiu didn't want to expose Qin Xiaoli. No one knows Qin Xin's character better than him as her brother. Even though they didn't spend much time together, Qin Anbang would share with the Xue family everything about Qin Xin from childhood to adulthood in letters when he was alive. Qin Xin is such a well-behaved person, and she ran away from home. I'm afraid it's completely contrary to what Qin Xiaoli said. The fact is that Qin Xin was kicked out of the house by Qin Haozhong, right? But now is not the time to ask for accountability. Xue Xingqiu spoke up and cooperated with Qin Xiaoli's part in the play of putting the blame on someone else. "Okay, I know. If I find out that Xin Xin is really self-degrading, I will bring her back to the Xue family and let the old man teach her a lesson on behalf of her deceased mother." After that, he smiled kindly at Qin Xiaoli. "Thank you for telling me, Sister Xiaoli. Xue Xingqiu is very handsome, and the Xue family is naturally high quality." Xue Xingqiu's smile made Qin Xiaoli's brain crash. Heart-pounding, she was aroused. "No, you're welcome, I just don't want Xin Xin to go astray. Brother Xingqiu, please help me persuade Xin Xin. If she can't tolerate me, I'm willing to go back to the countryside to live, but my mother loves my father very much, as long as Xin Xin can tolerate my mother." Xue Xingqiu was in no mood to watch Qin Xiaoli's acting. He responded, "Well, it would be great if Xin Xin was half as sensible as you. You go back first, otherwise Xin Xin will ignore me when she sees you chatting with me." "Okay." Qin Xiaoli hesitated. "Brother Xingqiu, can I leave your WeChat?" Xue Xingqiu's back teeth itched, and he opened the WeChat QR code. Qin Xiaoli left only after adding WeChat. As soon as he left, Qin Xin came out from the corner, running towards him with a smile. Xue Xingqiu's stomach, which was a little nauseous, was relieved when he saw Qin Xin's bright smile. The wrinkles between his eyebrows disappeared, and he smiled with a sincere and doting smile again. "Run slower, be careful not to fall." Qin Xin ran towards Xue Xingqiu with a smile, her shoulder-length hair swaying, "Very cute." Qin Xin said happily, "Third brother. Let's go buy a gift for the second brother first." "Well, do you still have money?" Qin Xin had no pocket money since half a year ago, and was kicked out of the house. He didn't know where to stay, so he should have no money on him. Qin Xin nodded, yes. When I took out my phone just now, I saw Zhuang Ming's message. Zhuang Ming asked her if she had lunch, and she replied that she would go to her second brother's birthday party in a while. Zhuang Ming probably knew that she had no money, so he opened up unlimited intimate payment for her WeChat and Alipay. Qin Xin didn't want it at first, but Zhuang Ming said that it would be bad to go to her brother's birthday empty-handed, so she could spend it first and pay it back when she made money. Qin Xin thought about it and accepted it. Because there will be a friendly match with Liani College in a month, the champion, runner-up and third place will all have a prize of tens of thousands of yuan. Hearing Qin Xin say that she had money, Shui Xingqiu paused, but didn't say anything, and took Qin Xin went to a nearby shopping mall. Shui Xingqiu trusted Qin Xin's character. Although Qin Xin was simple, she was not stupid, and she smiled more these 2 days than before, so she must not be bullied. However, it is necessary to find out who the person who took Qin Xin in was. Shopping mall. Qin Xin smiled and sent a message to Zhuang Ming, asking Zhuang Ming what gift would be better. Zhuang Ming called her. Qin Xin was startled and glanced at Shui Xingqiu, who was choosing shoes in the store opposite and didn't look at her. Then he patted his chest and answered the phone. She said softly, Uncle Tilder. Well, what do you want to give me? I don't know. I wanted to give my second brother a watch, but my third brother said that my second brother is a policeman and can't wear it when he is on a mission. Can't wear it when on a mission. Shui Xingqiu was probably thinking about Qin Xin, afraid that Qin Xin didn't have money. There is a saying that poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. A good watch is worth millions or even tens of millions. Zhuang Ming said, police can wear watches. They also need to tell time when on a mission, but they need very accurate watches. Then give a watch to my second brother. Which mall is Xin Xin in? Vank. Zhuang Ming laughed softly when he heard it. What a coincidence, I'm here too, go up to the 9th floor, I'll help you choose. Chapter 15 Own Mall. Vank Mall is a super large national chain mall, opened in the city center of every city. The area where Vank Mall is located must be the landmark commercial street of that city. Vank is a subsidiary industry of Zhuang Group. Zhuang Ming will be in Vank today, not to inspect the work, but to accompany his friend Yang Shanheng, who just returned to China to buy some clothes. www.issue.g. Yang Shanheng is a top lawyer famous throughout the country. At the age of 23, he went abroad and founded ZY International Law Group in Country M. From tens of billions of economic debts to personal disputes, as long as ZY Law Group handles it, it has never failed. ZY Law Group is a team that all lawyers want to join, and it is also a top talent that countless multinational groups and listed companies cannot poach even with a salary of tens of millions. But this morning, ZY Legal Group and Zhuang Group signed a 10-year contract. In the next 10 years, ZY Legal Group will only serve Zhuang Group. FV high-end custom suit store. In the lounge area, Zhuang Ming sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a mobile phone, talking to Qin Xin. When he heard Qin Xin say that he was at Vank, his eyes were filled with a faint smile. Downstairs. Qin Xin glanced at Shui Xingqiu like a thief, and when he saw that he didn't look here, he immediately ran to the elevator. Uncle, I'm coming up now. Hearing Qin Xin running on the other end of the phone, Zhuang Ming smiled and said, run slowly, I'll pick you up at the elevator on the 9th floor. Hang up the phone and raised his eyes. The special assistant and the manager of the mall beside him all looked incredulous. Special assistant Wang Hao was a little flustered, and asked tentatively, who is the boss going to pick up? Should I go? No need, take good care of Yang Shanheng. Yang Shanheng came out of the locker room and saw the back of Zhuang Ming walking out. Yang Shanheng asked loudly, Ming, where are you going? I'm going to buy some things with the kids, please do as you please, and put it on my account. Yang Shanheng frowned and looked at Wang Hao, the special assistant of Zhuang Ming. Ask, Zhuang Ming, this 1,000-year-old ice cube, how come his tone is so cheerful all of a sudden? Wang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yang Lu, the boss is not only cheerful, but also smiled just now. Yang Shanheng adjusted his tie in front of the mirror, not caring much. What's so strange about him smiling, isn't it just Qianlian Wangmia? Wang Hao couldn't understand Yang Shanheng's words more. Everyone who works around Zhuang Ming knows that Zhuang Ming doesn't like to smile, and once he smiles, it's basically a sneer. Some time ago, their competing company could not compete with the Zhuang Group openly, so they secretly scolded Zhuang Ming for monopolizing the business chain, being ugly, and being arrogant. after Zhuang Ming found out. Zhuang Ming smiled, sneered. 3 days later, that company became a branch of the Zhuang Group. Zhuang Ming's smile means that the weather is cold. When the weather is cold, some people should pack up and get out of the business world, or even get out of City A. So they often use the phrase, the weather is cold and the king is destroyed, to describe Zhuang Ming's anger. Wang Hao swallowed and said, but, the boss didn't sneer just now, it was a very doting smile. Doting. Yang Shanheng was pulling his tie. When he heard Wang Hao say this, his hands trembled and he almost strangled himself to death. Him? Zhuang Ming? Doting smile? Wang Hao, you have been squeezed to myopia. Yang Shanheng didn't believe it. Not only Yang Shanheng didn't believe it, Wang Hao was also a little confused. The mall manager next to him, who was as fat as a lucky cat, raised his hand. Yang Lu, what Wang said is right, I just saw it too. Oh my god. Yang Shanheng was stunned. The elevator went up. When it reached the 9th floor, as soon as the elevator door opened, Qin Xin saw Zhuang Ming in a navy blue suit. Tall and straight, with a straight back. Uncle Tilder, Qin Xin's ears turned red. I don't know why, but I feel very happy and relieved to see the uncle. Zhuang Ming responded, and he was too lazy to correct Qin Xin's address for him. As the largest mall in China, Vanke naturally has countless luxury brands. There are more than a dozen watch shops alone. If you go shopping seriously, it will take at least half a day. Thinking that Qin Xin's time should be quite urgent, he took Qin Xin to a store in the middle called Madame Xixiang. Uncle, will it be expensive? Qin Xin followed Zhuang Ming, with Zhuang Ming holding her hand. With a petite figure of 160 centimeters, she was still wearing the school uniform of white shirt and plaid skirt. Following the tall man Zhuang Ming of 187 centimeters, she looked like a child going shopping with her parents. It's our own mall, so we can get discounts. Wow. Vanke is opened by an uncle. I guess so. Qin Xin understood it this way, and there was nothing wrong with it. It turned out that uncles are so powerful. Qin Xin blushed and glanced at Zhuang Ming, her little heart pounding with joy. Qin Xin's admiring eyes were captured by Zhuang Ming. To reach this position today, there are people who envy, sour eyes, hate, and covet. Qin Xin is the only one who simply admires him. He laughed in a deep voice and stretched out his hand to pinch Qin Xin's nose. Don't look at me with this look, otherwise it will be more than just a good night kiss in the future. Qin Xin immediately reached out to cover her eyes when she heard it. She shook her head vigorously, and her soft hair was messed up. No more, uncle, don't bully me. The tiredness and boredom of a day's work were relieved by Qin Xin's cute appearance. Pulled down Qin Xin's little hand and held it in his palm. Well, I won't bully you. No bullying now. I can't guarantee that I won't bully her after a while. For Qin Xin, there is no reason for endless tenderness and patience. Maybe it's because Qin Xin is so weak that he cherishes her and wants to protect her. Maybe it's on the anniversary of his mother's death that Qin Xin helped him block the rain. Qin Xin was led by Zhuang Ming's hand. It was almost there, but Qin Xin was still a little worried, and asked weakly, Uncle, how much will it cost after the discount? I don't have much money. Not expensive, a few thousand to tens of thousands. This sentence is naturally false. The brand of Madame Xixiang is not the most famous among luxury brands, but the craftsmanship and technology are indeed the most sophisticated. The price is naturally a little expensive. Starting from more than 100,000 yuan, there is no upper limit. The salesperson who received the news and was waiting immediately smiled when he saw Zhuang Ming leading Qin Xin over. Hello, Mr. Zhuang, hello, Mrs. Zhuang. Qin Xin was surprised by the salesperson's address, and blushed and shrank behind Zhuang Ming. Zhuang Ming let go of Qin Xin's hand and put his arm around her slender waist. Xin Xin, if you waste time being shy, your second brother's birthday party will change from dinner to midnight snack. Then I have to choose quickly. Qin Xin didn't care about being shy when she heard Zhuang Ming say that. She broke away from Zhuang Ming's arms, trotted to the counter, and started to choose carefully. There were not many watches in the counter, but Qin Xin, who didn't know much about watches, could tell the good from the bad. Qin Xin was not new to the world. When her grandfather was alive, Qin Xin was also a spoiled rich lady. Qin Xin secretly glanced at Zhuang Ming, leaned towards the salesperson, and asked in a low voice, Sister, are these watches very expensive? Chapter 16 The Four Brothers Arrive. Qin Xin's voice was very soft, and the salesperson's heart trembled when she called her sister. She smiled and said, "Our brand is still in its infancy, and it is very niche. We dare not sell it too expensively, just tens of thousands of yuan." "That's good." Qin Xin breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and started to choose with peace of mind. After looking around, her sight stopped at a round frame mechanical watch. This watch was platinum rimmed, and the dial was transparent, so you could see the delicate wool parts turning. The salesperson took it out very carefully. "Mrs. Zhuang, this is our new model. It has not been mass-produced yet. There is only this one, and the price is 28,000. 28,000. The prize money for the champion of the friendly match is 50,000, the third place is 30,000, and the runner-up is 10,000. If she can win the third place, she can pay back the uncle's money, and it is still within her affordability." Qin Xin looked at Zhuang Ming and asked Zhuang Ming's opinion. "Uncle, do you think this watch is good looking?" Zhuang Ming took a look and nodded. "Yeah, not bad. Qin Xin has a good eye. This watch is a limited edition of Madame Shishian, the only one in the world, and it is worthy of the second son of the Shui family." "Then this one." Qin Xin quickly made a decision. At this moment, the A City airport was bustling with people. The airport reception area was crowded with people, both men and women, holding various gifts in their hands, welcoming the man who was about to walk out of the exit, the top actor Shui Qinxian. Shui Qinxian made his debut at the age of 22, and his first film work created a high box office of 6 billion. In his second work, he won the title of actor. 6 years after his debut, he has won many awards, big and small. He is the only super top star in the entertainment industry who won the Grand Slam actor at the age of 28. Shui Qinxian is a person that everyone needs to look up to, whether in terms of appearance, figure or ability. Exit. A young man with turquoise hair put his arm around Shui Qinxian's shoulder. "Brother, your fans are so enthusiastic. I can hear their excited calls through several walls." "It's okay." Shui Qinxian slapped Shui Xingzhou's hand away. "If your blue hair is seen by Grandpa, it would be polite if your legs are not broken." Shui Xingzhou blew his bangs and said in a sassy way, "I don't plan to go back to the old house. After celebrating my second brother's birthday, I will go to Country F to participate in the hacker competition." The four cousins have a good relationship. Other big families fight overtly and covertly for the family property, only their Shui family is united and friendly. In fact, brothers who have a good relationship usually don't have time to celebrate each other's birthdays. However, every year, only on birthdays do they have an excuse to bring their beloved cousin out to see each other. No one knows that the top actor Shui Qinxian, the cold criminal police Shui Qinjue, the gentle figure skating champion Shui Xingqiu, and the top hacker Shui Xingzhou are all crazy about doting on their sisters. "By the way, big brother, have you prepared a gift for the second brother?" Shui Xingzhou and Shui Qinxian walked out together. Shui Qinxian took out his sunglasses to cover his charming peach blossom eyes and the bright red teardrop mole under the left corner of his eye. "No, what about you?" Shui Xingzhou sat on Shui Qinxian's suitcase and asked Shui Qinxian to push him away. "I didn't prepare anything either, but I prepared a gift for Xin Xin." "What a coincidence." Shui Qinxian didn't take the ordinary channel. He was anxious to see Qin Xin, so he took the VIP channel to avoid the fans who came to pick him up at the airport. When they arrived at Qinshan Renjian by car, they happened to stop in front and behind Shui Xingqiu's car. Qin Xin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw the car next door and said excitedly, "I saw the big brother and the fourth brother." Shui Xingqiu was a little jealous, but he didn't say anything. As soon as the car was stable, Qin Xin got out of the car excitedly and ran towards Shui Qinxian and Shui Xingzhou. Qin Xin was so excited that she forgot to take the gift. Shui Xingqiu turned off the engine and got out of the car, and then helped Qin Xin take it. The gift was wrapped very delicately, and it was impossible to tell what was inside. Here, Qin Xin jumped directly onto Shui Qinxian's back, screaming with excitement. "Brother! Zitong and I went to see your new movie. It's so good. Thank you Xin Xin for contributing to my box office." Shui Qinxian smiled and lifted Qin Xin up, but didn't reach out to touch Qin Xin's legs. Qin Xin has grown up, and the brothers will consciously avoid unnecessary physical contact. Hey, Xin Xin, are you going too far?" Shui Xingzhou glared at Qin Xin in dissatisfaction. "Your fourth brother is 1.8 meters tall in front of you, can't you see it?" Qin Xin smiled and jumped down, picked up her toes and touched Shui Xingzhou's blue hair. "Fourth brother, how come you have grown so tall?" I can hardly reach you. Before Xinzhou went abroad, Qin Xin was only 16 years old. Now that he hasn't seen her for 4 years, Xinzhou has grown from 1.7 meters to 1.8 meters. Xinzhou was so angry that he hit Qin Xin's forehead with a brain burst. Next time you dare to ignore me, I won't take you to the king, and let you lose back to gold. Xinzhou is 22 years old, about the same age as Qin Xin, and they get along best. When they play, they are like real brothers and sisters. Qin Xin's eyebrows were hurt, and she was so angry that she stretched out her hand to hit Xinzhou, but Xinzhou turned around and ran to the store. While they were playing, a plain car drove in from the entrance. It stopped steadily and the car door opened. A pair of police boots stepped firmly on the ground, and Xinzhou, wearing a black training uniform, stepped out of the car. Old two-second brother. Xin Xin and Xinzhou greeted in unison. Xinzhou's face was stern and his eyes were like torches. Looking around, he didn't see the familiar girl, and frowned. Xin Xin didn't come. She came, chasing after old for and playing around, and went in first. Xin Xin said. Hearing that Qin Xin was coming, his tense face softened. The three brothers walked into the store side by side, from left to right according to age. Xinzhou held the gift Qin Xin gave to Xinzhou in his hand, and he had something on his mind. There is something, I don't know if I should say it now. Xin Xin and Xinzhou looked at Xinzhou together. Xinzhou is a special police officer. Every day he is either on a mission or training police officers. His temper and personality are relatively impatient and hot. So when he heard Xinzhou's words, he frowned and asked, if it's related to Xin Xin, don't hide it. Xinzhou then spoke. Xin Xin was kicked out of the Qin family. How dare they? Xin Xin stopped and took off his sunglasses. His originally charming peach blossom eyes were filled with anger. Xinzhou shrugged, I just found out too, and I don't know where Xin Xin lives now, but she didn't seem sad, and she smiled more than before, so I didn't ask her. Xin Xin frowned and looked at Xinzhou, second brother, what do you think? Old Master Qin has passed away. Xin Xin's stay in the Qin family is no different from a wolf's den. Being kicked out of their house is not necessarily a bad thing. Xinzhou turned his wrist, which was his habitual action when he was angry. www.issue.g. But the Qin family dared to do such a thing, which clearly shows that they don't take our four sons of the Xue family seriously. I won't be able to calm down if I don't teach them a lesson. Xinzhou said, but if Grandpa knew that we interfered in the affairs of Xin Xin and the Qin family. Xinzhou's words made Xin Xin and Xinzhou silent. Xin Xin said, let's put aside the matter of dealing with the Qin family for now. The most important thing now is to ask Xin Xin where she lives now and whether she has any financial pressure. The three of them calmed down and walked into the private room. Chapter 17. This watch costs more than 6 million yuan. The three brothers pushed open the door and looked. Qin Xin and Xinzhou were already sitting at the dining table, playing games excitedly with their heads down. Chirping, so happy. Qin Xin screamed, fourth brother, I turned into a deer and fell down. I'll pick you up right now. Xinzhou controlled Han Xin and jumped to Qin Xin's Yao in 2 or 3 steps. When Yao got on, he jumped out of the battle area. Xin Xin, Xinzhou, and Xinzhou looked at each other. There was only one thought in their minds. This little girl, how could she be sad at all for being kicked out of the house? But seeing Qin Xin's happy mood, they were less worried. Ahem. Xinzhou coughed twice. Xinzhou's voice made Qin Xin and Xinzhou both freeze. They turned off their phones in a mysterious tacit understanding and pressed them under their buttocks. Qin Xin looked at Xinzhou, who was wearing a police uniform and had a stern face, and spread out her delicate palms, smiling ingratiatingly, second brother Tilder, I didn't play games. Xinzhou looked down on Qin Xin's behavior of trying to cover up his guilt. Looking up, he said uninhibitedly, Xin Xin played, I didn't. Xinzhou first touched Qin Xin's head lovingly. Then he looked at Xinzhou coldly, raised his foot, and kicked the stool under Xinzhou's butt hard, kicking him and the stool back 2 meters away. Then he looked at Qin Xin with a gentle expression, don't learn bad things from your fourth brother. Second brother. You. Double. Standard. Xinzhou looked up, dye your blue hair back for me before you talk. In the Xue family, although Xinzhou is the second child, his personality is the most like Xue Wanli. Shui Xingzhou is very cowardly when facing Shui Qinjue. Shrinking her neck, she dared not to nag again. Qin Xin was not afraid of Shui Qinjue. Qin Xin felt that Shui Qinjue was like Zhuang Ming, looking cold and scary, but actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Both were very gentle and doting on her. Perhaps because she was used to Shui Qinjue's cold face, she was less afraid of Zhuang Ming. When they first met, she could see through his gloomy and cold eyes that he was a little lonely. pinshuku.org. She reached out and took Shui Qinjue's hand and shook it. Second brother tilde I asked fourth brother to play games, don't be angry. No. Shui Qinjue said, let's eat first, I have to go on a mission later. The five of them sat down, and Shui Xingzhou sat the farthest away from Shui Qinjue, not for any reason, just afraid of being beaten. Although it was Shui Qinjue's birthday, the dishes on the table were basically Qin Xin's favorites. For brothers who hadn't seen each other for a long time sat together, and Qin Xin's eyes were bent with joy. Shui Qinxian was a playboy and evil, and only in front of Qin Xin would he restrain his evil spirit. He picked up some sweet and sour pork ribs for Qin Xin and said, Xin Xin, I heard that you were kicked out of the Qin family. Shui Xingzhou, who didn't know the truth, stood up suddenly. What? They dared to kick Xin Xin out of the house. Shui Qinjue looked over coldly and shouted coldly, it's none of your business, sit down. Shui Xingzhou immediately shut up and looked at Qin Xin worriedly. Qin Xin's hand holding the chopsticks trembled, and the smile on her face faded a little. Qin Xin was not very sad if she didn't mention the Qin family. At home, she had Zhuang Ming and Grandma Chen to accompany her, and at school, she had classmates to accompany her to class, training, and ice skating, so she didn't have the heart to think about this matter. But when Shui Qinxian asked, her little face still wrinkled and her nose was sour. When they saw Qin Xin's eyes turn red in an instant, they understood. Shui Xingqiu touched Qin Xin's head. Xin Xin, where do you live now? Do you still want to go back to the Qin family? Qin Xin shook her head vigorously. Brothers, don't worry about my affairs. If Grandpa finds out, you will be punished again. Qin Xin didn't want her brothers to stand up for her. Besides, what if she forced to live back in the Qin family? After Grandpa passed away, it was no longer her home. There was no hot breakfast, and no milk that Grandpa personally heated before going to bed. There were only laughter and joy that she couldn't fit in, and she could only watch Qin Haojin, Qin Shili, and stepmother Li Qinlian being intimate with their family of three. She was just an outsider in the Qin family. She was an outsider who couldn't get a little love from her father even if she was obedient and well-behaved. So, Qin Xin didn't want to go back. She already had a new home. Then you have to tell us where you live now. Shui Xingqiu said. Qin Xin lowered her head and didn't dare to say it. Don't want to say it. Shui Qinjue frowned. Qin Xin nodded weakly. Okay, have a good meal. If Qin Xin didn't want to talk, they wouldn't force her. But not forcing her didn't mean they would really let Qin Xin live outside. They would definitely investigate privately. After dinner, Shui Qinjue was about to rush back to the police force. Before leaving, he went downstairs to get the gift prepared for Qin Xin from the car. Qin Xin looked at the 4 gifts on the table, her eyes red. Today is my second brother's birthday, not my birthday. Shui Qinjue said, yesterday was your birthday, and we couldn't contact you, so let's make it up together today. Yes, Xin Xin, come and see if you like the gift we prepared for you. Shui Qinxian rested his hand on the table and held his chin. The pair of phoenix eyes that attracted hundreds of millions of fans looked at Qin Xin lovingly. Qin Xin sniffed and opened the gift. Shui Qinxian gave her a light pink dance costume. Shui Qinjue gave her a knee pad, wrist guard and a bracelet. Shui Qinxian gave her a new pair of ice skates. Shui Xingzhou gave her a small USB flash drive with a virus he made. Xin Xin, if you don't like someone, just plug this USB flash drive into his computer. Fourth brother will help you deal with him. Qin Xin pursed her lips and smiled. Thank you, brothers. After Qin Xin finished speaking, she continued, I also prepared a birthday present for my second brother. It seems to be in the car. I brought it up for you. Shui Xingqiu picked up the small bag beside him. Shui Qinjue took it. What is it? Qin Xin's eyes were sparkling. Very cute, take a look tilde. Shui Qinjue smiled, his stiff expression softened, and he couldn't help rubbing Qin Xin's head before lowering his head to untie the ribbon knot. The ribbon was untied, revealing the brand logo of Madame Shixiang inside. Shui Qinjue was stunned, subconsciously squinted, and looked at Shui Qinxian beside him. Qin Xin touched his chin and asked, Xin Xin, why did you give your second brother a watch from Madame Shishan? Is it expensive? Qin Xin shook her head, not expensive, only 28,000. 28,000. Madame Shishan is a high-end luxury brand, and outdated styles cost hundreds of thousands after discount. The faces of the few people were solemn, but they didn't say anything. Shui Qinjue opened it. Xin Xin, can you help me put it on? Okay. Qin Xin gently helped Shui Qinjue put on the watch. Does my second brother like it? Yes. After a few pleasantries, the few people left. Shui Xingqiu was going to send Qin Xin off, but Qin Xin shook her head vigorously and said no. Finally, Shui Xingqiu sent Shui Xingzhou to their hotel. Shui Qinjue went back to the police station and sent Shui Qinxian to the airport. Shui Qinxian was still filming on the set, and he came back specially for this meal. Now he should rush back to the set. On their way, Shui Qinxian and Shui Qinjue were both silent and looked solemn. Shui Qinxian looked at Shui Qinjue, who was driving, and said, "What do you think? I've seen this watch. It's a limited edition, one and only, worth more than 6.7 million. Shui Qinjue said, frowning. It's not that Shui Qinxian and Shui Qinjue were making a fuss, but because Qin Xin couldn't have millions, especially after being kicked out of the Qin family. Chapter 18. Does the gentleman feel pain? While the two were struggling over this matter, a black car behind them accelerated and squeezed in front, blocking Shui Qinjue's way. Fuck. Shui Qinjue braked and stopped the car, got out of the car and walked to the car in front. When he saw the people in the car clearly, Shui Qinjue's face became even uglier. Mr. Zhuang is so grand. Does he think he has some status in City A and ignores traffic rules? It was Zhuang Ming who forced Shui Qinjue's car to stop. Zhuang Ming didn't feel anything about Shui Qinjue's anger, and glanced at the watch on Shui Qinjue's wrist. He raised his eyes and looked at Shui Qinjue. One look was angry, the other was cold. Zhuang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth to reveal a smile, and said lightly, Officer Shui, don't get me wrong, Zhuang just wants to treat my brothers-in-law to a meal. Zhuang Ming's words made Shui Qinjue and Shui Qinxian, who had just got off the car, change their expressions suddenly. They are all smart people, and Shui Qinxian and Shui Qinjue can't fail to understand what Zhuang Ming meant. And at this moment, Qin Xin was still in the private room, packing up the gifts given by her brothers, and sent a message to Zhuang Ming. Zhuang Ming replied, asking Qin Xin to wait for half an hour. Just then, the door of the private room was knocked. Miss Qin, it's me, the housekeeper of the Shui family. Qin Xin's heart was tightened, and she almost threw the phone away with shaking hands. Took a few deep breaths and opened the door of the private room. As soon as the door opened, I saw the Shui family's butler in a Zhongshan suit. Butler Shui was also a veteran who had fought in the battlefield. He was Shui Wanli's guard. After retiring, he became the Shui family's butler. Butler Shui had a kind face, but his terrifying temperament did not diminish much because of his smile. Hello, Grandpa Butler. Seeing Butler Shui, Qin Xin's delicate face lost all color. She lowered her head, and her little hands tightly grasped the sides of her clothes. Butler Shui did not intend to enter the private room. He smiled kindly, but said something particularly cruel. Miss Qin, Mr. Shui asked me to bring you a message. Please recognize your identity. You have nothing to do with the Shui family. You shouldn't call our four young masters brothers, and you shouldn't meet them privately. You are not a member of the Shui family. The Shui family can't control you, but they can control their four young masters. If you do it again, they will break their legs. After saying this, Butler Shui smiled and said, I have brought you the message. I will take my leave first. Butler Shui's straight back slowly went away, and Qin Xin's eyes slowly moistened. She sniffed, but still couldn't help it. Hot tears fell on the cold ground. She shouldn't have met her brothers. This time they were going to be punished again. When Zhuang Ming arrived at Qinshan Renjian, he saw Qin Xin squatting in the corner in the private room, crying with a red nose. The poor little girl cried again. Zhuang Mingxian tugged, threw the coat hanging on his wrist onto the back of the chair, and walked towards Qin Xin. Xin Xin. The light above was blocked, and Zhuang Ming's low voice came. Qin Xin's tears, which she had managed to hold back, could not stop flowing out again. She threw herself into Zhuang Ming's arms with a wow, hugging Zhuang Ming's waist tightly. Woo woo. Uncle, why doesn't Grandpa like me? The height difference between the two was 27 centimeters. Qin Xin stood up, only reaching Zhuang Ming's shoulders. At this moment, her head was buried in Zhuang Ming's chest, and the wet tears penetrated Zhuang Ming's clothes, burning their heart under his chest. Zhuang Ming put his arms around Qin Xin's waist and coaxed her with a soft voice that he had never used before. I like you, I like Xin Xin, stop crying, okay? Books. Zhuang Ming doesn't like people who love to cry, and thinks they are hypocritical. At work, if an employee cries after being scolded for a few words, then that person will definitely be fired the next day. If you feel like crying, you might as well put more effort into doing your job well. Crying is the most cowardly and incompetent thing. But at this moment, Zhuang Ming was actually coaxing Qin Xin, who was crying in his arms. Zhuang Ming couldn't bear to see Qin Xin cry. When Qin Xin cried, he felt pain in his heart and wanted to put the whole world in front of Qin Xin to coax her. Qin Xin cried for a long time before she slowly stopped crying. Sniffed and wiped her face on Zhuang Ming's expensive shirt. Qin Xin's childish behavior made Zhuang Ming laugh. Woo woo, uncle, you are laughing at me. Qin Xin came out of Zhuang Ming's arms, covering her face with sadness and embarrassment. Zhuang Ming touched Qin Xin's soft hair. Xin Xin is so cute, your grandpa doesn't like you, it's his loss, don't be sad, let's go home, okay? Qin Xin put down her hand and looked up at Zhuang Ming. Seeing the wound at the corner of Zhuang Ming's mouth, he was stunned and reached out to touch it in panic. Uncle, how did you get hurt? Zhuang Ming used his tongue to push the wall of his mouth and smiled. It's okay, it's a small problem. This punch was thrown by Xue Qinjue. After Zhuang Ming showed them the marriage certificate. But he returned this punch and didn't suffer any loss. Qin Xin was so distressed that her mouth pouted. She stood on tiptoes, supported Zhuang Ming's shoulders and blew gently on the wound at the corner of his mouth. Uncle, does it hurt? No. But this little guy is really teasing without knowing it. Qin Xin couldn't stand steadily on tiptoes, climbed Zhuang Ming's shoulders, and pressed her whole body against Zhuang Ming. Zhuang Ming could clearly smell the sweet milk fragrance on Qin Xin's body, and could also feel the two small lumps of meat pressed against him. He lowered his eyes and his sight fell on Qin Xin's pouting lips blowing on his wound. Pink and moist. Zhuang Ming's big hand gently rubbed Qin Xin's lower back, licked the wound at the corner of his mouth, frowned and said, It hurts, what should I do? I'll blow it for you again. Qin Xin tried to tiptoe, but she didn't know that this posture made Zhuang Ming crawl like a lion. Zhuang Ming's eyes darkened and his breathing became rapid. No longer patient, he directly locked Qin Xin in his arms around the waist, lowered his head, and kissed Qin Xin's lips forcefully and domineeringly. Qin Xin's lips were just as he imagined, soft and sweet like jelly. Just tasting the lips was far from enough. The tip of the tongue forcefully squeezed in from the lips, taking away Qin Xin's breath. This kiss came suddenly and passionately. Qin Xin couldn't react at first, staring with eyes full of shock. After reacting, she didn't push Zhuang Ming away, but blushed and closed her eyes. I didn't have the courage to respond to Zhuang Ming's kiss. I could only hug Zhuang Ming's neck tightly to prevent myself from slipping because of my weak legs. Not refusing is the best response. Zhuang Ming deepened the kiss. The kiss was over. Zhuang Ming kissed Qin Xin's closed eyes and her trembling eyelashes. Qin Xin was too embarrassed to speak. She plunged into Zhuang Ming's arms and hummed softly, It's so embarrassing. Let's go home quickly. Zhuang Ming smiled, a happy smile. He picked up Qin Xin and walked to the underground parking lot. Okay, let's go home, our home. And the gifts my brothers gave me. Someone will take them. Chapter 19 You can breathe while kissing. The car sped in the darkness. In the back row, Qin Xin was leaning in Zhuang Ming's arms and had fallen asleep. The delicate face and nose tip, with a little bit of blush. Although she is already 20 years old, Qin Xin's facial features and outlines are still a little childish. She has a natural baby face and is petite and cute. Zhuang Ming's eyes were somewhat deep. He was 28 years old and had no interest in women before, nor had he ever tasted a woman. The deep kiss in the private room just now awakened Zhuang Ming's male instinct that he had been suppressing. At this moment, holding the soft and sweet Qin Xin, a thought that he had never had before arose in his heart. Want to invade Qin Xin madly. I want to take it, and I want to taste it even more. I want to flatten Qin Xin and integrate her into every inch of my body. Tonight. I'm afraid it will be difficult not to bully Qin Xin. A legal couple, right? After returning home, Zhuangming picked up Qin Xin effortlessly and walked into their house. Qin Xin showed no signs of waking up. She just smacked her lips and rubbed herself in Zhuangming's arms, trying to find a more comfortable position and continue to fall asleep. This requires a lot of trust to not be awakened. The elderly Grandma Chen has fallen asleep, and only two small lights are left on the entrance and the staircase in the huge villa. He carried Qin Xin upstairs and gently put her on the bed. Before he could pull his hand out, Qin Xin turned over and hugged his arm. She rubbed her smooth face on the back of Zhuangming's hand, and murmured in confusion, "Uncle." Zhuangming's cold eyes softened instantly. A subtle warmth spread from the back of my hand to my heart. He sat down, looked at the little bit of tears overflowing from the corner of Qin Xin's mouth, and reached out to wipe it away. Asked softly, "Xin Xin, do you like me?" "I like it. I like the uncle. The uncle is a very nice person. He is indeed a young white rabbit who has not experienced much in the world." Qin Xin woke up. "I had a bad sleeping posture and kicked off the quilt, then I was woken up by the cold." He sat up dazedly and rubbed his eyes. There was a dim bedside lamp still on in the room. Qin Xin yawned and looked over, and found that Zhuangming was not in the room. Where did the uncle go?" "I checked my phone and it was already past 1 in the morning." Qin Xin got up from the bed, walked barefoot on the ground, and looked at the stairs. The first floor was dark, but the lights were still on the third floor. Third floor. In front of the wine cabinet. Zhuangming had just finished washing up and was wearing a loose nightgown. Because there was no belt around his waist, the hem of his robe hung on both sides, revealing his narrow waist with a mermaid line. Zhuangming was holding a glass of wine in his hand. He took a sip and heard footsteps on the stairs. Glancing back, his eyes softened instantly. "Why don't you wear a pair of shoes?" Qin Xin leaned against the stairs, holding onto the wall with both hands, and half of her head stuck out to look at Zhuangming. Because he had just woken up, his eyes were still a little blurry and watery, like a little deer peeking out its head. But Qin Xin, the little deer, is a little unhappy now. He pouted his lips and complained in a low voice, "Uncle, it's not good to drink all the time. Grandma Chen said that my uncle had to drink a few sips every night before he could sleep, otherwise he would suffer from insomnia. But drinking is bad for your health, and so is smoking." Zhuangming casually put the wine glass in his hand on the counter, hooked his fingers at Qin Xin, "Come here, the floor is cold." Qin Xin shook his head, "Uncle, if you promise me not to drink, I will go there." "Pinshu ku." Zhuangming smiled, nodded and said, "I won't drink today." Only then did Qin Xin give Zhuangming a "you're so good" look, and trotted towards Zhuangming from the corner of the stairs. As soon as he stood firm, Zhuangming lazily picked him up and put him on his lap to sit. "Arr!" Qin Xin was so frightened that she quickly held Zhuangming's shoulders. Zhuangming said nothing, but reached out and held Qin Xin's little feet in his hand. Qin Xin's feet were as small as she was, probably only about size 35. Zhuangming could even hold Qin Xin's entire foot in the palm of his hand. The coldness of his palms made Zhuangming look more serious. He said, "Remember to wear shoes next time. If I see you barefoot again, I will hold you in my arms and won't let you get off." Zhuangming's tone was particularly overbearing, but Qin Xin couldn't hate it. Because, leaning in Zhuangming's arms, the moment I opened my eyes, I saw his firm and beautiful muscles. Qin Xin's ears turned red, and she struggled awkwardly, "Uncle, you didn't dress properly. Xin Xin, help me." Zhuangming leaned back a little to make room for Qin Xin. Qin Xin reached out her hand with some trembling, pulled Zhuangming's clothes and belt, and tied a knot around his waist. Only after covering the exposed muscles did Qin Xin feel that he could breathe more smoothly. "Are you shy already?" Zhuangming hugged Qin Xin tightly and couldn't help pinching the tip of Qin Xin's nose. "Xin Xin is so shy, won't you faint from shame in bed in the future?" "What?" Qin Xin punched Zhuangming on the chest twice in shame and anger. "Uncle, you promised not to bully me. But Xin Xin is too tempting. What should I do if I can't control myself?" Qin Xin was held tightly in Zhuangming's arms. At this distance, the heat from his breathing sprayed on Qin Xin's rosy earlobes. Qin Xin's ears are very beautiful, with a layer of very fine flesh-colored hair on them. Just looking at it makes me want to touch, kiss and lick it. Qin was confused. There was a layer of mist in her round eyes, and because of her rapid breathing, she had to open her lips slightly and breathe deeply. What to do? The uncle's body was so hot that it burned her arms. But the uncle hugged her and made her feel comfortable and safe, so she was reluctant to push him away. Her ears were so itchy that Qin Xin shrank her neck and hid herself in Zhuang Ming's arms, stretching out her little hands to cover her ears tightly. She trembled and cried, "Uncle, I heard that it would be very painful, I'm afraid." Qin Xin's words made Zhuang Ming's eyes completely gloomy. So, Qin Xin did not reject his touch. Her subconscious first reaction was not rejection, but fear of pain. After drinking, the brain becomes particularly excited. Zhuang Ming couldn't bear it any longer and put his hand on Qin Xin's smooth calf. "Go up." Qin Xin shuddered, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. "Good girl, lift your head and let me kiss you, okay? We are a legally married couple. I am Xin Xin's family member and their husband who will spend the rest of her life with her. Xin Xin, be obedient and kiss me." Zhuang Ming's voice was very low, and seemed to be able to bewitch people. Qin Xin unconsciously put down the hands that were covering her ears and raised her head timidly. The next second, Zhuang Ming's big hand pressed firmly on the back of Qin Xin's head. The kiss mixed with a faint smell of cigarettes and alcohol took away Qin Xin's breath at the moment. Different from Zhuang Ming's domineering attitude, Qin Xin was so well behaved that she didn't know how to respond and even felt a little scared. But Qin Xin firmly believed that Zhuang Ming would not hurt her, so she plucked up the courage and put her arms around Zhuang Ming's waist. Only when he felt Qin Xin was almost out of breath did Zhuang Ming reluctantly let go, with a smile in his eyes. "Little boy, you can breathe through your nose when you kiss." Qin Xin lowered her head shyly, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth. I'll be more careful next time." Next time? Zhuang Ming was about to be defeated by Qin Xin. She was as innocent and well behaved as a blank sheet of paper, but she could always tease him and make him unable to stop. No need to wait until next time, let's continue, practice makes perfect. Chapter 20. The boss brought his wife to their company. Qin Xin didn't know when he went downstairs. It was only after Zhuang Ming put her on the bed that she came to her senses. "Uncle, does it have to be tonight?" It's not that Qin Xin was unwilling, she was just a little scared and panicked. Such an overly intimate thing is a test of a person's courage. "Xin Xin, if you don't eat meat, I will be depressed." Qin Xin has a soft personality and is gentle and kind to others. She is well behaved and likes to put herself in other people's shoes and think in their shoes. It was because of this that after hearing Zhuang Ming's words, he loosened the defense in his heart. Pinshuk. Zhuang Ming pressed a gentle kiss on Qin Xin's eyebrows, his voice was particularly hoarse. His self-control has reached the critical point of losing control at any time, but he still patiently coaxes the panicked little white rabbit under him. "Xin Xin is too cute, and I love Xin Xin too much, so I can't control it. Xin Xin can understand, right?" I. Qin Xin was too shy to look at Zhuang Ming. "Don't be afraid, Xin Xin is my baby. I don't want to hurt her. Give her to me, okay?" Qin Xin couldn't help but glance at Zhuang Ming. The weather was obviously a bit cold, but Zhuang Ming's forehead was covered with sweat. He was so uncomfortable suppressing his desire that veins on his forehead bulged. The uncle was obviously in such a bad mood, but he still asked for her opinion gently. Shouldn't she be more sensible? Besides, they are already a legal couple, right? Qin Xin's breathing also became disordered. Her eyelashes trembled like a young butterfly shivering in a storm. Mustering up her courage, she climbed onto Zhuang Ming's shoulders with trembling hands and settled in the small space beneath him. She spoke with a trembling voice, "Uncle. I'm scared. Be gentle." Fortunately, the next day was Saturday and Qin Xin didn't have to go to college. When he woke up, his whole body felt like it was falling apart. However, Zhuang Ming had started eating meat and felt so refreshed that the hostility between his brows had dissipated a little. Rubbing Qin Xin's waist, "Does it still hurt?" Qin Xin pulled Zhuang Ming's hand in shame and anger and bit it hard. Pouting, "Uncle, you are lying." The uncle also said that he would not hurt her, but last night, even when she cried until her throat became hoarse, the uncle still refused to let her go. Fortunately, it doesn't hurt that much later. It's my fault. If Xin Xin is still angry, just bite me again. Zhuang Ming rolled up his sleeves, revealing his wrists. Qin Xin snorted softly, "No way." Zhuang Ming smiled, and in order to avoid being unable to get out of bed at night, he quickly picked Qin Xin up from the bed. "Wash up and have breakfast first. Aunt Chen has heated it up several times." The top floor of Zhuang Group. Special Assistant Wang Hao looked at his watch and it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Today is the monthly meeting where each department reports on their work. But logically speaking, Zhuang Ming couldn't be late. Zhuang Ming is a well-known workaholic who is decisive in his work and always enters the company building at 9 o'clock on time. Why hasn't he shown up yet at 10 o'clock today? In the meeting room, the administrative secretary asked Wang Hao on WeChat when Zhuang Ming would come to the meeting. Wang Hao replied to wait a little longer. Meeting room. The executives from various departments had been sitting there for an hour, and they became even more nervous as Zhuang Ming hadn't arrived yet. Several people broke out in cold sweats. The head of the public relations department spoke up. Tell me, is it because our work this month was so poor that the boss felt it was unnecessary to even listen to our reports? The slightly overweight manager of the administration department patted his hungry stomach and said, it's over. No more bonuses or extra meals. I've lost weight from 200 pounds to 160 pounds. My wife is so disgusted that she won't touch my belly anymore. The manager of the finance department looked at the administrative secretary at the door and said, Auntie, what did Assistant Wang say? Has the boss not come to the company yet, or does he simply not want to hold this meeting? Andy shrugged, her full chest trembling. The boss hasn't arrived yet. Special Assistant Wang asked us to wait a little longer. Just then, the company's gossip group suddenly started to buzz like crazy. Everyone looked down at their phones. It was a WeChat message from the girl at the front desk. Front desk Lily, shocked. The boss is here. With a girl in a princess dress. Front desk Ting Ting, the boss is holding a pink school bag. Wang Hao, the CEO's special assistant, you've spread rumors about the boss, do you want to die? Executive lawyer Yang Shanhan, Lily Ting Ting is right, I saw it too. Picture. Wang Hao was shocked. The smile on Zhuang Ming's face when he called me yesterday suddenly popped up in my mind. Just then, the sound of the exclusive elevator arriving at the floor was heard. Wang Hao went up to it and was stunned. Zhuang Ming glanced at Wang Hao and frowned. You haven't woken up yet. I'll give you a half-year vacation. Boss, wake up. Wang Hao immediately straightened his back and got into working mode. Zhuang Ming then squeezed Xin Xin's hand and said to her, Xin Xin, this is my assistant, Wang Hao. I have to go to a meeting first. If you need anything, just ask him to help you. Qin Xin nodded obediently, smiled at Wang Hao, and waved weakly, hello, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang? Wang Hao smiled awkwardly and looked at the hands of Zhuang Ming and Qin Xin holding together. She asked tentatively, yes, Madam President. Zhuang Ming responded and walked into the office with Qin Xin. Zhuang Ming brought Qin Xin to the office, put the pillow beside him on the sofa, and asked Qin Xin to sit down. He smiled and rubbed Qin Xin's head, wait for me obediently. Qin Xin sat down, pouted and combed her hair that was messed up by Zhuang Ming. You should get busy. I have to study on my own too. As soon as Zhuang Ming left the meeting room, Wang Hao informed the gossip group of the news. Wang Hao, the president's special assistant, boss is leaving the meeting room now, in a good mood. If there are any mistakes, it's best to report them today. Financial manager Li XX, really? Special Assistant Wang, you are not trying to trap us and have all our bonuses for this year deducted, are you? President's Special Assistant Wang Hao, boss is newly married, I don't think he will get angry today. All members, newly married. Wang Hao, the President's Special Assistant, yes, the boss just brought the President's wife. She is doing her homework in the boss's office now. I won't say more. I'm going to make coffee for her. Zhuang Ming got married. He even brought his wife to the company. This news shocked thousands of people in the group. Meeting room. As soon as Zhuang Ming stepped into the office, he felt the atmosphere was weird. After a cold glance around, everyone immediately lowered their heads in fear. He walked towards the main seat with long legs, tugged at his tie, and said calmly, that department comes first. The executive manager raised his fat pig trotter-like hand and said, Boss, let me go first. Zhuang Ming raised his eyes and glanced at him, speak. Cough. People who work in administration are all shrewd people. They are always the best at reading people's expressions and speaking. Seeing that Zhuang Ming was not in a very angry mood today, he believed what Wang Hao said. He tentatively smiled and said, Before I report, I would like to congratulate the boss on his wedding. May you have a long and happy marriage. As soon as the executive manager said this, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone was worried about the daring administrative manager. Result: Zhuangming leaned back in his chair and smiled for the first time. With his arms folded across his chest, he said, "Well, this quarter all employees will receive a 16% bonus increase, which will be used as wedding candy money. The finance department will check on it." Yes. Chapter 21. I'll be jealous. President's office. Wang Hao made a cup of coffee and gently knocked on the office door. The president's wife looked so small, so he had to be gentle, otherwise he would be frightened and beaten by Zhuangming. "Come in, Tilda. Qin Xin is doing her homework. Although she is learning figure skating, she cannot neglect her academic subjects." I made you a cup of coffee." Thank you, Uncle Wang." Qin Xin blushed at being addressed as Madam. She covered her face with her hands and said softly, "Uncle Wang, my name is Qin Xin. You can call me Xin Xin like you do." "Uncle? Wow, little girls nowadays are really good at it." www.issue.g. Zhuangming is called Uncle, so it doesn't seem so painful for him to be called Uncle Wang at the age of 27. However, Wang Hao didn't dare to call the word Xin Xin. "Miss Qin, please try it. In addition to coffee, we also have some snacks in the rest room. Would you like some? There are chocolate, nuts and the like." "No snacks, I've already had breakfast." Qin Xin and Zhuangming came out after having breakfast. Figure skating requires controlling weight, otherwise it would be difficult to perform aerial spins and various difficult moves. Qin Xin glanced at the advanced math problems that had been tormenting her for several minutes, and smiled sweetly at Wang Hao. "Uncle Wang, are you busy? Can you teach me how to do a few problems?" "Of course." After the regular meeting, Zhuangming hurried back to the president's office. Maybe because he had a full meal last night, he was in a good mood today. When the employees greeted him, he nodded generously. When I opened the door and saw Qin Xin and Wang Hao sitting together, my good mood for the day disappeared instantly. His eyes turned cold and he stood in front of the two of them. The two men looked up, one was confused, the other was cowardly. Wang Hao immediately jumped up from the sofa. "Boss, I remember I have some things to do, you can help my wife with her homework yourself." After saying that, he ran away, and very considerately closed the office door. Only after Wang Hao left did Zhuangming's expression soften. Reaching out and pinching Qin Xin's face, "Simple Madam Zhuang, you can't get so close to other opposite sexes in the future, I will be jealous." Zhuangming said such possessive words without any reservation, which made Qin Xin shy away from looking at him. She gently took Zhuangming's hand and shook it. "Uncle Wang is teaching me how to do my homework. The advanced math problems are too difficult." "Well, I'll teach you." Zhuangming loosened the tie that was bound around his collar, sat next to Qin Xin, and put his big hands around Qin Xin's waist. Qin Xin was already used to being hugged by Zhuangming. Although she felt shy, she still leaned into Zhuangming's arms with a blushing face. "There's only this one question left to be done." The sophomore year questions were child's play for Zhuangming. In order to make the little girl in his arms admire him more, he proposed several solutions in succession, which were in sharp contrast to the draft that Wang Hao wrote for Qin Xin. "Wow! Uncle, you are so awesome." Qin Xin's eyes sparkled. "Can I still ask you questions if I have any questions in the future? Who else do you want to ask?" Zhuangming lowered his eyes to look at Qin Xin's lips and couldn't help but steal a breath of her fragrance. Qin Xin immediately covered her eyes, and her two round black grape-like eyes rolled around shyly. "Outside. This is my office. No one else will be here." Zhuangming's hand on Qin Xin's waist moved up and down unruly. "Can't I get a little reward for teaching Xin Xin to do the exercises?" Qin Xin had no chance to refuse. Just as she put her hands down and before she had time to say anything, Zhuangming forcefully pressed the back of her head and kissed her. Zhuangming's kiss was as strong and overbearing as he was, like conquering a city, not letting go of every inch of sweetness in Qin Xin's mouth. Their breathing blended together and their heartbeats quickened. Qin Xin tightly grasped Zhuangming's suit jacket, her body softly pressed against Zhuangming's arms. Zhuangming was satisfied. He gently licked the silver hair at the corner of Qin Xin's mouth, looked at Qin Xin's misty eyes, and laughed in a deep voice. "I love Xin Xin so much, what should I do? I want to keep her by my side all the time." Qin Xin buried her head in Zhuangming's neck, her heart pounding and her mouth dry. She swallowed and said, "I like uncles too." I like Zhuang Ming's strong arms and broad shoulders, and I like nestling in his arms and being held tightly by him. This feeling is like being cared for and makes me feel especially safe. Qin Xin felt that she seemed to be unable to live without her uncle. She rubbed her delicate face against Zhuang Ming's neck and asked softly, "Uncle, we will be together for the rest of our lives, right? You won't abandon Xin Xin, right?" "Yes." Zhuang Ming rubbed Qin Xin's back soothingly. "Xin Xin is my precious baby whom I want to hold in my hands and protect. She is my only wife in this life. There are countless women in the world who want to be Mrs. Zhuang. But the only one who can enter Zhuang Ming's heart is the petite girl in his arms. But the uncle is so powerful, he's the boss of a big company." Zhuang Ming frowned. "Xin Xin doesn't want me anymore." Qin Xin was startled and quickly looked up at Zhuang Ming to deny it. "Of course not." Zhuang Ming sighed lightly and followed Qin Xin's path, leaving Qin Xin with no way to go. "I thought Xin Xin didn't want me anymore. So what if she's the boss? If Xin Xin doesn't want me anymore, I'll be left with no family." "Oh, yes, yes, yes. I want uncles." Qin Xin held Zhuang Ming's face anxiously and said sincerely, "Xin Xin likes uncle very much." Zhuang Ming said hoarsely, "Then Xin Xin will take the initiative to kiss me." "R." Qin Xin wrinkled her face embarrassedly. "Okay, if Xin Xin doesn't want to, forget it." Zhuang Ming's voice sounded a little lonely. Qin Xin felt distressed and immediately gave Zhuang Ming a few kisses on his lips to comfort him. "Xin Xin, this is not called a kiss. Learn how I kiss you." Qin Xin blushed. But she still took a deep breath and pressed her pink lips against Zhuang Ming's thin lips. The pink tip of the tongue tentatively licked Zhuang Ming's lips. Zhuang Ming couldn't wait any longer, so he pressed the back of Qin Xin's head and took the initiative of the kiss. Despite kissing many times, Qin Xin still couldn't learn how to breathe through her nose. After ending the kiss, Qin Xin ran away in shame. He covered his face, didn't even take his school bag, just took his cell phone and ran downstairs. In the elevator, Zhuang Ming sent a WeChat message. "ZM, be careful when you go out, this is the driver's phone number 136XXXXXXXX. The driver that Zhuang Ming arranged for Qin Xin was his former bodyguard leader. On the surface, he was Qin Xin's driver, but in reality he was protecting Qin Xin. Seeing Zhuang Ming's message, Qin Xin hummed softly. Sent a voice message. "I don't want to play with that stinky uncle anymore." The elevator door opened and several group employees walked in. Because the photo Yang Shanhen secretly took in the morning only showed Zhuang Ming holding Qin Xin's back, so no one could recognize Qin Xin. Qin Xin stood in a corner and looked at the capable women in professional attire in front of her, thinking they were so cool. Ting Ting at the front desk also noticed Qin Xin. He smiled kindly. "Little sister, are you an adult? Who are you looking for?" "I'm 20, sister, you are so beautiful. Girls all like to look at pretty girls." Qin Xin was generous with her compliments, and the women smiled coquettishly. "Sister, you are also very beautiful." Qin Xin smiled shyly with her lips pursed. At this time, Qin Xin's WeChat rang. It was Zhuang Ming who also sent a voice message back. Qin Xin didn't think much about it and clicked it. "In order to prevent Xin Xin from abandoning me, I will try not to kiss you for so long next time." The air suddenly became quiet. No one in the group could fail to recognize Zhuang Ming's unique and deep voice. Qin Xin lowered her head in embarrassment and put her phone behind her back. The elevator door opened, and Ting Ting and the others at the front desk were still standing there in a daze. Qin Xin said, "Goodbye, sisters." After saying that, run away quickly. After Qin Xin left, the elevator door closed again, and everyone suddenly reacted. That was the boss's voice just now, right? The boss was so gentle. Was he possessed by a ghost? The point is, the president's wife is actually a 20-year-old girl. What's wrong with the little girl? She's so cute. The way she called me sister just now made my heart melt. I've decided that I want to support the CP of the boss and their wife. The cold-faced president vs the soft and delicate wife, it's not so cute anymore. Chapter 22. What? You're married. Milk tea shop. Qin Xin. What did you say? You said you were married. When did it happen? Why are you telling me now? After Qin Xin came out of the Zhuang Group building, she asked Wang Zitong to come out for milk tea. Wang Zitong noticed a small red mark on her neck and pressed her for answers. Qin Xin didn't want to hide it from her best friend, so she confessed. The day before my birthday, Qin Xiaoli called me and urged me to go home. Do you remember? Wang Zitong pouted. Remember, you promised to accompany me to the boutique that day. Qin Xin lowered her head and said, after I got home, the nanny gave me a pair of new shoes, saying that it was my father's birthday gift to me in advance. I believed it and put them on. Then Qin Xiaoli came down from upstairs, crying and wanting to take off my shoes, asking me not to snatch them from her because my dad was just coming home. And then what? Qin Xin took a deep breath and looked up at Wang Zitong with a forced smile. Then my father slapped me without any explanation and said he didn't want a daughter as selfish as me, and kicked me out of the house. Wang Zitong's face turned black and he was so angry that he pounded his fist on the table. Qin Xin continued, the driver dropped me off at the cemetery. It was raining that day, and I walked for half an hour before I saw a bus stop where I could hide from the rain. That's where I met the uncle. Uncle. Wang Zitong grabbed Qin Xin's hand. You married an uncle. Qin Xin covered Wang Zitong's mouth. Zitong. Keep your voice down. Wang Zitong lowered her voice, anxiously unable to sit still. Xin Xin, you really married an uncle. He's not an uncle, he's only 28. Dan Ting is indeed not considered old at the age of 28, but Qin Xin is only 20, a full 8 years age difference between them. My poor Xin Xin. Wang Zitong was almost in tears. I'm not pitiful. I have a new home now. The uncle is very good to me and I like him very much. In order to reassure Wang Zitong, Qin Xin showed her the chat history with Zhuang Ming on WeChat. Wang Zitong finished reading it with tears in her eyes and felt a little relieved. On WeChat, this man named Mr. Zhuang really cares about Qin Xin. He would ask Qin Xin if she had eaten at mealtime. It can be seen between the lines that Qin Xin was not deceived. Woo woo, Xin Xin. Wang Zitong hugged Qin Xin. If he bullies you, you must tell me. My father is the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I will definitely let my father help you. Qin Xin patted Wang Zitong's back, her eyes moistened. Okay, I'm really fine, hurry up and finish the milk tea so we can go shopping. If you don't walk 10,000 steps today, you won't be able to digest the calories in this cup of milk tea. Qin Xin asked Wang Zitong out mainly because she wanted to buy some clothes. Although the bodyguard helped her get a suitcase back from Qin's house, there were only a few school uniforms in it. The little skirt her grandfather bought for her was gone, and even the dance costume she wore for skating was gone. She had received a dance costume from her movie star brother, so she was not in a hurry to buy a new one. However, she did need to buy clothes and shoes for her daily life. The nearest shopping mall to here is Vank. As the largest shopping mall, Vank has both high-end luxury brands and affordable brands. Wang Zitong is also a rich lady and has a 20% discount platinum card at Vank. Zitong, let's go to the 3rd floor to buy it. In Vank shopping mall, floors 1 to 5 sell affordable goods, while floors 6 to 10 sell high-end luxury brands. Okay, let's go to the 3rd floor. Wang Zitong didn't have much pursuit for brand names. As long as the clothes looked good and were wearable, that was enough. The two got in the elevator, and just as the door was about to close, someone outside pressed the up button. When the elevator door opened, Qin Xin and Wang Zitong's faces changed when they saw the two people outside. Oh, it's Xin Xin. Qin Xiaoli walked in holding her mother Chen Lian's hand. Chen Lian is already in her 40s, but she still looks charming, with broad shoulders and a thick waist, and a very sensual temperament. Chen Lian glanced at Qin Xin but didn't say anything. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoli was as arrogant as a cock, and looked at Qin Xin and Wang Zitong with disdain. How can you two go shopping at Vank? Can you afford it? And don't dirty their clothes or you won't be able to pay for it. Wang Zitong and Qin Xin looked unhappy, not because they hated Qin Xiaoli, nor because of her harsh words. It was because the clothes Qin Xiaoli was wearing used to belong to Qin Xin. This dress was a custom-made one designed by a designer specially for Qin Xin by Grandpa Qin. It was a birthday gift for Qin Xin on her 18th birthday. Qin Xin usually doesn't want to wear it, and only wears it at the college's New Year's Eve party and other important festivals. But now, it was actually worn by Qin Xiaoli. It's even about to break the line. Wang Zitong rolled her eyes at Qin Xiaoli. You act as if your Qin family is very rich. How can you afford it? I don't think you can afford it, otherwise you wouldn't pick up clothes that my Xin Xin doesn't want and wear them. Qin Xiaoli's face turned black. You? Wang Zitong snorted. Did I say something wrong? Are the clothes you are wearing yours? But why do I feel like they don't fit me? My side breasts are sticking out. Qin Xin was so angry that she raised her hand and wanted to hit someone, but was stopped by Chen Lian next to her. Chen Lian has been patient outside for 20 years, so his level cannot be too low and he is not willing to show off his skills by arguing. So she said, Xin Xin, your sister also has no clothes to wear temporarily, so I just want to buy her some clothes. Since you are here, let's go together. I will make it up to you as a mother. You are not my mother. Qin Xin gritted her teeth, mustered up the courage to look up and look directly at Chen Lian. From the moment you kicked me out of the house and moved my household registration out, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Chen Lian smiled, oh, I almost forgot. In that case, I will save some money for Shelly's father. After Chen Lian finished speaking, she pressed the button for the 8th floor. The 8th floor is the clothing area, full of high-end luxury brands. Qin Xiaoli said, Mom, why don't you help them click on the 3rd floor? With their worth, they are only worthy of visiting the 3rd floor. Funny. Wang Zitong was impatient and especially looked down upon the provocative behavior of Chen Lian and Qin Xiaoli. However, they refused to go to the 3rd floor today. Zitong. Qin Xin tugged at Wang Zitong's sleeve. Wang Zitong whispered, Xin Xin, don't be afraid, I have a 20% discount card. The elevator went up very quickly and we had already reached the 8th floor. The elevator door opened. Qin Xiaoli took Chen Lian's hand and walked out, looking back. You guys don't really want to get off the elevator, do you? Let's go down to the 3rd floor quickly. It's not fun to pretend to be rich. Bar. Don't disgust me. Wang Zitong took Qin Xin's hand and strode down the elevator. Qin Xin sighed softly. Although she had an unlimited family card given by Zhuang Ming, Qin Xin didn't want to spend Zhuang Ming's money unless it was necessary. But at this time, I'm afraid I have to spend it. Qin Xin took out her cell phone and reported to Zhuang Ming. QX, uncle, I may have to spend a lot of your money later. I will pay you back later. ZM, be good, my money is endless, feel free to spend it. Qin Xin's depressed mood improved a lot after seeing Zhuang Ming's shameless WeChat message. With a red face, she sent a kiss emoticon to Zhuang Ming. After thinking about it, Zhuang Ming said that Vank is his own shopping mall. So spending money at Vank should be like taking money out of your left pocket and putting it in your right pocket, right? Thinking of this, Qin Xin suddenly had a bad idea. Zitong. Wang Zitong turned around, thinking that Qin Xin was worried about not having money, and comforted her, Xin Xin, don't worry, just think of it as me buying clothes today. I don't believe I can lose to Qin Xiaoli in terms of money. Qin Xin whispered, Zitong, this is my uncle's shopping mall. Wang Zitong was stunned. Then he immediately realized what Qin Xin meant. The two best friends looked at each other. Wang Zitong curled his lips, kill her. Qin Xin pursed her lips, a little embarrassed, am I too mean? Badass. She was the one who provoked us first. Let Qin Xiaoli bleed a lot today. Anyway, the money goes into your uncle's pocket. But Xin Xin, if I spend too much, you have to pay for my snacks for the next month. Qin Xin smiled and bumped into Wang Zitong's shoulder affectionately. He raised his eyes and glanced at Chen Lian and Qin Xiaoli who were standing high in front of him. This was the first time Qin Xin tried to plot against someone. This behavior is somewhat bad and not good. Qin Xin felt a little guilty, but she also comforted herself that it was not her fault, she just didn't want to endure it anymore. It turns out that being a bad girl is much more comfortable than being a good girl. At least you won't be wronged. Xin Xin is still a good girl, but she will not be as naively and unprincipledly nice to others as before. She will slowly learn to fight back. Kindness is the original intention, fighting back against malice is growth tilde. I hope all the readers can be as kind and cute as Xin Xin, and learn not to be bullied tilde. Chapter 23 Qin Xiaoli is furious. Qin Xiaoli and Chen Lian walked in front. Qin Xiaoli held Chen Lian's hand and whispered, Mom, I suspect Qin Xin is being kept by someone now. Chen Lianmei's heart skipped a beat, and a calculating look flashed across her eyes. Do you have evidence? I have friends who are also from Huajin, and they saw with their own eyes that there was a car picking up Qin Xin from school. The Shui family doesn't recognize Qin Xin at all, so the person who picked up and dropped off Qin Xin could never have been arranged by the Shui family. Apart from being kept by someone, there is no other possibility. Chen Lian spoke up, I was wondering why she didn't go home crying and beg your father to let her go home. It turns out she has a place to live. She's just like her mother, a vixen. Thinking of Qin Xin's mother Shui Qian, Chen Lian's eyes turned cold. Shopping mall surveillance room. The fat manager Zhao Zhilong was drinking pearl milk tea, patting his round belly and watching the surveillance camera. Next to the manager was a fat woman. The woman is the team leader of the monitoring room, her name is Li Man. Besides being the fourth person in the monitoring room, she is also the manager's wife. Hey, honey, why does that girl on the 8th floor look so familiar? Zhao Zhilong touched his belly and looked over. He also felt that she looked familiar. After thinking about it, he was shocked. Fuck. Isn't this the president's wife? Zhuangming personally took Qin Xin to Madame Shixiang to buy a watch yesterday, and he also arranged for employees to quote a lower price. This matter went viral in the mall. He came to the monitoring room now just to find the surveillance footage from yesterday, take a screenshot of Qin Xin's face, and inform the employees below so that they can greet Qin Xin well when they see her in the future. As a result, when I was drinking milk tea with my wife, I saw Qin Xin again before I started looking for yesterday's surveillance footage. Zhao Zhilong couldn't sit still any longer. No, honey, I won't accompany you anymore. I'm going to accompany the president's wife in person. Don't be impatient. Li Man zoomed in on the surveillance camera on the 8th floor and saw that Chen Lian and Qin Xiaoli, who were walking in front of her, had strange expressions, one old and the other looking old, as if they were calculating something. Li Man twisted her thumb. Her woman's intuition told her that these two women and the president's wife would definitely not get along. After thinking for a while, Li Man said, I'll go. You're a grown man, don't you know how to accompany a little girl? Okay. Chanel brand store. Qin Xiaoli glanced at Wang Zitong and Qin Xin with contempt. You really dare to follow me in? If you make trouble and can't afford the bill, you will be blacklisted by Vank. Wang Zitong rolled her eyes at Qin Xiaoli and said, some people only know how to provoke us. If they could afford it, they wouldn't have stayed in the store for so long and wouldn't even dare to pick one to try. After Wang Zitong finished speaking, she pointed to a Chanel-style skirt suit on the mannequin next to her and said, Saleswoman, I want to try that one. The salesperson standing nearby heard this and smiled. Okay miss, judging from your figure, you should wear a size S. I'll take it to the fitting room for you. Is that okay with you? Wang Zitong nodded. Looking at Qin Xiaoli, he grinned, Miss Qin, I'm going to try on some clothes. What about you? Are you afraid to try, or are you afraid to choose because you can't afford it? Funny. Qin Xiaoli pointed directly at the dress on the side. I want this one, just pack it up, no need to try it on. The salesperson smiled. Okay miss, I see you should wear a size L. We don't have a size L in the store. I'll go to the warehouse and get it for you. Size L? Qin Xiaoli was furious. Are you blind? I'm wearing size S. S. The salesman's smile froze. She has been buying clothes for several years and has never made a mistake. She would buy a size S even though she could wear a size L. In the end, she would return the clothes if they didn't fit. In order to avoid after-sales service, the salesperson politely reminded, Miss, if you feel that the L size is not suitable, why don't you try the M medium size first? The S size is suitable for people with small frames, so it may not be suitable for you. Chapter 24 Qin Xin's necklace is the bright moon and stars. Looking down on salesman was Qin Xiaoli's biggest mistake. What kind of shopping mall is Vank? What brand is Chanel? Which of the salespeople who can work in Vank's brand stores is not a top sales graduate from a prestigious university? Which one of them has not received professional training? The salesperson dares to speak so frankly and honestly because Vank has a clear rule that they do not need to be humble to customers for the sake of sales performance. All they have to do is give customers the best advice. So Qin Xiaoli's impolite accusation made the salesperson's standard smiling face freeze. The salesperson was too lazy to smile at Qin Xiaoli and said coldly, Miss, if you are dissatisfied, you can complain to me, but please don't shout in Vank. Loud noises are prohibited in our mall. Thank you. Qin Xiaoli was about to yell, but the salesperson interrupted her. If you yell again, I'll call security. At Vank, customers who have been expelled by security guards will be blacklisted by Vank and will no longer be served. Qin Xiaoli shut up immediately. But she still couldn't help but glared at the salesperson and said to Wang Zitong and Qin Xin, what a crappy store. We won't spend money here. Let's go to another store. Okay, let's go to the jewelry store next door. Wang Zitong felt that Chanel's clothes were not expensive enough, so he couldn't rip off Qin Xiaoli. Qin Xiaoli and Wang Zitong left first. Qin Xin pursed her lips and smiled apologetically at the salesperson. Sorry, salesperson sister. When Qin Xin smiled, her baby fat cheeks were chubby and especially cute and soft. The salesperson's heart melted and he smiled again. It's okay, little sister probably doesn't have time to buy clothes today, come to me next time you want to buy something, okay? Qin Xin nodded heavily, yeah. Inside the mall surveillance room, the fat manager Zhao Zhilong was drinking pearl milk tea, patting his round belly and being affectionate with his wife. Zhao Zhilong's wife is the supervisor of the monitoring room. Her name is Li Man. She is also plump. The couple are both around 40 years old, but they still look as fat and cute as orange cats. Li Man patted Zhao Zhilong's big belly and said, Hey, honey, why does that girl on the 8th floor look so familiar? Zhao Zhilong looked over and felt that it looked familiar. After thinking about it, he was surprised. Fuck. Isn't this the president's wife? Zhuangming personally took Qin Xin to Madame Shixiang to buy a watch yesterday, and he also arranged for employees to quote a lower price. This matter went viral in the mall. All his employees asked him for a photo of the president's wife, saying that they wanted to remember what she looked like so as to avoid offending her in the future. Zhao Zhilong came to the monitoring room today just to find yesterday's surveillance footage and take a screenshot of Qin Xin's face. As a result, I was drinking milk tea with my wife and before I even started looking through yesterday's surveillance footage, I saw Qin Xin again. Just then, Zhao Zhilong's cell phone rang. It's Special Assistant Wang Hao. Hello, Special Assistant Wang. Wang Hao responded and got straight to the point. The president's wife went shopping at Vank Mall. The boss asked you to take care of her, but don't be too obvious. Huh? Take care, isn't it too obvious? Isn't this embarrassing for Fat Tiger? After hanging up the phone, Zhao Zhilong looked at Li Man. Wife, what do you mean by taking care of me, but not too obviously? Li Man put down the milk tea and zoomed in on the surveillance footage on the 8th floor. In the picture, Qin Xin, Wang Zitong and Qin Xiaoli entered a jewelry store. Honey, is the necklace on the president's wife's neck the bright moon and stars? Bright moon and stars. Zhao Zhilong opened his eyes wide and looked. Oh, yes. It's bright moon and stars. Then you don't have to take care of the lady. Li Man continued to drink milk tea. Don't worry, bright moon and stars are wearing it. There's no way old Liu can't guess who patronizes her store. The Lao Liu that Li Man mentioned is the manager of this jewelry store, a 40-year-old woman with a still graceful figure. When Qin Xin and the other two entered the store, manager Liu observed the jewelry they were wearing out of professional habit. The earrings Wang Zitong wears are worth some money, but the rest are just ordinary jewelry. Everything Qin Xiaoli wears is very expensive, but there is no way to match them. It seems like she just wears whatever is expensive. Qin Xin didn't even have her ears pierced, and she only wore a necklace. Necklace. Manager Liu rubbed his eyes and took another look to confirm. Bright moon and stars. Manager Liu took a deep breath, smiled, and stood in front of the counter himself. Xiaoli, I'll take care of the reception. Go and pour a glass of lemonade for the three ladies. The three of them sat together. Wang Zitong sat in the middle separating Qin Xiaoli and Qin Xin. Qin Xiaoli said, please choose. Is there anything you can afford? Wang Zitong snorted, if you can afford it, we can afford it too. You choose first. As long as you buy it, we will buy the same price. We will spend as much as you spend. Humph, this is Qin Xin's husband's shopping mall anyway. Even if she maxes out her card, the bargains will still belong to Qin Xin. She and Qin Xin are good friends and they don't share each other's money. Qin Xiaoli looked at Qin Xin. Qin Xin, do you dare to spend as much money as I spend? Qin Xin remained silent. After hearing Qin Xiaoli's question, he raised his head and hummed softly, I dare. Qin Xin's voice was so soft. She wanted to say these two words in a domineering way, but like a sulking child. Qin Xin pouted and repeated loudly, I dare. Manager Liu, who was as shrewd as a human, glanced at the three people and quickly figured out their relationship. It seems like someone is trying to compete with the president's wife in wealth. Manager Liu narrowed his eyes and decided not to call Qin Xin Madam directly. Looking at Qin Xiaoli, he smiled and said, then, the lady on the left, please take a look and see if there is anything you like. Qin Xiaoli snorted and pointed at a small blue diamond pinky ring. How much is this? It's not expensive. This blue diamond is only 1 carat, which is only 50,000 yuan. Manager Liu replied. 50,000. This ring is 50,000. Qin Xiaoli felt uneasy, but she was too embarrassed to go back on her word because Wang Zitong and Xin Xin were looking at her. She raised her head proudly. This is what I want. Please recommend the same price to the other two. Wang Zitong pointed to a platinum bracelet and said, Auntie, can I try this bracelet? Manager Liu took it out with a smile and put it on Wang Zitong, but did not mention the price. Does it look good, Xin Xin? Wang Zitong showed it to Qin Xin. Qin Xin touched it and said, it looks good, but there is a pendant on it, and it will get caught on our skirts when we dance. Figure skaters basically train on the ice for 5 days except Saturday and Sunday, which means they spend 4 to 5 hours a day on the ice, which is not suitable for hand gestures with pendants. Wang Zitong disagreed. It's okay, I'll take care of it on the weekend. Xin Xin, you can pick the one you like. Qin Xin has no habit of wearing jewelry, and she hasn't even pierced her ears because she's afraid of pain. But from the moment she sat down, Qin Xin's eyes would fall on the pair of earrings from time to time. Chapter 25. The special meaning of the necklace. They were a pair of ordinary silver earrings, without even diamonds. They were shaped like simple little rabbits, very cute. Manager Liu naturally also noticed Qin Xin's gaze. He took out the bunny earrings and smiled lovingly. Miss, if you like, I can help you pierce your ears. Qin Xin subconsciously touched her ear and asked, does it hurt? It won't hurt. We have topical anesthetics in our store. Just apply it on the earlobe and it will take effect in a few minutes. It won't hurt at all. Qin Xin was moved. Wang Zitong also began to instigate. Xin Xin, fight, I'll fight 2 more with you. So, is this earring expensive? Manager Liu smiled and said, not expensive, just a few hundred yuan. When she heard that it was several hundred yuan, Qin Xiaoli exploded. Xin Xin, didn't we agree to choose the same price range? Wang Zitong glared at Qin Xiaoli and said, why are you so anxious? Xin Xin didn't say she would only pick one. If you yell at her again, I'll get someone to cut off your tongue. Manager Liu waved his hand and asked the clerk to take Wang Zitong and Qin Xin to the inner room to get their ears pierced. She, on the other hand, stayed at the counter to meet this little bitch who always targeted the president's wife. Miss, would you like to see other jewelry? Manager Liu asked with a smile. Qin Xiaoli could only spend 100,000 yuan, and she had already spent 50,000 yuan, so she dared not buy any more. He asked, Manager, how much is the bracelet that the person in the middle is wearing? Are you so confident that she will not take it off? That one is a new model in our store, inlaid with many small diamonds, and worth 70,000 yuan. 70,000? Wang Zitong was at a loss, as the diamond pieces were so expensive. The pinky ring she liked was at least a 1-carat blue diamond. Qin Xiaoli's eyes turned calculatingly. Manager, you just heard them making a bet with me, right? I will buy another piece of jewelry worth about 50,000 yuan, and the total consumption will be 100,000 yuan. You can recommend them jewelry that is more expensive than mine. So, will they buy it? Qin Xiaoli snorted. They'll be so excited after a few words from me that they'll definitely buy it. Manager Liu smiled inconspicuously. Okay, why don't you pay the bill first, and I'll recommend more expensive ones to them later. Okay. Qin Xiaoli felt that this old woman store manager would not cheat. After all, who would not want to make an extra 200,000? Qin Xiaoli swiped the card and her whole body was in pain, but she still acted as if 100,000 yuan was just a small amount of money. Wang Zitong and Qin Xin came out soon. Wang Zitong gave 2 more blows to the ear bones, and Qin Xin gave 2 more blows to the ear lobe. Qin Xin's earlobes are already fleshy, and although they don't hurt after being anesthetized, they will still be red and swollen. The redness and swelling make her look fleshier, especially cute, making people want to touch and kiss her little earlobes. Pinshuk. Qin Xiaoli coughed. Manager Liu smiled and looked at Wang Zitong and Qin Xin. Since the 2 ladies have their ears pierced together, why not take a look at these bestie earrings? My bestie's earrings. Wang Zitong's eyes lit up. Xin Xin, come over and take a look together. Yeah. Qin Xin and Wang Zitong looked at the earrings in Manager Liu's hand. They are 4 different earrings, each in the shape of frost, flowers, snow and moon. Manager Liu said, this pair of earrings has an irregular design. The 4 earrings can be freely matched. The effect is very beautiful. It is suitable for close friends. You can wear them alternately. Wang Zitong likes it very much. Xin Xin. What do you think? Qin Xin also smiled and reached out to touch it. It looks very nice. Then this one. Buy it. Wang Zitong took out a bank card directly from her bag. Manager Liu handed the earrings to the clerk to pack, along with the bunny earrings that Qin Xin had liked before. Then he pushed Wang Zitong's bank card back and said, "Miss, you don't have to pay." Huh. Wang Zitong was stunned and leaned close to Qin Xin's ear. "Does this store manager know that you are the boss's wife?" Qin Xin shook her head blankly. "You don't know, right?" Manager Liu said that Qin Xin and Wang Zitong didn't have to pay the bill. Qin Xiaoli couldn't sit still anymore. "What do you mean by not having to pay the bill? Why don't they have to pay the bill?" Manager Liu smiled and pointed at the rhinestone necklace on Qin Xin's neck. "The necklace this lady is wearing is called Bright Moon and Stars. Although it is just an ordinary rhinestone, every detail of its craftsmanship was personally forged by our brand designer. That day was the designer's 99th birthday and also his and his wife's 66th wedding anniversary. So there is only one of this necklace in the world. It is the treasure of our store. Anyone who owns it can spend free of charge in our store for life. Free consumption for life." After hearing these 6 words, Qin Xiaoli's eyes turned red and she was almost going crazy with jealousy. "Qin Xin. This is what Grandpa gave you, right? You have been kicked out of the Qin family. Grandpa's inheritance is all mine. Give it to me." Qin Xin was still in a daze. Qin Xin never expected that the wedding gift Zhuang Ming gave her would be so precious and meaningful. Wang Zitong was also a little confused, but Wang Zitong didn't think that it was given to Qin Xin by Grandpa Qin. Qin Xin put on this necklace a few days ago. Moreover, it was made by a 99-year-old designer on his 66th wedding anniversary. How could 2 such meaningful numbers be a gift from my grandfather? It must have been a gift from Qin Xin's mysterious husband, Mr. Zhuang. When Qin Xiaoli saw that Qin Xin refused to take off the necklace and give it to her, she got so angry that she wanted to snatch it away. As a result, Wang Zitong slapped her and threw her away. "Qin Xiaoli, have some shame. How dare you bully Xin Xin in front of me? Do you think I, Wang Zitong, don't exist?" Qin Xiaoli cried, "You guys teamed up to cheat me out of my money. You're all liars. Just wait for me." After Qin Xiaoli finished speaking, she started crying and wanted to go to Chen Lian to complain. As soon as I went out, I saw Chen Lian and several rich ladies walking towards this side. "Mom! Qin Xin and Wang Zitong bullied me." Qin Xiaoli ran over crying. Among the several rich ladies, there was one with a particularly good temperament. When she heard Wang Zitong's name, the corners of her eyebrows raised. Chen Lian quickly covered Qin Xiaoli's mouth and said, "Stop talking. How could Miss Wang bully you?" After Chen Lian finished speaking, she smiled flatteringly, "Mrs. Wang, don't listen to the child's nonsense. How could your daughter bully her?" Mrs. Wang curled her lips with a fake smile. "It seems that my daughter is here too. In that case, I won't accompany you guys. I'll take my leave now." The rich ladies were all very nice to Wang Zitong's mother. They are all businessmen, and the wife of the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau must not be offended. At this time, Wang Zitong and Qin Xin also walked out of the store. Seeing Wang's mother, Wang Zitong was happy. "Mom! Why are you here?" Qin Xin also greeted Wang's mother obediently. "Hello, Auntie Tilda." Mother Wang glared at Wang Zitong, then turned to look at Qin Xin. He smiled and touched Qin Xin's face. "Why do you look so much thinner? Your face isn't as round as before. Did Zitong steal your snacks?" Mother Wang's intimate attitude towards Qin Xin made Chen Lian's face darken, and Qin Xiaoli didn't dare to cry anymore. Several rich ladies looked at each other, their eyes filled with worry. Mother Wang took Wang Zitong and Qin Xin away. As they walked away, a woman spoke up. "Chen Lian, you didn't say Qin Xin had such a good relationship with the director's wife." Chen Lian looked unhappy. "You're still talking about me. If you hadn't dated her, this wouldn't have happened. Who knew that Wang Zitong was actually the director's daughter? If she had known, she would not have let Qin Xiaoli provoke her." Thinking of this, Chen Lian twisted Qin Xiaoli's ear fiercely. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that she was the daughter of the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau?" You didn't ask." Chapter 26. Sir, you. Wang Zitong hadn't shopped enough, so he took his mother down to the 3rd floor and shopped in the affordable area for a while. Qin Xin bought 2 sets of clothes and left first. After Qin Xin left, Mother Wang spoke, Zitong, Xin Xin has a hard life, you must take good care of her. Then don't worry, Xin Xin and I are like a real sister. Wang Zitong assured, patting his chest. Garage. Qin Xin walked to the garage with her bags and saw a car flashing its lights. It's Zhuangming's car. Uncle. Qin Xin happily ran towards Zhuangming. Zhuangming got out of the car from the back seat and looked at the bright girl running towards him. His frown instantly relaxed. He opened his arms and was embraced by Qin Xin. Qin Xin threw herself into Zhuangming's arms, humming happily like a spoiled child. Zhuangming smiled and rubbed Qin Xin's head. Bad girl, don't you want to share the battle situation with your husband? Qin Xin raised her little fist in Zhuangming's arms, her eyes full of joy and pride, and snorted mischievously, the bad girl and her bestie won a great victory. Today is the happiest day for Qin Xin since her grandfather passed away half a year ago. Seeing Qin Xiaoli being humiliated, he seemed to no longer be depressed. So, what's the big deal about being a bad girl? You won't be bullied and you'll be happy. And the uncle said that this was a fight back against malice, which was not a bad thing. As long as she didn't take the initiative to bully others, she would still be a good girl. After getting in the car, Qin Xin happily shared what she bought with Zhuangming. These clothes are super cheap. They are only over 100 yuan. I don't have to spend my uncle's money. The pocket money my grandfather left me is enough to buy them. And this pair of white shoes is only 49. Super comfortable. Although she was raised in the wealthy Qin family, she is not spoiled at all. You can wear custom-made princess dresses, mass-produced ordinary dresses, princess shoes, and cheap white shoes. Qin Xin was not dissatisfied because the things she bought were cheap. She was even happy because she had enough money and did not waste Zhuangming's money. Zhuangming pinched Qin Xin's little hand and said, "Didn't I tell you not to save money for me?" Qin Xin smiled, her shallow dimples were particularly bright and charming, her eyes were sparkling, and she was very cute. "I'm not trying to save money, I just think these clothes are really nice looking, do you think they don't look good?" The style Qin Xin bought was the one that could be seen everywhere on the street. It wasn't ugly, but it wasn't very good looking either. However, no matter how ordinary the clothes are, they will have a different effect when worn by Qin Xin. His little wife's figure is not as unattractive as it appears. Only he knew how thin and soft Qin Xin's waist was. She might have practiced dancing, so her flexibility was very good. Zhuangming also liked Qin Xin's soft and tender cries when she was bullied by him. "Uncle Tilder," Qin Xin waved her hand in front of Zhuangming and pouted in dissatisfaction. "Uncle, what are you thinking about? You didn't even listen to me." Zhuangming took Qin Xin's waving hand, put it to his lips and kissed it. "I was wondering why Xin Xin is so resilient. She cried bitterly last night, but she was able to go shopping for half a day today. It would have been fine if Zhuangming didn't mention it." As soon as he did, Qin Xin immediately remembered what happened last night. Her face turned red, and she pulled her hand back in shame and anger, then sat in the corner, covering her face tightly with both hands. "The driver is here, don't say such annoying things." As soon as Qin Xin finished speaking, the bodyguard in front coughed awkwardly. "Boss, my ears aren't working well today." After saying that, a partition rose up, completely separating the front and back rows. The bodyguard driver's actions were simply a cover-up, making Qin Xin even more embarrassed. Qin Xin covered her little face with her hands, and Zhuangming's eyes fell on Qin Xin's earlobe. He raised his eyebrows, hugged Qin Xin in his arms, pulled away Qin Xin's hands that were covering her face, and gently touched the red and swollen earlobe with his fingertips. "Does it hurt?" "Well, it hurts a little." Qin Xin was still a little shy and didn't feel comfortable looking at Zhuangming. The anesthetic effect on the earlobe has worn off, so the pain is not severe, but the earlobe is swollen and numb, and a little uncomfortable. Zhuangming's hands were a little cold, and it felt very comfortable when his fingertips touched them. Zhuangming didn't expect that Qin Xin would get her ears pierced while going shopping, but that's fine. It now gives him one more option when he wants to give his little wife a gift in the future. When he heard Qin Xin say that it was a little painful, he picked up Qin Xin and put her on his lap. Qin Xin was wearing a skirt, and this posture caused her skirt to slide up, revealing her delicate and smooth thighs, with a few fingerprints still on the roots of her thighs. Zhuangming pressed Qin Xin's neck, first kissed Qin Xin on the lips, then tilted his head and kissed Qin Xin's red earlobe. "I didn't dare to use force for fear of hurting Qin Xin." Oh, how embarrassing. And for some reason, the earlobe is extremely sensitive. After Zhuang Ming kissed it, the swollen and painful earlobe was replaced by numbness and itchiness, and it was no longer painful. With a red face, she put her hands on Zhuang Ming's chest and struggled to get off Zhuang Ming's legs, but it would have been better if Qin Xin didn't struggle, but when she did, Zhuang Ming groaned. This muffled groan. Qin Xin knew it very well. Last night, Zhuang Ming groaned like this. She cried and said it hurt, and the uncle also groaned like this when he could no longer bear it. Qin Xin didn't dare to move, because she sensitively felt the seriousness of the matter. Zhuang Ming's eyes were dark. Seeing Qin Xin's body stiffened, he laughed in a deep voice. He pressed Qin Xin's hip with his left hand and supported her slender neck with his right hand, locking Qin Xin in his arms. A hoarse voice sounded in Qin Xin's ears. My bad girl, why aren't you moving? Qin Xin swallowed, her face was hot and her heart was beating wildly. Pinshuk. His breathing was a little messy, his head buried in Zhuang Ming's shoulder, and he stammered, No, I don't dare anymore. At this time, Qin's heart was unmoved, and Zhuang Ming felt even more uncomfortable. His eyes darkened, and he held Qin Xin's waist with both hands. Good boy, it doesn't matter, just struggle. He is willing to let go even if he loses. No, Qin Xin's eyes widened before she could finish her words. Zhuang Ming He actually held her waist and pulled her. Uncle. Qin Xin was so shy that tears came to her eyes. She nervously grabbed Zhuang Ming's clothes with her hands, and her body tensed up. Help my husband. Zhuang Ming whispered in Qin Xin's ear, coaxing and deceiving. Xin Xin is responsible for the anger caused by Xin Xin, right? Besides, my husband is old, and holding it in will hurt his body. Qin Xin had no ability to resist Zhuang Ming's voice. No one knows that Qin Xin is actually a voice control. She especially likes Zhuang Ming's low and hoarse voice. Zhuang Ming spoke so close to Qin Xin's ear that Qin Xin couldn't even turn around to think. Will suffocate it. Probably so. But, how to help? Qin Xin was nervous, anxious and at a loss, and her soft voice sounded like she was crying. Uncle, I can't teach you. After arriving home, Qin Xin ran directly into the room. The door was slammed shut with a bang, blocking Zhuang Ming, who was carrying a lot of bags, outside the room. Zhuang Ming laughed but was not angry. After all, Qin Xin was thin-skinned, and it was normal for Qin Xin to feel ashamed and angry for a while since he had just tricked her into doing something excessive. She put the shopping bag at the door, knocked on it and said, Xin Xin, I put your shopping at the door. I'm going to the study to take care of some business. Qin Xin was standing outside the room, leaning against the door with her face as red as if blood was dripping from it. When she heard the footsteps fade away and there was no sound outside, she took a few deep breaths, her eyelashes trembling with extreme shyness. With trembling hands, he opened the door a crack, took a peek, and made sure that Zhuang Ming had entered the study before he carried the things at the door into their house. After I tidied myself up and felt my face wasn't so hot anymore, I went downstairs. Chapter 27 I like you too. It was dinner time and Grandma Chen was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Grandma Chen, let me help. Hearing Qin Xin's voice, Grandma Chen smiled kindly. It would be great if Grandma came. Xin Xin's little hands are so delicate, how can she work? Tender hands. Qin Xin's eyes flickered for a moment. No, it's okay, Grandma Chen. I used to help the cook at home. I like cooking. After Qin Xin finished speaking, she helped Grandma Chen pick the beans. Xin Xin is such a good girl. The young master must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of blessings to marry you. Qin Xin pursed her lips and smiled. I am lucky to have met you, otherwise, she wouldn't know where she'd be wandering now. The cemetery was so far away that even if the bus driver took her back to the city for free, she had nowhere to go. I didn't apply for a dormitory, I didn't have my cell phone with me, and I couldn't go to Shui's house to find my 4 brothers. Therefore, she is the lucky one to meet such a nice person like the uncle. Now she has a new home, the kind Grandma Chen, and an uncle who loves her. She is very happy. Hey Xin Xin, why are your palms so red? Qin Xin's hands trembled, and she almost threw away the beans. She smiled awkwardly. I just washed my hands, and the water was a little hot. Qin Xin would not lie. But I had to answer the elder's question, so I could only tell a small lie in a very stiff and unnatural way. But it wasn't a lie, she did wash her hands in the room just now. Because, although the uncle wiped it clean with a tissue, it was still a little sticky. Grandma Chen didn't ask any more questions, and smiled and chatted with Qin Xin about something else. After more than an hour, a fairly sumptuous dinner was ready. When I looked at the time, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The door of the study was closed and Zhuang Ming was still working inside. Qin Xin put the dishes on the table. Grandma Chen, is uncle so busy? Yes. Grandma Chen disagreed. She had been taking care of Zhuang Ming's daily life for several years and was used to seeing Zhuang Ming being so busy with work that he had no time to eat 3 meals. Grandma Chen continued, after Xin Xin moved in, the young master got off work early. In the past, the young master didn't eat lunch or dinner at home. He would come back around 11 o'clock every night. So tired. If you don't eat lunch or dinner at home, you have to eat takeout at work. How unhealthy is it to eat takeout every day? Qin Xin wrinkled her nose. The dishes were all on the table before Qin Xin trotted upstairs to call Zhuang Ming to eat. Knock on the door. Enter. Qin Xin opened the door and smelled smoke in the room before she even walked in. Zhuang Ming was standing on the balcony talking on the phone with a half-smoked cigarette in his hand. Zhuang Ming also saw Qin Xin, pointed at the phone, then turned his back to continue dealing with a work call. Qin Xin pushed the door as wide open as possible to let the smoke dissipate, then glanced at the desk full of documents and started to help Zhuang Ming clean up. There were several cigarette butts in the ashtray on the table. Grandma Chen cleaned it up every day, which meant that Zhuang Ming had smoked several cigarettes in the 2 hours since he came back. Qin Xin pouted, glanced at the cigarette box on the table, and quietly threw it into the trash can. Xin Xin. Zhuang Ming's voice sounded behind him. R. R. Qin Xin turned around in panic and smiled. Uncle, it's time to eat. Zhuang Ming looked at the tidy desk and then glanced into the trash can. Instead of being angry, he smiled and hugged Qin Xin in his arms. Don't like my smoking? Qin Xin thought about it, took the initiative to put her arms around Zhuang Ming's neck, and said flatteringly, Uncle, smoking is harmful to your health, can you please not smoke? What if I want to refresh myself when I'm tired from work? Qin Xin pouted, is there no other way? Yes. Zhuang Ming lowered his head and kissed Qin Xin on the lips. Xin Xin kisses me and I feel refreshed. Zhuang Ming had just smoked a cigarette, and the kiss had a strong smell of cigarettes. But it's not unpleasant, on the contrary it has a masculine smell. Having done such embarrassing things in the car, Qin Xin has become more shameless. Worried about Zhuang Ming's health, she continued with a red face, then uncle, can you quit smoking? When you are sleepy and tired, I will kiss you. How could Zhuang Ming refuse such a great deal? He bent over and asked for another deep kiss, then spoke in a hoarse voice, if Xin Xin doesn't like it, I will quit. But smoking is not something you can just quit. Give me some time. Yeah. Let's eat first. Zhuang Ming is really busy. The phone kept ringing halfway through my meal. Then I drank a bowl of soup and went back to my study to work. Grandma Chen picked up a piece of pork ribs for Qin Xin and said, Xin Xin, eat yours. I'll heat it up for the young master later. You'll get used to it. Qin Xin responded obediently and continued to eat with her head down. After eating, Qin Xin took a bath, and even watched TV with Grandma Chen. Zhuang Ming did not come out of the study. I looked at the time, it was already 10:30 and Grandma Chen was yawning. Grandma Chen, you go to sleep first. I'll wait until Uncle is done with his work. Grandma Chen rubbed her eyes and said, how can that be possible? It's okay. Tomorrow is Sunday. I don't have to go to the academy. Grandma Chen is old and can't endure as much as the young people. After thinking about it, she went back to sleep. After all, Zhuang Ming and Qin Xin were newly married, and Zhuang Ming would definitely prefer to drink the soup that Qin Xin heated for him rather than drinking it from an old woman like her. It was 11 o'clock before Zhuang Ming came out of the study. When I went downstairs, I saw Qin Xin sitting on the sofa in the living room with her head touching the ground. Qin Xin had been paying attention to the movements upstairs. When she heard footsteps, she woke up, rubbed her eyes and yawned. Uncle, wait a moment, I'll heat up the soup for you. After saying that, he forced himself to stay awake and ran into the kitchen wearing his little fur slippers. After finishing work, the lights at home were still on and his lovely wife was waiting to make him hot soup. The feeling was simply indescribable. Heat up the soup quickly. Qin Xin sat opposite Zhuang Ming. Her eyelids were drooping from sleepiness, and she supported her chin with both hands to prevent herself from falling asleep. She grinned at Zhuang Ming, her dimples sweeter than the corn and radish soup in Zhuang Ming's hand. Seeing Qin Xin's smile, all the fatigue disappeared. Zhuang Ming finished his soup and rubbed Qin Xin's head. "Next time, just go to sleep when you feel sleepy. No need to wait for me." "No." Qin Xin shook her head vigorously. "Uncle, if you don't eat well, you will get a stomach problem. I have to supervise you. They are family. The uncle treats her well, so she should also treat him well." Zhuang Ming smiled, put his hands on the dining table, leaned over and kissed Qin Xin on the forehead. "Now that uncle is full, go back to the room with baby to sleep." Qin Xin was really sleepy. After being carried back to the room by Zhuang Ming, she lay down on the bed and closed her eyes in a daze. When Zhuang Ming came out of the shower, Qin Xin had already fallen into a deep sleep, resting her head on a pillow and holding Zhuang Ming's pillow in her arms. Qin Xin likes to breathe through her mouth, even when she is asleep. Her moist lips part a tiny gap, and with every breath she takes, tiny bubbles of saliva actually come out. Zhuang Ming slowly pulled the pillow away from Qin Xin's arms and lay down on the bed. As soon as he lay down, Qin Xin came up to him, hugged Zhuang Ming as a pillow, and adjusted himself to a comfortable position in his sleep. Zhuang Ming curled his lips and stared at Qin Xin in his arms. Qin Xin said that he gave her a home. Zhuang Ming originally thought so too. But at this moment, he actually felt that it was Qin Xin who gave him a home. "Uncle." Qin Xin smacked her lips and mumbled softly in her sleep. "Yeah." Zhuang Ming responded softly. "I like uncle. I like my baby Xin Xin too. In this life, Qin Xin is his, and no one can snatch her away from him." Seeing the wetness at the corners of Qin Xin's mouth, he smiled and stretched out his index finger to wipe it for her, but before he could pull it away, Qin Xin put it in her mouth. Qin Xin put the cold index finger into her mouth, like eating a lollipop, and licked it a few times with her soft little tongue. Perhaps because she disliked the taste, Qin Xin frowned and used her tongue to push Zhuang Ming's finger out. Then turn over, change position and continue sleeping. What an annoying little goblin. Zhuang Ming's voice was hoarse, and his lower abdomen was terribly hot. Although he felt uncomfortable, he was reluctant to wake up Qin Xin who was sleeping soundly. "So this time, just put it on the account first. I will definitely get it back next time and bully Qin Xin into sucking other parts of his body." Chapter 28. A group of people in the Zhuang family's old house. The weekend ended quickly, and Qin Xin began to go to the academy for classes and training every day. A month later, for the friendly match with Liani College, both colleges were in preparation because it would be broadcast live on the internet platform. This game is mainly divided into 5 sections. They are women's single skating, men's single skating, pair skating, women's team competition, and men's team competition. Qin Xin is the most talented member of Huajin College's figure skating team and has the best body proportions. The task of women's singles skating naturally fell on Qin Xin. During training, time always passes by unknowingly. In a blink of an eye, there is only 1 week left until the friendly match. Rest time. Wang Zitong was drinking water wrapped in a down jacket. "Xin Xin, I asked around and found out that Liani's female singles skater happens to be Qin Xieli." Qin Xin had just come off the ice rink and was gasping for breath. She took a few deep breaths to adjust her breathing, then patted her chest and said, "I guessed it. Ever since Qin Xieli was brought to the Qin family half a year ago, Qin Xieli's shadow could be seen in everything she did." Qin Xieli was not originally from Liani College, but after knowing that there was a friendly match, she transferred to Liani. It was such a coincidence that even the simple-minded Qin Xin had no difficulty in understanding what Qin Xieli meant. Qin Xieli just likes to compare herself with Qin Xin in everything and likes to steal Qin Xin's limelight. "But Xin Xin, you don't have to be afraid. I feel that no one can beat you on the ice." Wang Zitong handed Qin Xin a thermos cup. It's not that Wang Zitong has a bestie filter. But Qin Xin was really like a butterfly on the ice, dancing gracefully with a beautiful figure. Qin Xin has a petite figure with an excellent proportion of waist, hips and legs. Her figure does not show up when she wears a school uniform, but only when she puts on a dance dress does her figure really show off. People with petite stature have advantages on the ice. Qin Xin is both talented and willing to train hard. Usually, everyone doesn't want to stay on the ice after completing their training tasks, but Qin Xin is different. She seems tireless and practices one set of movements after another on the ice over and over again. Practice makes perfect. Qin Xin performs the same difficult movements more smoothly and in a more pleasing way. Hearing Wang Zitong say that she didn't need to be afraid of Qin Xiaoli, Qin Xin nodded and replied, I must win this friendly match. Some time ago, Zhuang Ming spent more than 20,000 yuan to buy a watch for his second brother. She wanted to use the bonus to buy a gift for the uncle as a way of returning the money. Moreover, the uncle gave her such a precious wedding gift as the bright moon and stars, so of course she should give a gift in return. I don't know if it was telepathy, but just as I thought of Zhuang Ming called me. Hey, your uncle misses you again. Wang Zitong came over to take a look, and sure enough, the three big words, Mr. Zhuang, were particularly clear on the caller ID. Hateful. Qin Xin glared at Wang Zitong with a red face, then ran to the side to answer the phone. Hey uncle. Xin, are you done with school? No, the competition is in a week. Recently, the coach asked us to practice more. We have to practice on the ice for a while. We can't leave until 7 p.m. Zhuang Ming on the other end of the phone responded, Xin may have to eat alone today. Qin Xin was stunned. Where are Uncle and Grandma Chen going? Something. Oh. Qin Xin responded sullenly, but soon adjusted her mood and said with a smile, It's okay, I just happened to ask Zitong to go to a buffet. Xin is so good. She took pictures of me while I was eating. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xin's smile faded and she pouted a little unhappily. Inside the villa, Grandma Chen was bending over to put on her shoes. When she saw Zhuang Ming hung up the phone, she hesitated and said, Master, are you really not going to take Xin with you? Take her to be skinned and ripped off by those jackals, tigers and leopards. Zhuang Ming's face was terribly gloomy, and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood today. Get in the car. The car drove towards the Zhuang family's old house. When they were almost at the old house, even the usually kind Grandma Chen looked unhappy. But today is Mr. Zhuang's 90th birthday, and I have to go back. Thinking about the people in the old house, Grandma Chen also felt that Zhuang Ming's decision not to take Qin Xin with him was the right one. The Zhuang family's old house is located in the west of City A. Knowing that Zhuang Ming was coming back, everyone except Zhuang Ming's grandfather Zhuang Zhenqian and Zhuang Ming's father Zhuang Nanyu was waiting at the door. Not counting the servants behind him, there were 5 people in total. The middle-aged woman, who is in her 40s or 50s, is gentle and kind. She is Zhuang Ming's stepmother Liu Yuzhen. Standing next to Liu Yuzhen was Liu Yuzhen's niece Liu Qingxi, the actress who had been vomited all over by Qin Xin on the street. There is also a pair of twin men, Zhuang Minglang and Zhuang Mingdao, who are about 26 years old and are Zhuang Ming's cousins. There was also a 25-year-old man, lazily sitting on the doorstep, wearing an unruly leather jacket and with colorfully dyed hair. This man is Liu Yuzhen's son and Zhuang Ming's half-brother, Zhuang Haozer. The 5 people had different expressions. Zhuang Minglang and Zhuang Mingdao stood aside, like invisible people. Liu Yuzhen had a faint smile on her face, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry, but one could tell that she was very kind. Liu Qingxi, with delicate makeup on, looked eagerly at the intersection ahead. On the other hand, Zhuang Haozer was sitting on the doorstep with his legs apart, chewing gum in a nonchalant manner. He kept listening to a bunch of WeChat messages from 18th-tier female stars on his phone, and would reply with a greasy and ambiguous voice message from time to time. Liu Qingxi rolled his eyes at Zhuang Haozer. We are brothers, why is it that Ming is so outstanding, but you only know how to flirt with female stars? Can't you learn from your brother? Liu Qingxi's words made the smile on Liu Yuzhen's face fade. She glanced at Liu Qingxi inconspicuously, but didn't say anything. Cousin, did your family build a new house by the sea? Zhuang Haozer put away his phone and walked to Liu Qingxi with a wicked smile. After chewing the gum, he curled his lips and continued. I thought that I haven't been able to date any female celebrities like you, right? Is it because I dated some 18th-tier celebrities instead of you, the movie queen, that you feel unbalanced? Haozer. Liu Yuzhen gently reprimanded, you can't talk to your cousin like that. Zhuang Haozer shrugged, I wasn't wrong, was I? Liu Qingxi's face turned green with anger. I'm your cousin. Don't be mean to me. Huh? Can't I date my cousin? I thought you didn't mind. After all, you are my cousin, and nominally my brother's cousin. Your cousin wants to marry your cousin. So your cousin, can't date your cousin. But don't worry, I'm not interested in old women. Aunt! Look at him! Liu Qingxi clenched his fists in anger, and his nails were almost broken. Liu Yuzhen patted Liu Qingxi's arm soothingly. Be good, today is the old man's birthday, don't make trouble, Aunt will take care of him for you tonight. Liu Qingxi snorted and was too lazy to pay attention to Zhuang Hauser. Zhuang Minglang and Zhuang Mingdao on the side looked at each other, shut up and didn't get involved, and acted like invisible people. But in fact, among those present, only Liu Qingxi did not understand what Liu Yuzhen said. On the surface, Liu Yuzhen was trying to comfort Liu Qingxi, but in fact she was indirectly scolding Liu Qingxi for causing trouble. Deal with Zhuang Hauser in the evening? Who in the old house doesn't know that Zhuang Hauser is Liu Yuzhen's beloved son who can't be beaten or scolded? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhuang Ming's car stopped in front of the old house on time. Seeing Zhuang Ming's car, Zhuang Hauser, who was chewing gum next to him, slowed down a bit, and even his palms were sweating from nervousness. However, no one noticed that Zhuang Hauyu took 2 deep breaths and returned to his nonchalant look. Inside the car, Grandma Chen touched the jade pendant on her chest and sighed softly, Master, we have arrived at the old house. Zhuang Ming looked at the 5 people at the door of the old house and the servants behind them. A gloomy wave flashed across his calm eyes. He snorted coldly and got out of the car. Liu Yuzhen was the first to greet him. She was wearing a light-colored cheongsam and looked like a mistress of the house. Ming, you're back. However, Zhuang Ming didn't even look at Liu Yuzhen. He walked straight past a few people and entered the house. Grandma Chen followed closely behind, but still bowed and greeted everyone. Hello, Madam Liu, hello, second young master, third young master, hello, Miss Liu. Zhuang Hauser tilted his head, blew a bubble of gum, then popped it, and said with a smile, Auntie Chen, there's me too. When Grandma Chen saw Zhuang Hauser, her smile became more sincere. Hello, fourth young master. Zhuang Ming had already walked far away. Liu Qingxi tried to catch up with him by lifting her skirt, but Liu Yuzhen grabbed her wrist. Liu Yuzhen shook her head gently, indicating not to be anxious. The old man's birthday party won't end until at least 10 o'clock in the evening, so why bother to look at Zhuang Ming's face now? Chapter 29 Shura Field. There were many people sitting in the main hall and the huge living room. There are several old shareholders of the Zhuang group, as well as relatives of the Liu family. This main room is filled with big shots who can turn City A upside down with just one word. But when Zhuang Ming walked into the room, these big shots all fell silent. Ming, you're back. Zhuang Zhenqian, who was sitting in the main seat, saw Zhuang Ming and a smile appeared on his old face. Zhuang Ming casually put his suit jacket on the table beside him and walked up to Zhuang Zhenqian. You are still strong and healthy. Not bad. I won't die without hugging my grandson. Zhuang Zhenqian smiled and hit Zhuang Ming's calf with his cane. Say hello to all the uncles and grandpas. Zhuang Ming raised his eyes and swept his indifferent gaze over everyone in the hall. His eyes lingered on Zhuang Zheng, who was sitting in a wheelchair, for a few seconds, then he turned away in disgust. He said calmly, we often meet in the business world, so there's no need to say hello. The group of old guys didn't dare to say anything and could only smile awkwardly. How can you talk to your elders like that? Zhuang Zheng, who was sitting in a wheelchair, turned pale and picked up the teacup in his hand and threw it at Zhuang Ming. The teacup hit Zhuang Ming's calf, and the scalding hot tea burned through his trouser legs, making Zhuang Ming's eyes become increasingly gloomy. Zhuang Zheng's face was filled with anger. In front of everyone in the room, he said, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have made some achievements. Apologize to all the uncles immediately. Zhuang Ming sneered. He raised his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man next to him. Uncle Chen, Zhuang wants to apologize to you. No need. Zhuang Ming then looked at the man next to Zhuang Zheng. Uncle Li. No, we have a partnership and we often see each other in the business world. There's no need to greet each other deliberately. We are all family. In the main hall, no one except Zhuang Zhenqian dared not to lower their head. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Jing's face became even uglier, as if his face was being trampled under the feet of his own son. What's going on? Liu Yuzhen walked into the room, looked at the tense atmosphere in the room, her eyebrows twitched, and soon she smiled. Are you all hungry? The banquet won't start for quite a while, but we have prepared some snacks and fruits in the yard outside. Would you like to have some first? As soon as Liu Yuzhen said this, a group of people left the hall and stayed away from the smoke. Zhuang Zhenqian wanted to say something but was interrupted by Grandma Chen, who followed Liu Yuzhen into their house. Grandma Chen smiled kindly. "Grandpa, before I came here, I made a portion of the rice cake that you used to like to eat. It's outside. Would you like to try it?" "Har har, you old lady are here too. Okay, then I, an old man, will go out for some fresh air." Zhuang Zhenqian stood up with the help of a cane and prepared to leave with the help of Grandma Chen. When passing by Zhuang Ming, he patted Zhuang Ming on the shoulder and said, "Don't be angry, go back to your room and change into comfortable clothes. We will have dinner later." Zhuang Ming responded, "I've made you a new cane. Let Aunt Chen take you for a few laps." As soon as Zhuang Zhenqian left, only Zhuang Zheng, Liu Yuzhen and Zhuang Ming were left in the main room. Zhuang Ming had a blank expression on his face and turned to leave. "You rebellious son! You rebellious son! You should have died outside with your mother." Zhuang Ming paused, his eyes suddenly turning cold. "Husband, how can you say that to our Ming?" Liu Yuzhen was anxious. Zhuang Ming turned around and glanced at Liu Yuzhen. "Is it your turn to speak?" Liu Yuzhen's smile froze, and she continued, "Our Ming, don't bother with your father. You know that he was in a bad mood because he broke his leg in that car accident. You are father and son, so you should understand each other." "Really?" Zhuang Ming chuckled. "It's a pity that only his leg was broken in the car accident." Zhuang Ming's words made Liu Yuzhen shut up, but a smug look flashed across her eyes. Zhuang Jing became even angrier, and he picked up whatever was at hand and threw it at Zhuang Ming. Zhuang Ming did not dodge, and sneered, "It's good to be disabled. After all, you don't deserve to die with my mother. Besides, Dad, it makes me feel good to see you so helpless and furious." After saying that, he turned and went upstairs. "Rebellious son! Rebellious son!" Zhuang Jing was so angry that he was shaking all over. He could not say anything else except the word, "rebellious son." Liu Yuzhen glanced at Zhuang Ming's back as he went upstairs, her eyes somewhat complicated. Turning around, she hugged Zhuang Jing with a worried look and cold eyes, and said in a gentle voice, "Brother Jing, don't be like this, I will feel bad. You have to take care of yourself, you still have to see Hauser get married and have children." With Liu Yuzhen's comfort, Zhuang Jing slowly calmed down. The chaotic scene in the main hall had nothing to do with Zhuang Zhenqian, who was walking slowly in the yard. Grandma Chen supported Zhuang Zhenqian and said, "You are still in good health. Yes, after handing over the group to our Ming, there is nothing to worry about. I drink tea every day and play mahjong with my friends. I am so happy." Zhuang Zhenqian looked at Grandma Chen and said, "How can you, an old man like you, still do housework? Now there are part-time workers, so I just cook and wash clothes for the young master, but now I have help." Helper. Zhuang Zhenqian is an old fox and he heard the two key words directly. Grandma Chen smiled, "Your granddaughter-in-law. A Ming is married. When did this brat secretly do such a big thing? Why didn't he bring him back to show me?" "Don't get excited." Grandma Chen smiled, "If you want to see her, just let the young master arrange it. The young mistress is well behaved and kind, so it's not appropriate to bring her to the old house." Har har har, good. Upon hearing that Zhuang Ming was married, Zhuang Zhenqian seemed to be several years younger, and his steps became lighter. After Zhuang Zhenqian and Grandma Chen left, Liu Qingxi, with a pale face, walked out from the corner. "Zhuang Ming is married. How is it possible? How is it impossible? Do you really think my brother will marry you?" Zhuang Hauser walked out from behind Liu Qingxi and glanced at her with disdain. "Why are you here? Why are you such an eavesdropper?" Zhuang Hauser rolled his eyes at Liu Qingxi and said, "Same here." Liu Qingxi and Zhuang Hauser did not get along well, and he could not argue with him, so he snorted coldly and went to the main room to find Liu Yuzhen. After Liu Qingxi left, Zhuang Hauser was the only one left in the courtyard. Zhuang Hauser's nonchalant expression faded a little, revealing his true character. Less frivolous, more bright and humble. Even the colorful hair is not so eye-catching, but instead makes Zhuang Hauser look very handsome. "My brother is actually married. Who is so amazing that he can catch my brother's eye? Forget it, it's not something I should worry about. I will just be a good playboy, and that will be the least of my brother's worries." Chapter 30. What are you doing? This way. When Liu Qingxi went to the main room, it was empty. Liu Yuzhen had already pushed Zhuang Jing away somewhere unknown, leaving behind a mess on the ground. Liu Qingxi stood in the main room, looking at the suit jacket casually placed on the table. There is no doubt that this dress must belong to Zhuang Ming. Beep. A cell phone ringtone came from the direction of Zhuang Ming's suit jacket. Liu Qingxi was startled, but when he looked around, there was no one around him. After hesitating for a few seconds, he actually walked over and took out the cell phone from Zhuang Ming's suit jacket pocket. The caller ID showed the two words Xin Xin and a cute little bunny behind the name. Without having to think too much, Liu Qingxi thought of the drunk girl in Zhuang Ming's car on the road that day. Thinking of the day she was vomited on and Zhuang Ming's protective attitude towards her, her face was distorted with jealousy. My hands were shaking and I accidentally answered the call. Huajin washroom. Qin Xin had just finished taking a shower and called Zhuang Ming because she suddenly missed him. I saw no one answered for a long time, and just when I was about to hang up, the call was connected. Qin Xin immediately smiled and said softly, "Uncle Tilder." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Then a familiar female voice was heard. "Hello, Ming, I can't answer the phone right now. Please call me later." Liu Qingxi called the name Ming as intimately as possible, and then hung up the phone without giving Qin Xin a chance to continue speaking. After hanging up the phone, Liu Qingxi wanted to put the phone back into his suit pocket with a guilty conscience, but just as he stretched out his hand, he was interrupted by an angry voice behind him. "What are you doing again?" Zhuang Ming looked at Liu Qingxi coldly. When Liu Qingxi heard Zhuang Ming's voice, he felt the hairs on his back stand up. She took a deep breath, turned around, and smiled gently. "Ming, your phone just rang. Since it was inconvenient for you to answer it, I helped you." Zhuang Ming interrupted directly, "So, I also want to thank Miss Liu for her understanding." "Ming, get out." Zhuang Ming's angry shout made Liu Qingxi dare not continue to challenge Zhuang Ming's anger. She smiled stiffly, put down Zhuang Ming's mobile phone and left his study. Zhuang Ming looked very unhappy. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller was Qin Xin. His expression softened a little. "Call back." But it shows shut down. Zhuang Ming's brows immediately furrowed. What did Liu Qingxi say to Qin Xin just now? I was anxious, but there was nothing I could do. It was Zhuang Zhenqian's 90th birthday, and I had to finish the birthday banquet first. 6 banquet tables had been set up in the yard outside. At the main table, Zhuang Zhenqian had already taken his seat. Zhuang Jing sat to his left, followed by Liu Yuzhen, Zhuang Haozer, the twins Zhuang Minglang and Zhuang Mingdao, and then Liu Qingxi also sat at the main table. On the right side of Zhuang Zhenqian is Zhuang Ming, and then Grandma Chen. The other tables were occupied by relatives and business friends. Zhuang Ming sat down, and the servant beside him dared to serve the dishes. Zhuang Zhenqian is in a very good mood today. After hearing the news that Zhuang Ming is married, he is still grinning from ear to ear. During the meal, the atmosphere at the main table was very strange. Zhuang Jing's face turned pale and he didn't want to pick up his chopsticks at all. Liu Yuzhen coaxed Zhuang Jing while saying nice words, acting like a good wife and mother. Zhuang Ming was thinking about Qin Xin and didn't have much appetite. However, when the birthday banquet was halfway through, Zhuang Ming's cell phone rang. I took it out and saw it was Qin Xin's WeChat. "Qin Xin, my phone is finally charged. Zitong and I are having dinner. Let us eat our way back to our original cost tilde picture." Qin Xin's message was accompanied by an emoticon of a cute fat cat licking its belly. Zhuang Ming smiled. Chapter 31. Feeling sorry for Zhuang Ming. Inside the buffet restaurant, Qin Xin put down her phone that was charging and frowned. "Miss, since you are here alone, we have prepared a little bear for you. Do you want to put it opposite you?" The waiter brought a big teddy bear. Qin Xin pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay." The waiter put down the teddy bear and left. Qin Xin's smile slowly faded. She wrinkled her nose sadly and picked up the chopsticks. Qin Xin deceived Zhuang Ming. She didn't eat with Wang Zitong. As soon as Wang Zitong got out of school, she was picked up by the family driver, so Qin Xin had to go to the nearest buffet to eat alone. When paying, she found that her phone was out of battery. Fortunately, the boss lady was very kind and lent Qin Xin a power bank. Thinking of Zhuang Ming's previous call asking her to take pictures for him while eating, she said those words to Zhuang Ming. Qin Xin felt a little uncomfortable when she heard that a woman answered Zhuang Ming's call. However, Qin Xin didn't want to misunderstand Zhuang Ming because of a phone call. She would ask again after she had eaten and returned home. If she asks, the uncle should explain it to her, right? The banker's birthday party didn't end until 8 o'clock in the evening. After the banquet, the guests left and the family went into the main room to drink tea and chat with Zhuang Zhenqian. But Zhuang Ming left after he had eaten his fill. As soon as Zhuang Ming left, Zhuang Jing spoke in a sarcastic tone, "Dad, you have so many grandchildren, but he's the most unruly. Why did you give the group to him when you could give it to anyone else?" Zhuang Zhenqian put down his teacup and looked at Zhuang Hauser, who was playing games with some female stars. "Xiaozer, are you going to work in the group too?" "Grandpa, please don't mess with me," Zhuang Hauser said while playing games. "I just want to run my entertainment company well and promote all the beauties in the world. I just want to live among women." Liu Yuzhen, who was standing by, pinched Zhuang Hauser and said, "How can you talk like that? What's the big deal? A man should be romantic when he's young, right, Grandpa?" Zhuang Zhenqian laughed, "Yes." Seeing that Zhuang Hauser was a hopeless case, Zhuang Jing felt choked with anger and didn't want to embarrass himself in front of others. "Yuzhen, take me back to my room." Liu Yuzhen responded gently and took Zhuang Jing back to the room. As soon as Zhuang Jing and Liu Yuzhen left, it was not appropriate to keep Liu Qingxi, an outsider, so he also stood up and said goodbye. As Liu Qingxi got on the car back to Liu's house, his face darkened. The agent at the side asked, "How is it going? Have you discussed with Xiao Xie about signing both of us to his company?" The fourth master was talking about Zhuang Hauser. Zhuang Hauser is the fourth child in the banker's family. Because of his status as the banker, people in the entertainment industry respect him and call him Little Fourth Master. Zhuang Hauser graduated from university 3 years ago. He didn't want to work for the Zhuang Group, so he used some money to start an entertainment company. The name of the company is very vulgar, called Let 100 Flowers Bloom. At the beginning, the entertainment industry did not take Zhuang Hauser seriously, because Zhuang Hauser's entertainment company only signed beautiful women, and every artist had an intimate scandal with Zhuang Hauser. So everyone just thinks that Zhuang Hauser started a company just to pick up girls better. But this year, the film companies invested by Baihu Chifang began to dominate the screen. Their high-level production and high-quality content made Baihu Chifang's dramas win several awards in a row. In just 1 year, several young stars have emerged who remain very popular. In fact, there are only so many resources in the entertainment industry. In a year, there are only about 100 TV series scheduled, and at most a few dozen movies. Apart from small-scale and commercial films, there are only a few that are successful, profitable, and have commercial value. But how many artists are there in the entertainment industry? Even if you try your best, you may not get a chance to show your face. Since Baihu Chifang Company became an industry benchmark, many top female stars from first and second tier companies have wanted to switch jobs there to get a piece of the pie. However, Zhuang Hauser only signs newcomers. Hearing the agent's question, Liu Qingxi shook his head with an unpleasant expression. "I didn't mention it." She and Zhuang Hauser didn't get along, so how could she be willing to mention it to Zhuang Hauser? She originally wanted to tell Liu Yuzhen, but her mind was completely on Zhuang Ming, so she forgot about it. "Qingxi, can you please pay more attention to your career? We have climbed to this level and can no longer bring in funds to join the team. Besides, your family is not in a good position." Liu Qingxi looked over with cold eyes. The agent shut up immediately. "Even if my Liu family has fallen, you, a worker, can't underestimate us. My aunt is the wife of the Zhuang family, and my Liu family and the Zhuang family are related by marriage. If that little bitch hadn't seduced Zhuang Ming, she would have been the president's wife, and the Liu and Zhuang families would have become even closer." Thinking about Zhuang Ming marrying that little bitch, Liu Qingxi's face became even uglier. The agent has become accustomed to Liu Qingxi's condescending attitude, and for the sake of making money, he is too lazy to argue with her. He continued, "In that case, you should quickly switch to Baihu Chifang. You haven't been on a hot search for a long time. 100 Flowers Chifang only signs newcomers." This was said by Zhuang Hauser himself. Therefore, once Liu Qingxi is able to sign the contract, he will become the focus of discussion and the popularity will be reignited. "I know. You don't need to teach me how to do things." Chapter 32. Are you suffering? Preparations for the friendship figure skating competition are in full swing. Because both Huajin College and Liani College offer acting programs, these two schools have trained many stars. Therefore, the competition between the two major universities will attract many debut artists to cheer for their alma mater on social platforms. It was originally just a small-scale competition, but thanks to the reposts and encouragement from two people, the number of people who made reservations for the live broadcast room reached tens of millions. The day before the competition, Liu Qingxue, a graduate of Liani College, posted a Weibo post, forwarding a short video of Qin Xiaoli cheering for Liani College and saying that she would be there to watch the game that day. This is not the reason why this game is so hot. The reason why it became so popular was not because of Liu Qingxue. It was because Xue Qinxian also forwarded the official Weibo of Huajin College to cheer for Huajin College. A Grand Slam top actor. A new first-line actress. One represents Huajin and the other represents Liani. This form of public cheering was like an open challenge, causing many stars who graduated from these two academies to rush to take sides. The star effect has made this small competition a project that has attracted national attention. And today is the day when the competition officially begins. In the A-City Gymnasium, in the L1 area lounge, Qin Xin and her friends had already put on their dance costumes and ice skates, wrapped in thick down jackets, and were listening to Coach Li's nagging instructions. Xin Xin, I've seen Qin Xiaoli's video. She's no match for you, so all you have to do is play your best. Zitong and Li Xian, use a little more force when you do the throwing movement, try to make the posture as big as possible, and then make sure to align. As for team skating, my requirement is that you should perform as many scoring moves as you know. Do you hear me? Yes. Qin Xin, Wang Zitong, and others responded in unison. Coach Li nodded in satisfaction. There's still half an hour before the game. You guys are cold. Zip up your zippers all the way to your neck. Due to the presence of many artists, the game was temporarily postponed for half an hour to make room for a viewing area for the artists. Then 4 new positions were arranged on the commentary desk. Inside the stadium, the camera footage is synchronized to all the major live broadcast rooms. Commentary desk. The commentator in a suit spoke professionally. I believe the audience has already seen the 4 surprise guests around them. Now let me introduce them. Welcome the gentle goddess Liu Qingxue, the boss of Baihuarkafang Entertainment Company Zhuanghauser, and our top actor Xue Qinxian with over 100 million fans. And our figure skating prince Xue Xingqiu. After the commentator finished the introduction, the 4 people waved to the camera. Loud cheers also rang out from the audience seats in the stadium. The commentator smiled and said, I believe that the audience is as curious as I am, wondering why you guys are paying attention to such a small-scale college-friendly match. The camera was focused on Liu Qingxue, who was wearing delicate makeup. She picked up the microphone, tucked her bangs behind her ears, and said with a smile, of course, as a member of Liani College, I want to cheer for my alma mater Tilda. What about the 4th master? The commentator asked. Zhuanghauser leaned lazily on the back of the chair, shaking his legs, and wearing a pair of sunglasses on his face. Hearing the commentator's question, he curled his lips and smiled. I came here purely because I heard that there are many beautiful girls in these 2 colleges, so I came to admire them. Zhuanghauser's words made the commentator's smile stiffen for a moment, but he immediately looked to Xue Qinxian and Xue Xingqiu on his left. Then are Mr. Xue and Prince Xingqiu also here to cheer for their alma mater. The 23-year-old Xue Xingqiu is handsome and gentle, and his elegant and graceful temperament makes people feel very comfortable. Xue Xingqiu smiled and said, cheering for my alma mater is partly my intention, but the main reason is that the players in this friendly match are close to the national team in terms of their level. I came here with the intention of exchanging ideas and learning from them. Without waiting for the commentator to ask, Xue Xingqiu handed the microphone to Xue Qinxian next to him and asked with a smile, brother, what about you? Xue Qinxian took the microphone in his hand, and deafening screams immediately filled the venue. Xue Qinxian had a raised eyebrow and charming phoenix eyes that were as alluring as feathers. He placed his index finger to his lips and made a shushing gesture. The fans quieted down obediently. Xue Qinxian then raised his head slightly, revealing a smile that could captivate everyone. The bright red teardrop mole at the corner of his eye was particularly charming. Xue Qinxian said calmly, there are 2 main reasons for coming to watch this game up close Tilda. The first reason is that as a representative of the Winter Olympics, I want to promote ice sports. I want more people to pay attention to ice sports, such as ice hockey, curling, short track speed skating, and the figure skating competition that will be held soon. The second reason is purely selfish, because among the contestants who will appear soon, there is my beloved sister. Xue Xingqiu also took over the conversation. Yes, come on, baby sister. As soon as Xue Qinxian and Xue Xingqiu said this, there was an uproar in the Huajin War preparation area and the Lianyi War preparation area. Wang Zitong was the most excited. Who is it? Who is the movie emperor and Xia Xingqiu's sister? Who is hiding so well? Qin Xin lowered her head silently. No one responded, and Wang Zitong was upset. No way, the sisters of my two male idols are from Lianyi College. I'm so pissed. In the Huajin preparation area, there were also a lot of people asking each other questions. Qin Xiaoli clenched her fists and looked at Qin Xin across the ice rink. She was almost going crazy with jealousy. Who wouldn't want to have two outstanding and powerful brothers like this? Qin Xiaoli wanted to do that even if she was crazy. Qin Xiaoli's expression became even uglier when she thought of Xue Xingqiu's perfunctory attitude when he replied to her WeChat. Hearing the discussions of people around him, he couldn't help but said something ambiguous. Hey, everyone, just focus on the game. Why are you paying attention to these things? I've already told Brother Xingqiu not to come. After saying that, he covered his mouth in pretend panic. Wow, so you are the sister of Prince Xue, the actor. I am so envious. Is that true? Why isn't that a last name? Qin Xiaoli blushed. It's my cousin. Hey, everyone, don't discuss this, keep a low profile. Different from Qin Xiaoli's confession of lying. Qin Xin didn't dare to say that she was Xue Qinxian and Xue Xingqiu's sister. Qin Xin still remembered the warning given by Butler Xue on Xue Qingjue's birthday. Moreover, after that day, Xue Xingqiu returned to the national team for closed training. He left after only one day as assistant coach. One can imagine the reason. Qin Xin didn't want to cause trouble for her four brothers, so it didn't matter if she didn't recognize them. She just thought about them in her heart. At this time, the commentator finally introduced the referees on the field and began to let the players from the two colleges appear. Lianyi Academy is led by Qin Xiaoli. Qin Xiaoli actually has a pretty good figure, but she has a big frame, so when she is in the front row she blocks the people behind her. Qin Xin is the leader of Huajin College. Qin Xin took off her down jacket, revealing the dance costume given by Xue Qinxian. The light pink color matched Qin Xin's quiet and sweet temperament very well. The tight-fitting dance costume fully reveals Qin Xin's perfectly proportioned body. Her waist is slender and her legs account for 60% of her body, straight and slender. Wang Zitong and other contestants behind Qin Xin were also very eye-catching. The two colleges lined up on both sides of the center line, and then bowed to the audience in for directions. In the last row of the audience seats in Zone B, Yang Shanhan was watching the live broadcast on his phone while looking at the vague figures on the field. Fuck, Zhuang Ming, you have really good taste. Zhuang Ming gave him a cold look. Yang Shanhan closed his mouth and laughed. Don't be so stingy, your little wife is so beautiful, why don't you allow people to see her? But there's nothing I can do if you don't allow it. Look at the comments in the live broadcast room. When your little wife came on stage, the comments were all like, sister is so pretty, and, I have a new wife, ... Zhuang Ming's face didn't look good. When I woke up this morning, I was in a very bad mood. Because Qin Xin tried on the dance costume early in the morning, performed some dance moves in front of him, and asked him if it looked good. The ice dance costumes are very close-fitting, and the skirts cover the steps. The straight and slender legs are wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, which is very tempting. But seeing Qin Xin's excitement, Zhuang Ming just swallowed his jealousy and praised Qin Xin for her beauty. Chapter 33 How Shameless. After the bow, the competition officially began. The team competition started first, then the pairs competition, and then the singles competition. The women's singles skating was at the end, so Qin Xin still had time to stretch her legs and familiarize herself with the dance moves off the court. Coach Li watched from the side and said, "Stop practicing. After a month of practice, an hour or two won't make a difference. Put on your down jacket and go to the lounge to rest. You just need to stretch before the game. Excessive training will only consume your physical strength." Qin Xin also understood this logic and nodded. Wang Zitong would not be on stage for about an hour, so she accompanied Qin Xin back to the lounge to drink some hot water to warm herself up. Halfway through, Wang Zitong said, "Xin Xin, I'm going to the toilet first." Before every competition, Wang Zitong has to go to the bathroom. On the one hand, it makes the body lighter, and on the other hand, squatting can relieve pressure. When I was squatting in the toilet, a few women came in. Their voices sounded unfamiliar. They must be the contestants from the Ripple Academy next door. Xiao Li, please, we really like actor Shui. Can you help us get a few autographed photos? Yes, Xiao Li, please help us. Qin Xiaoli was surrounded by several women who were trying to please her. It felt great to be the center of attention and she enjoyed it very much. Wang Zitong in the bathroom frowned. Qin Xiaoli is Shui Qinxian and Shui Xingqiu's sister? Isn't Qin Xiaoli's mother called Chen Lian? Wang Zitong remembered her mother saying that Chen Lian was a woman from a small family who was not presentable. The Shui family is a big family in City A. Big families generally don't have relatives from smaller families. Outside the bathroom, Qin Xiaoli was putting on makeup. As she did so, she said, "But my brother and his family are very busy. They may not have time." In the toilet, Wang Zitong rolled his eyes. I couldn't help but take out my phone to complain to Qin Xin. Wang Zitong, Xin Xin, I have seen how shameless your half-sister is. She actually said that my two male idols are her brothers. You are so funny. In the lounge, Qin Xin was stunned when she saw Wang Zitong's WeChat message. Qin Xin, this. Wang Zitong, this may be the legendary shameless person who is invincible. The group of women outside the toilet were still flattering Qin Xiaoli without any bottom line, which made Wang Zitong feel nauseous. I couldn't help it and walked out of the inner room. With his arms folded across his chest, he said with a sigh, "Some people are really shameless. They dare to admit any identity, and they are not afraid that the fans of Mr. Shui and Prince Shui will rush you to death." When Qin Xiaoli saw Wang Zitong, her face turned pale. Wang Zitong has such a good relationship with Qin Xin, so he won't know the relationship between Qin Xin and the Shui family, right? What are you talking about? Wang Zitong rolled her eyes. What nonsense am I talking about? I just can't stand how shameless some people are. Fellow seniors, you are also stupid. Why do you believe anything anyone says? After Wang Zitong finished speaking, he didn't bother to pay attention to them and turned away. Xiao Li? Did you lie to us? Qin Xiaoli's face turned pale and she didn't want to admit it. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to believe her, then believe her. But if you have the guts, don't ask me for Xingqiu and the others' autographs." After saying that, he turned around and strode away. The women thought for a moment and decided to trust Qin Xiaoli. Because Qin Xiaoli had just played Shui Xingqiu's voice to them. In the lounge, Qin Xin had just finished reading Wang Zitong's WeChat when she saw the small group that had been silent for a month. It was Shui Xingqiu, who was far away abroad, who sent a screenshot of the live broadcast room of the game and added a cheering emoticon. Qin Xin pursed her lips and smiled, and also replied with an emoticon of encouragement. After thinking about it, I asked. Qin Xin, you guys weren't beaten by Grandpa, were you? Shui Xingqiu, it's so funny. I just took a plane and went abroad. He can't hit me. Shui Qinxian, filming, didn't he go back? Shui Qinjue, picture. A photo of a broken cane. Shui Xingqiu, I was better off than my second brother. I didn't get beaten. I just had to undergo a month of closed training before I was released. Qin Xin smiled with red eyes. Xin Xin? Why are you crying and laughing at the same time? As soon as Wang Zitong entered the lounge, he saw Qin Xin's red eyes. Qin Xin sniffed, smiled and shook her head, I'm fine. Real. Wang Zitong was relieved and sat next to Qin Xin. I'm telling you, Xin Xin, Qin Xiaoli is so shameless. She. Wang Zitong accidentally saw Qin Xin's phone, which was still on. The screen is open, and Shui Qinxian and the others' WeChat can be seen at a glance. The names of the 4 people above are clearly stated in the notes. So, Qin Xin is Shui Qinxian and the others' beloved sister. Wang Zitong was confused, and suddenly something came to his mind. Qin Xin's mother's surname seems to be Shui. Qin Xin's mother died when she gave birth to Qin Xin, so Wang Zitong had never seen her. But occasionally I heard Qin Xin's mother's name from my own mother's mouth. I think her name is Shui Qian. Shui. Wang Zitong stared. Xin Xin. You. Wang Zitong yelled, so you are my idol sister. R. I was wondering why Senior Xingqiu was so gentle to you. R. Qin Xin's hands trembled when Wang Zitong yelled at her, and she felt so guilty that she couldn't speak. I. No, Xin Xin, why did you hide it from me? After Wang Zitong reacted, he felt a little uncomfortable. Qin Xin anxiously grabbed Wang Zitong's hand and said, "Zitong, I didn't hide it on purpose. I don't know how to say it." Qin Xin also didn't want to hide it from Wang Zitong, as Wang Zitong was her only best friend. But the Shui family did not acknowledge her as their granddaughter, and she didn't know how to ask for the truth. Chapter 34 Qin Xin's highlight moment. Qin Xin hesitated for a few seconds, but still told Wang Zitong that the Shui family did not recognize her as their granddaughter. "Because Grandpa doesn't like me, my brothers also contacted me secretly. I didn't hide it from you, Zitong." After listening to this, Wang Zitong finally understood a little. "Why doesn't your grandpa like you?" Qin Xin pursed her lips and shook her head. "I don't know. I have never seen him in person in my life. I have seen them on TV during the National Day military parades every year. My grandfather is an old general with many military medals, and he is very domineering and majestic." Wang Zitong sighed and took Qin Xin's hand. "Forget it, you didn't hide it from me on purpose, I won't be angry with you." After that, he asked again, "Does your uncle know about this?" Qin Xin shook her head. "I haven't told the uncle either." After telling Wang Zitong today, Qin Xin felt that she must talk to Zhuang Ming about it when she got home in the evening. She and Zhuang Ming are a family now. Zhuang Ming has told her all the stories about his family, and she should also tell Zhuang Ming about her own situation. Took a break. Coach Li called the two back to the ice rink to wait for their turn. 1 hour has passed since the competition ended, and the team competition and men's singles have been completed. The pairs skating and women's singles have yet to start. The current points on the field are: Huajin Art College, 9.2 plus 9.6. Ripple Art Academy, 9.3 plus 9.4. Huajin College is currently leading by 0.1 points in the total points. Figure skating is scored on a 10-point scale. 3 professional judges will score the performance based on dance sense, fluency, and difficulty of the movements. The game continues. Now we are doing pair skating. The scores for Ripple Academy's pair skating are out, and they received the highest score of 9.7 points today. The pressure of catching up fell on Wang Zitong and her partner Li Xian, who were about to perform. "Come on, Zitong." Qin Xin clenched his fists. Wang Zitong took a deep breath, hugged Qin Xin nervously, then took off her down jacket and went on stage with Li Xian. The game is being broadcast simultaneously in the live broadcast room. In fact, many viewers came to see Shui Qinxian, Liu Qingxue, Zhuang Hauser, and some of the artists who came to watch the game. But after watching the competition for more than an hour, I was already attracted by the figure skating and the handsome men and beautiful women participating in the competition. At this time, not only netizens were watching the live broadcast. Zhuang Ming was also watching in the car from Zhuang Group to the stadium. At this time, in the solemn military compound. The large screen TV in the living room was also broadcasting this live broadcast. In front of the TV, Shui Qinjue, dressed in police uniform, knelt in front of Shui Wanli with a normal expression. Shui Wanli is 88 years old this year. His hair has turned grey and his face looks very old. But his eyes were still as fierce and sharp as a tiger or leopard, his back was straight, and he was full of righteousness. "How many times have I told you this? If you dare to associate with someone named Qin again, I'll break your legs." Shui Qinjue's back was still straight. Even though he was kneeling, his aura did not weaken. Hearing Shui Wanli's angry shout, Shui Qinxian looked up and said, "Grandpa, Xin Xin has been kicked out of the Qin family. She is no longer a member of the Qin family. It doesn't matter if she's kicked out of the house or not. As long as you're still okay, you can't have anything to do with her daughter." Shui Wanli was so angry that his beard stood up. Shui Qinjue knew why Shui Wanli was so angry. The incident when Aunt Shui Qian insisted on marrying Qin Haozhong caused a big uproar. He was 6 years old at the time and still had some memory of it. In fact, the Shui family had no prejudice against family status. They opposed Shui Qian and Qin Haozhong being together, not because they looked down on the Qin family's small family background. But Shui Qian was only 18 years old at the time. Instead of completing her studies well, she was obsessed with love and wanted to marry a man and have children. Even because of the Shui family's opposition, Shui Qian believed Qin Haozhong's words and made the matter a fait accompli. Shui Qian's lack of self-respect and self-love completely angered Shui Wanli. But there was no way. Shui Qian found out that she was pregnant, but she refused to abort the child. She even told Xue Wanli not to care about her anymore and to cut off their relationship in order to marry Qin Haozhong. Xue Wanli had no choice. In order to be able to see his daughter Xue Qian again in the future, he chose to compromise and agreed to let Xue Qian marry Qin Haozhong. However, when Xue Qian was 8 months pregnant, Xue Wanli found out that Qin Haozhong had another woman outside and even had a child with her, namely Chen Lian and Qin Xiaoli. Chapter 35. Will Guan Zhuangming be silenced if he calls her brother-in-law? Let's not talk about irrelevant people. Ming Chen leaned over and kissed Xin Xin's lips. Congratulations, my baby, on winning the game. Xin Xin became excited when talking about winning the game. Coach Li just said that because this game has attracted so many people's attention, our prize money has been doubled. In addition to the original prize of 50,000 yuan, there will be an additional bonus to be shared equally by everyone, about 30,000 yuan per person. So she will have 80,000 yuan, and can secretly prepare a return gift for Zhuangming as a wedding gift. Are you so happy with just tens of thousands of dollars? Then you'd better hold on to me. Your husband has countless tens of thousands of dollars. Zhuangming had hardly ever seen someone as easy to satisfy as Qin Xin. Qin Xin hummed complacently. Tens of thousands of dollars is a lot of money. It's enough for Zitong and I to eat snacks for a year. It's enough to buy lots of new clothes. The most exciting thing is not the amount of the bonus, but the fact that I earned the money with my own strength. Being able to make money by your own ability is the happiest thing in the world. Although food given out of pity is delicious, it is inevitably lacking in confidence. Rather than just spending Zhuangming's money, Qin Xin hoped that she could also make money and then spend it on Zhuangming. Zhuangming took Qin Xin out for dinner. It is an ancient Chinese cuisine private kitchen restaurant. While Zhuangming was in the bathroom, Qin Xin had already taken several deep breaths. She planned to take advantage of the meal time to tell Zhuangming many things about her life from childhood to adulthood. When Zhuangming came back from the bathroom, he saw Qin Xin sitting upright with a serious look on his face. What's wrong? Zhuangming sat down and pinched Qin Xin's nose. You look like you want to confront me. Qin Xin took a deep breath. Uncle, I want to tell you something. Okay, as long as it doesn't involve divorce. What? Qin Xin kicked Zhuangming under the table angrily. I don't want a divorce. Zhuangming then smiled and nodded. Qin Xin opened her mouth and told Zhuangming everything about her life from childhood to adulthood, as well as her relationship with the Xue family. After saying it in one breath, he looked at Zhuangming timidly. Uncle, will you blame me for hiding it from you for so long? Zhuangming was silent for a while, and when Qin Xin was about to cry with nervousness, he chuckled softly. He patted the seat next to him and said, Come and sit here. Qin Xin hurriedly sat over to please him. Zhuangming then hugged Qin Xin into his arms. I already knew what you said. Qin Xin was stunned. On the first day I brought you home, I investigated you without your consent. For this, I want to apologize to you, darling. It turns out Zhuangming knows everything. Qin Xin was not angry, but relieved instead. It's okay. We are family. If someone else was secretly investigating her, Qin Xin felt that she would be angry. But Qin Xin felt that Zhuangming's words didn't matter. Because she has already decided on Zhuangming, they are the closest and most intimate people who will spend their lives together. Well, there is one more thing. On your second brother's birthday, I went to see your eldest and second brothers. Qin Xin's heart was in her throat. She stared at Zhuangming blankly. So the wound that uncle received that day was caused by my second brother. Zhuangming nodded. Qin Xin lowered her head, her voice a little muffled. So my elder brother and second brother don't agree with me being with you. We disagreed at first. Zhuangming tugged at his tie, but their objection was ineffective. The 4 sons of the Xue family all liked their younger sister Qin Xin very much. However, with Xue Wanli's pressure on them, they were unable to give Qin Xin timely care in many matters. For example, they only found out about Qin Xin being kicked out of the Qin family afterwards. And he can protect Qin Xin all his life. At this time, what can Xue Qinxian, Xue Qinjue and others use to object? So after half an hour and taking a punch from Xue Qinjue, he gained the support of his cousin's brothers-in-law. Qin Xin was stunned. Uncle, are you saying that my brother and the others don't object to us being together? Zhuangming nodded and turned on his phone. There is a small group on WeChat that has never spoken to each other. It consists of 5 people, including Zhuangming and the 4 sons of the Xue family. Qin Xin looked at the avatar and confirmed that they were her 4 brothers. Qin Xin cried. She buried herself in Zhuang Ming's arms and sobbed softly. What's wrong, Xin Xin? Are you blaming me for acting on my own? Qin Xin shook her head in Zhuang Ming's arms, sobbing and speaking intermittently. No, uncle, I don't blame you, I just think I'm too lucky. Meeting Zhuang Ming is the luckiest thing in the world. In fact, Qin Xin was a little nervous when getting the marriage certificate with Zhuang Ming. Being kicked out of the house is like losing your home. Therefore, the four brothers are the last relatives in Qin Xin's heart. Qin Xin was afraid that her four brothers would be disappointed in her if they knew she had secretly married. But now she doesn't need to worry about this problem. Without her knowing, her brothers knew that she was married, and the uncle also got the approval of her brothers. This means that she won't have to be nervous when getting along with her brothers in the future. You can also talk about your four brothers with Zhuang Ming openly, and you can also mention Zhuang Ming to your brothers. Zhuang Ming could understand Qin Xin's feelings. After coaxing her gently for a while, Qin Xin's crying gradually stopped. Zhuang Ming gently kissed away the tears on Qin Xin's face. If you cry again, my heart will break into pieces. Qin Xin finally burst into laughter. Uncle, you are so greasy tilder. After dinner, Qin Xin disbanded her small group with Shui Qinxian and others, and asked Zhuang Ming to pull her to the big group over there. The group name was also changed to A Loving Family. Qin Xin, suddenly bubbling emoji. Shui Qinxian, who had already returned to the crew, looked at the group name and fell into deep thought. Shui Qinjue, who was kneeling in the military compound at this moment, fell into deep thought when he saw the group name. Love each other? This group of brothers-in-law have been in a group with Zhuang Ming, the son-in-law, for a month, but they have never said a word to each other. The word, love each other, is too illusory. Shui Xingzhou, can I call Master Zhuang my brother-in-law? Shui Xingqiu, your head will be in danger. At the dinner table, Qin Xin looked at Zhuang Ming and blinked cutely. Zhuang Ming moved his fingers and replied. Zhuang Ming, whatever you like. Qin Xin smiled immediately and kissed Zhuang Ming on the face. Uncle, you are so nice. You are so humble. Shui Xingzhou, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, and Shui Xingqiu, who was undergoing closed training abroad, shuddered when they saw the two words, casual, and the period. Shui Qinxian, congratulations, Xin Xin. I will take you to eat delicious food after I finish filming this drama. Among the group of people, only Shui Qinjue remained silent. It's not that Shui Qinjue doesn't recognize Zhuang Ming as his brother-in-law. If he did, he wouldn't have joined this group. But he is kneeling as punishment. I just finished a mission and went home for lunch. Knowing that Qin Xin's game would be broadcast live, I turned on the TV and tuned it to the stadium's simultaneous live broadcast channel. As soon as I opened the live broadcast room, I saw the scene of Shui Qinxian cheering Qin Xin on. Then Shui Wanli saw Qin Xin. Then he was beaten. Chapter 36, The Grudges and Entanglements of the Previous Generation. Now, in the heavily guarded military compound, Shui Qinjue, dressed in police uniform, knelt in front of Shui Wanli with a normal expression. Shui Wanli is 88 years old this year. His hair has turned grey and his face looks very old. But his eyes were still as fierce and sharp as a tiger or leopard, his back was straight, and he was full of righteousness. How many times have I told you this? If you dare to associate with the Qin man again, I will break your legs. And what do you two brothers mean by that? Are you openly rebelling? Shui Qinjue's back was still straight. Even though he was kneeling, his aura did not weaken. Hearing Shui Wanli's angry shout, Shui Qinxian looked up and said, Grandpa, Xin Xin has been kicked out of the Qin family. She is no longer a member of the Qin family. It doesn't matter if she's been kicked out of the house or not. As long as you're still surnamed Shui, you can't have any contact with her daughter. Shui Wanli was so angry that his beard stood up. Shui Qinjue knew why Shui Wanli was so angry. The incident when Aunt Shui Qian insisted on marrying Qin Haizhong caused a big uproar. He was 6 years old at the time and still has some memory of the incident. In fact, the Shui family did not have any prejudice against family background. They opposed Shui Qian and Qin Haizhong being together, not because they looked down on the Qin family's small status. But when Shui Qian was making a fuss about marrying Qin Haizhong, she was only 18 years old. Which parent would agree if a girl, at the age of 18, doesn't finish her studies properly and instead is obsessed with love and wants to marry a man and have children? Who is Shui Wanli? How could an old general who had fought in the battlefield against the Japanese allow his daughter to get married at the age of 18? But Xue Qian refused to listen and insisted on being with Qin Haozhong no matter what. Even because of the Xue family's opposition, Xue Qian believed Qin Haozhong's words and made the matter a fait accompli. Xue Qian's lack of self-respect and self-love completely angered Xue Wanli. But there was no way. Xue Qian found out that she was pregnant. And she refused to abort the child no matter what. In order to marry Qin Haozhong, she even told Xue Wanli to stop caring about her and to cut off all ties with her. Xue Wanli had no choice. In order to be able to see his daughter Xue Qian again in the future, he chose to compromise and agreed to let Xue Qian marry Qin Haozhong. However, when Xue Qian was 8 months pregnant, Xue Wanli found out that Qin Haozhong had another woman outside. He even had children with other women, namely Chen Lian and Qin Xiaoli. Xue Wanli forcibly took Xue Qian back to the Xue family and warned Qin Haozhong not to have any contact with Xue Qian anymore. But Xue Wanli was reluctant to tell Xue Qian, whose heart and eyes were filled with Qin Hao, such a cruel thing. Xue Qian also didn't understand why her biological father repeatedly opposed her and Qin Haozhong being together. At that time, Xue Qian, who was 8 months pregnant, started arguing with Xue Wanli. That day, half of the military compound was alarmed, and countless of Xue Wanli's old comrades witnessed the incident. I witnessed Xue Qian holding a knife and threatening to commit suicide to force Xue Wanli to send her back to the Qin family. Xue Wanli had no choice but to force Xue Qian to leave by severing their father-daughter relationship. Between her biological father and the man she loves, Xue Qian chose the latter. Perhaps Qin Haozhong had been warned and did not dare to have any open contact with Chen Lian and her daughter. So when Xue Qian gave birth to Qin Xin, she died of complications during childbirth. She didn't even know that the man she loved had another woman and a child outside. On Qin Xin's birthday and Xue Qian's death anniversary, Xue Wanli happened to be leading troops in an exercise at the border. How could he know that his daughter had passed away? By the time they found out, Xue Qian's body had already been buried by Qin Anbang, who had done his best to bury her. After Xue Qian died, Qin Haozhong wanted to bring Chen Lian and Qin Xiaoli home. Only then did Qin Anbang realize that his son actually had someone outside. Qin Anbang is completely different from his son. Qin Anbang was also a soldier when he was young and started doing business after retiring from the army. Xue Qian is a descendant of a military man, and Qin Anbang would never allow Xue Qian to be insulted by his own son like this. But Xue Qian died of childbirth complications, and Qin Anbang could only transfer his apology to Xue Qian to Qin Xin and treat Qin Xin wholeheartedly. In order to prevent Qin Haozhong from leading Qin Xin astray, he took Qin Xin with him to educate her personally. When he was old and knew he was dying, he made a will and gave the inheritance rights of Qin Group shares to Qin Xin. But Qin Anbang missed the point. Qin Haozhong also worked in the Qin Group. Qin Haozhong naturally knew the lawyers of the Qin Group. Then things happened like Qin Xin was kicked out of the house and the will was secretly tampered with by Qin Haozhong. Having said that, Xue Wanli did not acknowledge Qin Xin as his granddaughter because Qin Xin looked too much like Xue Qian. Whenever Xue Wanli saw Qin Xin, he would think of the scene where Xue Qian threatened him as a father by threatening to commit suicide. The resentment of the old father that has been pent up for 20 years will not disappear overnight. But Xue Qinjue knew that his grandfather just couldn't let go of his pride and couldn't get over his anger for the time being. Otherwise, why would Xue Wanli secretly hide the photos of Qin Xin taken on her birthday every year that Qin Anbang sent to the Xue family when he was alive? Xue Qinjue took the beating. Xue Qinjue had nothing to say about kneeling before his own grandfather. But no matter what, the resentment in Xue Wanli's heart must be resolved. As brothers, they want to spoil their sisters but do it secretly. Zhuang Ming is too strong. The only family in the entire country that can rival him is the Xue family. If the Xue family doesn't recognize Qin Xin, who will stand up for her if she is bullied? It's not that Xue Qinjue doesn't believe Zhuang Ming. It was out of his selfish desire as a brother that he wanted the Xue family to become Qin Xin's backer, so that Qin Xin's identity would truly be worthy of being Mrs. Zhuang. Xue Qinjue said, "Grandpa, Auntie has passed away, Xin Xin is a new life. You can't vent your resentment towards Auntie on Xin Xin. She is so well behaved and innocent that she shouldn't have to endure this. It's not my turn as a little brat to teach me how to do things." Xue Wanli went back to his room angrily. Xue Qinjue was left, a 28-year-old little brat, kneeling in the yard. In the room, the army green quilt on the hard bed was folded as square as a block of tofu. Shui Wanli sat on the bed and reached out from under the bed to take out an iron box of mooncakes, which contained 19 photos. This was taken on Qin Xin's 19th birthday and sent by Qin Anbang. Qin Anbang did not live to see Qin Xin's 20th birthday, so there are no photos of Qin Xin's 20th birthday. On Qin Xin's 20th birthday, was she kicked out of the house by her beastly father. In addition to Qin Xin's photos, there are also several paintings full of childish innocence in the iron box. The first one is a picture of the bright red national flag. The second picture shows him as an old man. Qin Anbang said at the time that when Qin Xin saw him for the first time at the National Day military parade, she pointed at the TV and said she liked the military grandfather, and then drew him. At that time, Qin Xin didn't know that he was her grandfather. The old hands were trembling slightly. A soldier had killed countless enemies in his life. Shui Wanli never cried even when a bullet penetrated his body. But at this moment, Shui Wanli's eyes were red. Is he too cruel to this little girl? What does the matter between elders have to do with her? Qin Xin in the photo, whether she is 1, 2, 18 or 19 years old, has an innocent and sweet smile on her face. Qin Xin's eyes are pure, clean and clear, untainted by the world. Pinshuk. It is undeniable that Qin Anbang took good care of Qin Xin and educated her well. Alas. Shui Wanli sighed quietly, as if he had aged 10 years. Chapter 37 Qin Xin becomes the national sister. No one could have imagined that a friendly match between colleges would trigger a nationwide craze for recognizing sisters. Qin Xin became a hot topic overnight. Shui Qin Xuan's cousin Xiao Xia sincerely invites Qin Xin to sign a contract with Baihua Chifang Company Xiao. These two topics remain high on the Weibo list. Qin Xin became the center of discussion. For several days in a row, everyone would ask the same question when chatting after dinner. Do you know Qin Xin? She is the younger sister of Mr. Shui, so cute. Oh, why hasn't anyone dug up Qin Xin baby's Weibo yet? I want to follow her. I want to see her little sister. Qin Xin already has a small group of fans. Both men and women. But the strange thing is that most of them are older sister fans or older brother fans or older father fans. They made short videos of some of Qin Xin's beautiful clips in the game and promoted them on various short video platforms. I also made some of Qin Xin's micro-expressions into cute animated emoticons. For example, Qin Xin's frown was made into unhappy gif. Qin Xin and Wang Zitong hugged each other and it was made into a fairy hugging gif. The short video received over 10 million likes on Douyin. Cute animated emoticons are also spreading wildly on social platforms such as Penguin. Then Qin Xin became popular again. Many passers-by who didn't watch many games found replays and became fans of the game. Xinyu is the name of Qin Xin's fans, which was chosen by the fans themselves. As the number of fans increases, Qin Xin became the first street kid who gained millions of fans without making her debut in the entertainment industry. As the number of fans increases, Qin Xin also won 2 titles. National Sister and National Girl Goose. When you are famous, you are prone to gossip. Qin Xin's sudden popularity will naturally cause dissatisfaction among some people. But some negative reviews were like a stone sinking into the ocean among all the hot reviews, without even causing a splash. Qin family. Qin Xiaoli has been crying for 3 days. Mom, how am I inferior to that little bitch Qin Xin? Qin Xiaoli hugged Chen Lian and cried breathlessly. She obviously performed very well in the competition, so why is Qin Xin the only one who became famous? And no one even mentioned her name. What's the point of crying? It's because you didn't work hard enough. Qin Xiaoli was outshined by Qin Xin, and Chen Lian was the most unhappy one. When Qin Anbang was still alive, Chen Lian could not enter the Qin family and could only be Qin Hao's underground lover. Under such difficult and shady circumstances, she was willing to invest all the money Qin Haozhong gave her in Qin Xiaoli. Qin Anbang asked someone to teach Qin Xin how to paint, and she also asked someone to teach Qin Xiaoli how to paint. Qin Anbang asked someone to teach Qin Xin how to dance, and she also asked. Whatever Qin Xin learns, she will let Qin Xiaoli learn it too. All for the sake of one day being able to trample the little bastard born by Shui Qian under his feet and humiliate him. Shui Qian took away her identity as Mrs. Qin, so she wanted Qin Xiaoli to take away everything from Qin Xin. But how could Qin Xiaoli lose to Qin Xin? How could he lose to the little bastard born by the old bastard? Qin Xin was still crying, and her crying had left an indentation on her apple cheeks where the injection had been placed, which looked very ugly. Mom, I don't want to learn figure skating anymore. I don't want to be outshined by Qin Xin in everything. I want to transfer to the acting department. I want to debut as an artist. She just likes the feeling of being the center of attention. An artist's vanity can only be satisfied when she is followed and admired by millions of people. The hundreds of spectators under the ice rink couldn't give her any sense of accomplishment. Chen Lian is also considering whether to let Qin Xin change her career. I heard that you can earn a lot of money in the entertainment industry, and you can get paid tens of millions of yuan just for filming a TV series. It seems like there are rich people who would give celebrities millions just to have a meal with them. After Qin Anban's death, the Qin group went downhill. If you don't want the Qin group to go bankrupt, you have to invest your own money in the project. So, she has raised Qin Xin for 21 years. Isn't it time for Qin Xin to repay her? Chen Lian was silent for a long time before nodding. Okay, I'll go and handle the transfer procedures for you tomorrow, but you must earn your first money within 3 months. Really? Mom, did you really agree? You forced me to follow Qin Xin's ass and compete with her. Why not? You have to be a big star to surpass her. As soon as Chen Lian finished speaking, Qin Xi's cell phone beside her rang. Qin Xi sniffed, I don't recognize the number. Turn on the speakerphone and try. Qin Xi obediently turned on the speakerphone and answered the call. Hello, is this Xiaoli, my junior? The voice on the other end of the phone was gentle and familiar. Qin Xi's eyes widened, is it Queen Liu? It's me. I wonder if Xiaoli is interested in becoming an actress. I have a new drama and there's a second female role that seems to be suitable for you. Qin Xiaoli and Chen Lian looked at each other. I never thought that pie would actually fall from the sky. Qin Xiaoli nodded hurriedly, yes, yes, yes. Liu Qingxue on the other end of the phone smiled in a friendly manner, and then continued, how about this, Sister Xiaoli, are you free now? Can we meet? I can show you the script and teach you some acting skills. Good. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoli hugged Chen Lian excitedly and screamed. Mom! I told you I'm not that bad. Hurry up and wash your face and put on makeup. In a private room of a coffee shop. After Liu Qingxue hung up the phone, her expression became extremely cold. Liu Qingxue was the only one in the private room. But there was another coffee cup opposite Liu Qingxue. This shows that Liu Qingxue had just met someone else. The person Liu Qingxue just met was a private detective hired to investigate Qin Xin. The detective had gone, leaving behind only a briefcase. In the file bag is all the information that can be found about Qin Xin. But this information is almost the same as if it had not been checked. In the file, there is no other information except that Qin Xin is the daughter of Qin Haizhong of the Qin group. But fortunately, the detective was paid to do his job conscientiously. Unable to find more detailed information about Qin Xin, he checked Qin Xin's father, stepmother and sister. This also brought Liu Qingxue an unexpected gain. This Qin Xin. It seems that he doesn't necessarily have the blood of the Qin family. In the information, there is no information about Qin Xin's biological mother. But Qin Haizhong's information is densely packed. The investigation even went into detail about how many women Qin Haizhong had slept with in his life and which hotels he had booked rooms in. And the funny thing is, Qin Xin is 20 years old, and considering the 10 months of pregnancy, Qin Haizhong should have had sex with Qin Xin's mother 21 years ago. But 21 years ago, Chen Lian was pregnant with Qin Xiaoli, and Qin Haizhong felt guilty and abstained from sex for 2 years. During those 2 years, Qin Haizhong had no record of checking into a hotel. That is to say, the person who made Qin Xin's mother pregnant couldn't possibly be Qin Haizhong. Then, why did Qin Haizhong marry Qin Xin's mother instead of Chen Lian, who gave birth to his daughter? This matter seems to be getting confusing. Qin Xiaoli arrived at the coffee shop. As soon as I entered the door, I was blocked by a man over 1.80 meters tall in police uniform. Shui Qingjue frowned in disgust. Then he warned in a deep voice, if you dare to reveal any relationship between Qin Xin and the Shui family, you will die.